Hi, everyone. We'll be getting started in just about 10 minutes. Hi, Candy, and welcome.
Hello. Hello.
I have already loaded your slides into the system.
Oh, cool. Mm-hmm.
The ones that you already had uploaded. So they're here and ready for you when we start. And do you want to quickly just test your camera briefly before we begin to make sure that's also working?
Yeah, sure. Sure. Wait for me a second.
Sure.
Yep. And Aiko's also here too. Aiko's the other speaker, and she.
Hi, Aiko.
Yeah, she will be like. I think you have to give the presenter rights to her. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll control the slide.
Okay. Yeah. Who will be the official controller? Aiko. Okay. So let's switch over to you, and now you should see the controls at the bottom of the screen. And just let's make sure you can move. Yep. Okay. Good. All right. I think we're all set. So we have about 8 minutes or so. If you want to take a break, get some water or anything first. All I ask is you just be back and have your cameras on maybe 2 minutes before 10, just in case of any last-minute problems, so we can be ready for the live stream.
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll go get some water.
Okay. All right. We'll see you back in about 7 minutes or so. Welcome, everyone. We'll be starting in about 2 minutes. Okay, we'll wait just about 30 seconds or so and make sure we have our live stream ready to go. Live stream ready to go. Well, greetings, everyone. It's hard to believe, but today is actually the next to last day of FOSSASIA Summit 2021. I want to greet everyone. I'm here on the west coast of the United States, where it's evening, but I know we're all ready for a full day ahead. And if you're like me, you may be feeling both like a whirlwind of new information has kind of blown through our individual homes these past days, but also that the time has gone really very fast. But regardless, we've got 2 more full days lined up for you, with today's focus including DevOps, Python, container registries, licenses, and much more. So be sure to take a very close look at today's schedule so you can plan your day. Now, our first talk for today will discuss a program that I hope everyone involved in free and open source software will want to learn more about. Outreachy is a program that provides paid internships in open source projects to help increase their diversity. And it's a great way to learn new skills and to launch or maybe change careers. And here today to talk about their experience in the Outreachy program are 2 ladies from Taiwan who worked with communities whose software that I, and probably many of you, use every day, Wikimedia Foundation and the Debian Project. Candy Tsai will be talking to us about her journey being a front-end developer to become a full-stack dev with Debian's continuous integration work. And Aiko Shu will help share how her work on Wikipedia and its data helped launch her career in machine learning and data mining. Now, should you have any questions for our speakers, either now or in any other session today, remember to use the Shared Notes tab over in the upper left of your screen. So let's get to it. Please join me in welcoming Candy and Aiko. Over to you.
Okay, thanks, Michael. So today we like to share our journey to remote work and open source with Wikimedia and Debian through Outreachy. And just like you said, so Outreachy is an internship program that lets you have a chance to work or contribute to open source projects, which I think is pretty cool. And today our other speaker is Aiko, and she'll be talking in a minute. So a little bit about me. So I was working as a front-end developer before I started my internship. So Outreachy is a full-time internship, which means the minute that I knew I got accepted, I kind of quit my work, and then I decided to join the Debian CI project. And then when doing Outreachy, they'll have a task for you that you should keep a blog post about writing about the experiences that you had in Outreachy. And then very soon after I ended my internship, Aiko came and left a comment on my blog post, and she was asking about how she should apply to the Wikimedia project and so on. So it was pretty cool that I got to know someone like from my blog, and we got to know each other until now. So we're like both here. And since I've gained a little bit more back-end experience while I was doing the project, so when I came back to working stage, then I started working as a full stack developer. So yeah, how about Aiko? Do you want to tell us about yourself?
Hello, everyone. I'm Aiko, and I'm glad to have this opportunity to share my experience from Outreach. And before Outreach, I was a master's student majoring computer science at National Jiao Tong University in Taiwan. In 2018, I went to the Netherlands for 1 year at the University of Twente as an exchange student. In 2019, I came across Candy's blog. She wrote about Outreach and how she got into it. And I was like, immediately decided to apply for the next round. And in December, I started the internship with Wikimedia project. And after the internship, I keep working with Wikimedia, and the project became my master's thesis. And in July 2020, I got the master's degree. And from February this year, I started working on a new project with Wikimedia as a research engineer in the coming 5 months. So that's about me. So what exactly Outreach is? And it's a remote internship program, which is open to applicants around the world. Their goal is to increase diversity in open source. Interns can get 6,000 stipend and work with experienced mentors from open source community, such as Apache, Linux kernel, Mozilla, and more. And the program runs twice a year, May to August, December to March. Unlike Google Summer of Code, Outreach is open to both university students and people who are not university students. So how about our application process in Outreach? As a full-time student at that time, I had never had an internship experience before. So I think this would be a good chance to have practical experience. When I select which project to apply for, I would like to find a project that fit my background, which is machine learning and a Python-based project. And I found 2 projects that meet my condition. One is a very popular project from Mozilla, and one is from Wikimedia. And during the 1 month contribution time, I remember I devoted all my time and effort to do the required task from project mentors and completely put my thesis aside. Yeah, so Candy, how is your application process? I think it should be very different from a student like me.
Okay, so for me, because I applied while I had a full-time job, that means that I can only like work on the contributions after work when I get home. So basically, when I tried to look at the list of projects, I kind of had to pick like some of the project due to my limited time. So like if the project is too popular, that means a lot of people are very willing to devote a lot of time, which I cannot match up to them. So when I was looking, so the first one is this project is like not the most popular one, but it also has other applicants. And then it shares some relevant skills that I already have, so that I don't have to learn everything from ground up while making contributions. And also I look for like if there's 1 or 2 things that I don't know in this project, then it's also very great because that means I get to pick something new up while at the internship. And last but not least, I think it's personal preference because I like to get to know for example, when joining an IRC chat room, I think if I know like most of the people there, it will feel a bit more welcoming and safe, like for me. So I chose like communities or chat rooms for the specific project that was small, but everybody was active in it. So yeah, that was basically my criteria for choosing. And yes, we got accepted. I think we both got very lucky and got accepted. So yeah, then we started working. And so how was our remote work going? So the first of all we like to mention is, yeah, we completely failed with like work-life balance and all of that because remote work was like something very new to both of us. And for me, I'll share my side. So sometimes I might go like a whole day, like maybe doing absolutely nothing or close to nothing. And then another day I might work like 12 straight hours and without like, I didn't eat, I didn't do anything else except like doing something project. And it's only until like maybe the second month or like till like the last 2 weeks of the internship, I actually got into the zone that I can actually divide the time I'm actually working and then divide the time we're actually resting. So yeah, that was a really good example on my side. So yeah, how about you, Aiko?
About me, and actually the first half of the internship went well because I worked in the library at that time. My university has individual study rooms for students, so I can stay there and the whole day and work very productive. And I remember every day I went to the library in the morning and work until 5 in the afternoon. I was like building a daily work routine for weekdays. And also since it was my last year in the university, I don't need to take any courses at that time. So however, due to the winter break starts and COVID-19 afterward, I started to work from home. And I found that totally different. As Candy said, it's very easy to be distracted by other things. So I think it's very important to have a workplace if you are gonna work from home. And some people will arrange a separate room in their home to be a space and avoid any disturbance like fridge, sofa, and televisions, so they can concentrate on the work in that space. I think it's a good way. And another challenge for us working remotely in Outreach is about time difference. And because our mentors are all from different countries, how we cope with the time differences? In my case, it was not a big problem because I had 3 mentors. 2 of them are based in the UK and 1 is based in Ireland. And they are in the same time zone and we had 8 hours time difference. So we had like 4 hours work time overlaps. And actually sometimes I worked from afternoon until evening, especially when I work from home. So it was perfect match European time. And Candy, how about you?
So for me, because I had also 2 mentors and one of my main mentor actually had a 12-hour difference from me. So it's like if it's like 10 a.m. in the morning for me, it's 10 p.m. for him. So usually I think I get like a one-shot chance to ask questions each day. So I had to kind of provide my question with context so that the next day when I see an answer from my mentor that we can like move forward with the project. So I think it was a good experience on learning how to curate your questions so that making sure the other person can understand what's actually going on in your mind. And it was not easy at first because we kind of go back and forth for like 2 days and I wasn't getting what I needed. And in a meeting, we talked about it. And so we kind of sorted that out. And maybe at like after the first month, I was actually getting the hang of how to ask like questions that'll get me the answers that I needed. So yeah, I guess that's how we kind of coped with the time differences by communicating asynchronously. Yep. And so I think one thing that I also picked up that was just by accident is COVID came and the pandemic started. So our company, after I finished my internship, also started working from home. And so during that time, I think some of my colleagues, while we were sharing, they were still at that first phase I just talked about, how they like kind of, because started working at home was new to them. So they had like the bumping in like in the wall phase. And then I was kind of a little bit more used to it. And I think also it's also something, a reminder that open source has always been a remote, like everybody's in different countries, and yeah, we made all these open source projects happen. So I think remote work is definitely something that has been around for the open source community as well. And now I'd like to share a little bit more about my project, is the Debian CI project. So CI stands for continuous integration. And before I get into the details of my project, I would like to share what exactly is Debian. So like Windows or Mac OS, there are operating systems that we use a lot, and Debian is also one of them. So it's a free operating system. Yeah, free, so it's pretty cool. And it has been around for 27 years, and it's with its first release in, I think, 1993, September. And it's also the basis for many other Linux distributions. And one of the most famous and popular ones today is Ubuntu. So yeah, Debian has been around for quite a while. And what exactly is DebCI? So it's something that when we want to release a new major version of Debian, we want to make sure that all of the packages that came before actually will pass the tests and work in the new Debian release. So for example, if you wanted to install a Python package, you've installed it in an older version, and then for the new version, before the version comes out, the package manager will come onto the DebCI platform and try to test their packages to see if they work with the new releases and test it with the dependency packages. But the project is actually pretty straightforward. So I try to improve developer experience or user experience through enhancing the user interface of the website itself. So developers can trigger new tests on this website. And what I do is I kind of enhance the UI, like from like having pagination or things that makes things easier for developers to do, or create new APIs on the back end so that they can trigger all sorts of different kind of tests that weren't available because the API wasn't available before. And the skills involved in this project, I was working as a front-end developer, so HTML, CSS, and JavaScript weren't new to me, but for the back-end part, I was using Ruby, and so to create new APIs and also writing tests for these APIs, since it's already a CI project, so tests are important. And one little thing I got to play with was Vagrant. So during the application process, there were also other applicants, and while we're setting up the DebCI environment, it was kind of a little struggle for some of the applicants at first. So we kind of edited the Vagrant file so that they can spin up a new environment much more easier just through doing it with Vagrant. So that wraps up my project, and we'll let Aiko share about her project at Wikimedia.
Okay, so Wikimedia Foundation, or simply Wikimedia, is an American nonprofit organization and hosts Wikipedia, a free multilingual, open, collaborative online encyclopedia. I think everyone has used Wikipedia or at least heard of it, and because nowadays Wikipedia has already become the main source of information for many people. And Wikimedia Research, which I've been working with, is a team of scientists and engineers whose mission is to develop new technology to support Wikimedia project. And one of their goals is to improve knowledge integrity. Since an important property of Wikipedia is anyone can edit. That means content on Wikipedia can be edited by anyone at any time. So the foundation must strive to extend the verifiability of content and increase resilience to misinformation. So one way to do so is to require editors to provide reliable sources when they write articles, or adding a citation needed tag to those uncited claims that may be questioned. And moreover, Wikipedia hosts one librarian, one reference campaign every year to encourage people and Wikipedia readers around the world to help improve articles by adding citations. In 2019, Wikimedia research team developed a machine learning model which is able to detect statements on Wikipedia articles as missing citation. And my project in Outreach is to develop an end-to-end pipeline based on this machine learning model and bridge it to downstream applications. And the workflow looks like this. The pipeline can be integrated into some existing wiki tools like Citation Hunt, which is a web application for searching snippets in Wikipedia that missing citations. And it is a main tool used by one librarian, one reference campaign I mentioned earlier. Or the pipeline can be integrated into like a Wikipedia bot to automatically and periodically add citation needed tag on new articles. So that's about my project. And one thing I would like to share is that Outreach is really a great opportunity to learn things different from the school. In my case, in the university, I rarely have a chance to see what is a machine learning system in the real world looks like. And to develop a machine learning system end-to-end, one needs to consider more apart from those training and evaluation steps. Also need to consider data pipelines, system performance, production deployment, and so on. So I'm enthusiastic about using machine learning algorithms to solve problems. I also have passions for engineering part, like building a system. So luckily, I had take part in both sides in Outreach. And I realized afterward, there's actually such a position called research engineer or called machine learning engineer. And different companies may have different definition for this position. But in Wikimedia, as far as I know, this position is responsible for building infrastructure or productionized model developed by research scientists. And I really enjoyed it. And so that's all my part. And that brings us to the end of our presentation. And I would like to thank you for your time and attention. And we are happy to answer any of your questions.
And
thank you both.
Don't forget to visit Outreach if you're interested in this program. Yeah, that's the end.
Thank you both so much. This has been very inspiring, both to learn about the program and the journey that both of you took and what you got out of it. We have some great questions so far from some of the audience. And just a reminder, if anyone has some final questions, feel free to add them to the shared notes tab. But we'll go ahead and start with a few of these questions. First, is it possible for people to apply to Outreachy for non-technical stuff? For example, design projects or documentation work?
So for design or documentation work, it depends on each round of Outreachy. I think before I did see some related to them, but usually for documentation work, there usually is like you need to create some, like you still need to write a little bit of code kind of to like go with the documentation. So it's there, and so it depends on each round and who comes to like propose the projects, but it's like very few of them is like pure documentation. So you have to kind of see how you like, how's your luck with it and all of that. And as for design, I think it's usually sometimes bundled together with if you're improving UI or stuff. So you still need to do some like HTML, CSS, JavaScript stuff, and then you can come up with your own design. So it's mostly like that.
Great, thank you for sharing that. Go ahead.
I would like to add that Wikimedia actually has some documentation project. I remember, yeah, it's for MediaWiki API. So you write document about the API. So you need to test the API and run it by yourself and then document. Yeah, so that's it.
Excellent. Yeah. So people should check each time, and it sounds each one is unique, which is great because it's always offering something new. So maybe a question. We'll start with you, Aiko, because I think for a lot of people, maybe you're kind of living the dream. This idea of you got an internship with a very, a well-known, very cool project, and now you're having a paid job in open source after that. Do you have any advice for people from transitioning from whatever outreachy project they might be doing into a real life open source job? And did you encounter any challenges or differences maybe you didn't expect from your outreachy experience that was different when you went to the job that you're in now?
Yeah, I think I'm very lucky to, because since the outreach internship, I kind of keep working with Wikimedia research team, and by now, and so like what do about challenges? I think during my last year and when I working on my thesis, master's thesis, and it's like a challenge for me because like I actually I like the the algorithm develop machine learning algorithm for me is not like the so the okay, so the challenge I think for me, it's when if you see, like, you need to comfort when you will meet something uncomfortable, and you think maybe you cannot do it, but in my case, I just do it and really focus on what I'm doing, and because at that time I have internship and I have thesis and two things together, so at the end I decided to put thesis aside and focus on the internship project. So I think it's important to focus one thing at a time so that you can put all your effort to that. So I think that the time management is a big challenge if you working on something. So that's
No, very good advice. Yeah, no, thank you. I think that's a very good point, that having a very clear structured project like Outreachy is pretty different than when you go to something much more long-term like a job. Then there's this ongoing stream of work to be done, and so the timings are different. The expectations can be different too. So thanks for sharing that. One other question I had that maybe you have some advice for is, there are a lot of projects listed there for Outreachy each round. What's the best way for someone to decide on the best community for them to apply with? Because they may not know much about them. How did you all decide on the projects and the communities you decided?
Should I start? I don't know. Okay, so for me, I think when you go down the project list, there's definitely a lot, and I actually didn't apply the first year. I knew about Outreachy because I was like lost in the project list. I was like, oh, this project's pretty cool, and that project's also pretty cool, and then so I kept browsing, and then I think that the application process has changed a little bit, so you'll need to check out the new process. But before, we had to kind of grab the issues from they will the project itself. They will open up new issues just for newcomers or applicants from Outreachy, and you can go down and kind of grab the issue if you want. But if you're too slow, then you'll find that most issues are already have someone assigned to it. So when you're looking through the projects, just make sure that if it's something that you're really interested in, and you can pick just 2 of them to get started, just 2 of them. Don't pick a lot because you don't have that much time, and just pick the most 2 projects and just go into their issues page and see if there's anything that you can work on, because you need to make 2 contributions before you are eligible to apply for that project. So I would guess that just kind of pick the 2 that's you have relevant skills or you're most interested in, and then don't think a lot about it, just do it. Yeah.
Great. Well, thank you for that, and thank you both. We're out of time for today, but I really appreciate hearing from both of you, and I know the our audience has as well. Both of you have contact information on your session page on LinkedIn if you want to connect, and I know everyone I've met who's gone through Outreachy is always very willing to give advice and help spread the word about the program, and we really appreciate you doing that here today. So thank you again. Everyone, please join me in thanking our speakers, and we'll look forward to seeing more great work from you all in the future. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And we have about 2 minutes before our next session. So we'll do a quick reset, and we'll be back here in just about 2 minutes. So stay tuned. Okay, we'll go ahead and resume. Thanks for joining us, and welcome back to our next session. Now, if you've been involved with free and open source software for very long, I know many of you have probably heard about the OpenStreetMap community that maintains this really wonderful public resource for the entire planet. Well, it turns out that building and maintaining those communities is no easy task, as you can imagine. And one of the really exciting things about open source is how companies are now coming on board to do their best to make really meaningful contributions and support existing efforts that have been underway. But that's not always a smooth ride. And today I'm very eager to hear about the story of how ride-hailing company Grab started off on a bit of a bumpy road with their contributions to OpenStreetMap, but worked through those roadblocks to a point where the challenges have cleared. And to talk to us today, there's really no one better than Jana FOSSASIA, who is the lead program manager at Grab and an OpenStreetMap contributor now for many years. She's joined today by Mishari Mukbil, who's the CEO of Zimple, and he's a lifelong contributor to open source, and he's also an inner source coach that helps companies learn open source techniques in their own day-to-day business. So if you've got questions for our speakers, as always, please remember to use the shared notes box over in the upper left. And without further delay, please join me in welcoming both of our speakers. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Michael, for the kind introduction. Okay, so this is a short story. Doesn't start very well, and I might, in some parts in the beginning, sound a bit bitter. That's because I still have residual bitterness over from the beginning. But I just want to say that it's all good now, just that old emotions get triggered occasionally. Well, we'll tell you all about it. So yeah, as per the introduction, Michael has done a great job. So I think that we can just skip this bit. What is OpenStreetMaps? Just so that you understand the complexity of what you're facing, right? So just some basic GIS 101. So this is a node. When you see something on Google Maps and it's a point of interest, it's basically a node, and you can see it's superimposed on a map there, and it becomes a restaurant, it becomes a coffee shop, et cetera, et cetera. Right? This is a way, it's just a line, and you can see that it can transform into roads, bridges, rivers, et cetera, all using metadata. This is an area. You have a bunch of lines that are closed, becomes an area, it becomes a building on a map or other areas. And conceptually, I mean, when I started on OpenStreetMap, I just thought that you go in and start drawing maps, but no, apparently you enter data in the form of nodes, in ways, in areas, and with the appropriate data, the software renders it into a map. The analogy is similar to the way that you enter numbers into a spreadsheet, which the software then turns into graphs. This is the example of some of the data that you add, key value pairs. You put in amenity, bus station, bus underscore station. The map translates it into a bus station. But if you enter just bus station, the mapping software, the rendering software will not understand what you're talking about. It will be there. It's just that the software won't know how to make any heads or tails out of it, right? And oftentimes, tagging is difficult because when you're trying to figure out what to tag, a lot of it is in the wiki. A lot of it is also unsettled. So the OpenStreetMap doesn't have really a very formal RFC process. It's very loose because it's almost impossible to represent the real world in limited tagging. So it's sort of a little bit permissive. There are attempts to build up concessions, but sometimes, sorry, not concessions, consensus in the community. But sometimes consensus fails, and locals map the way that they've been used to, and whatever makes sense. And there's a lot of back and forth in this community, right? It's not like there's an RFC or any other like really hard formal processes involved in OpenStreetMap for the most part. Just quickly with the OpenStreetMap mission statement, core values, I want to highlight that OSM is powered by its community, be a good, respectful neighbor, and esteem good intent. And also the other thing is that ground truth, OSM famous objective ground truth over all other sources. So this, but also OSM wants you to map the things you care about and will ensure that you have the freedom to do so. And this, I think, is where the conflict comes in, the main source of the conflict, because we have OpenStreetMap community has people on the ground, right? And we have been walking our neighborhoods for years, mapping things. And Grab came in wanting to help out, but also overriding, in some cases, much of it, and in other cases, mapping remotely, but in a way that we felt that, hey, this is not up to my standards. Janelle, do you want to take it from here?
For sure. Thanks, Mashari, and also thanks, Michael, for the introduction. So I think as Mashari was highlighting that it's a community-driven project, and I also have been a contributor, and I still continue doing one. I think one of the important things about the community is that it's a huge community globally. And if we go to the next slide, I just want to give a way that how we talk to each other. I think Mashari has highlighted that there is no RFC, and that is very, very true. Each region adapts and evolves and has different community channels that they communicate with. And the funny part is that when it's not necessary that someone who's active on a Facebook group is active on a Telegram group as well. So this is one of the most complicated thing which I think the global community is trying to solve, but it's just that you adapt and work with the community in whatever is helping the community, or working like whatever they are using. They say be a Roman in Rome. That's something like that. And this is just to give a a quick run through that. There are around 100 pages, Facebook pages and groups. There are 50 plus IRC chat rooms. There are 100 plus documented Telegram groups. So we don't even know how many undocumented ones that are present. Then there are mailing lists, 180 plus mailing lists, and all of them do prefer a combination. So and then forum channels. So you can just see that there are so many different channels that each community is looking at. So sometimes it becomes very complicated as to who do we reach out, or which channel is the preferred one. And trust me, at this point there is not there is no specific documentation, but there are communities who are working towards making that possible. So this is one of the major reasons where even as a contributor, when I come and I have a question, I could be a local contributor, but I don't really know who I reach out to. So yeah, I think I just wanted to highlight that part, and I'll hand it over again to Mishari.
Yeah, and is right. Understandably, it may be that you go into a forum and someone gives a perfectly good reply, but that's not relevant to the specific area where a certain group of people have been working on.
Exactly.
Right.
And as I said, view is not a representative of the whole community, and that's a critical part as to, or rather a problem that we need to figure a solution out, where how can we better represent our community and the voice.
So what happened is this initially when just a brief, and this is just to tell you the story about what happened. I'm not trying to lay blame here, but then to take it as a lesson about where failures have happened in this engagement, right? So Brad came along and requested support for a mapathon. So I went in, I conducted a mapathon, and at the end of the mapathon, being very obsessed about quality as I am, I went through all the contributors. I think at the time there were 70 contributors at the mapathon. So we got them. I trained them on how to enter data, but then I went through every single data entry that they made, ensuring that the quality was up to standard, right? And it took me, I think, like a day or two of my time to ensure that everything was perfect and there was no errant data. And I had also posted on the forum saying that I'm personally responsible for this. But I conducted the mapathon. I also checked the quality of the data. Everything is okay, and there's a certain pride, right? If anything went wrong, it's on me and my reputation as a mapper. However, the thing is that at the time while all this is happening, Grab never once mentioned that they had another team working, the global logic team, a much larger industrial mapping team, who had started to who had started to map as well. And there was a lot of confusion because even the local teams did not actually understand that, did not know about this, right? And there was like a lot of back and forth, lots of miscommunication. Emails were sent and never responded to. Emails by Grab posted, but never follow-up, never checked. And a whole bunch of things happened, and the community was getting desperate because all these edits were coming on all over the map. And so after a while, we didn't know what to do. So when TechCrunch picked up on the story, and this is purely from our perspective, that's when the edit stopped. And so we had a community meeting up in Chiang Mai, and we moved forward from there. Yeah, that's what happened, and this is how things blow up. So like, it's systematic failure, Swiss cheese model. Not a single thing went wrong, but a series of things that went wrong, and which ended up exploding. And I have a long rant here about what went wrong. So feel free to look at it and read it. And also, to be fair, here's a perspective from the other communities in Asia who looked into it. But I also had another long rant responding to this. So yeah, take a look. The links are here. Have a read. Make up your own mind. But then, however, good thing is, how do we work together, right? So there was the dialogues were still open, and I think that it's still fantastic for OpenStreetMap to have Grab as a contributor and as a user, and the map should be useful for all. This is why we do the maps, so that we can have great services like Grab, right, coming in and making our lives better through this. So. So just a bit from my perspective, first of all, people first. I think that's ultimately all about the people, and many people, and many people. It's all about the people and many people in the open source community. Forget that. The thing is about the code, it's about the data, it's about the art, the politics, but yeah, it's about the people, right? You have to pay attention. It's not about the rules, not about the code of conduct. It's about the people. So so let's start with putting people first, and then everything else tends to fall into place. The other thing is that it's probably useful to treat the community as the customer. Initially, I personally got the impression that Grab came in, like they didn't really engage the community. They thought that they were doing the community a big favor, which they probably were, but they didn't really treat the community as a customer. There was no feedback. They weren't mindful of things going wrong. Initially, they said that if you find anything wrong, just let us know. And I was faced with like 10,000 edits, right? I calculated it would have taken me a year to check everything on my own time. So, but then after that, things got better. Engage early, engage often. I think that Grab should have mentioned that earlier, that they were going to do the whole global logic project. So, and we could have discussed the ways of making it agreeable to all parties. Documentation first, as you're about to see. Grab has written some excellent documentation. They've shared some of the internal processes. I think that this is fantastic, especially in an open collaborative environment. It builds trust, but as well, it allows both sides to be on the same page as a single source of truth, and we can go through it together and figure out what's wrong. Now, initially, what had happened is that Grab had made some forum posts saying that they would do certain things, which they didn't end up doing. Right, and we're trying to figure out where it went wrong, which we couldn't because there was no documentation initially. Explicit is better than implicit. So this applies to a lot of things. Before, it's like, well, this is the things that we're doing, and if you have any comments, let me know. Now, when Grab is unsure about something, they will not only post in GitHub issues, as you're about to see, but they will tag community members as well, asking for feedback and comments, which I think is fantastic, and it really moves things forward. How to do it right? Oh, you want to do this? Hello, are you here, Janelle? Mute.
Oh yes. So I think
tell us about your document.
Oh, yes, for sure. So I think, as Mashari said, there were things that we've learned on the go, and it's been a huge learning curve for us also as a team and, working with OpenStreetMap. But I think one critical thing that we thought was really important is to be able to, communicate what we have been doing. So that's why, and also, like, I think OSM as an ecosystem is developing, and with so many corporates coming in and place. And I think we stress on the fact that we try to keep our wikis updated. We have our processes, like what are we working on? And I think post that, I think Mashari will take you through the GitHub aspect, and we'd love to hear his perspective as to how he feels as a community member. But we have the guidelines, what we're doing. Each of our team members, whoever is working, we do specifically mention that they're working for Grab. We have dedicated pages. We try to keep them updated, so the community knows that this is what is happening. If they have any concerns, we can get back. We have guidelines.
That is happening. You broke up.
Oh,
once the community knows this is happening.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think it's the internet. So, as I was saying, that we try to keep our wiki page and all the related, like the public related communications as as much as up to date as possible. One, because the community is looking towards it. Two, because we want to ensure that all of this is communicated, and the folks who are working on it also are publicly visible. So if there is any feedback, we can address it as fast as possible. And here we just try to document all the processes so that if there is something that's missing, because as Mashari said, that communities are very different. Something that works here might not work in a different process. So to ensure that we have that publicly available, so in case there is something that's missing, we can get feedback and we can incorporate it.
Yeah. So just to elaborate on that a little, I think initially we had a conversation, right? When you posted this document, and the quality check was something like you went for 95% or 90% accuracy or something like that. And I did the math. I said that this is not this won't work for us, because the 10% means that I can't ride my bicycle to a destination anymore, because it keeps routing me through a wall. And even though you can't hit 100% realistically, but it's important to aim for the 100%, right? Because this is like critical data, and that is one of the key things that takeaways that happened because this document was shared.
Yes.
And it was a big concern, and it fixed a lot of problems. I think. Please continue.
Yes. I think this is specifically that I wanted to share. I think as Mashari said, that it can't be 100%, but aiming towards it and ensuring things at our end and processes that catch hold in case there's something that's missed is super important. And I think one thing which plays a vital role is an active community, because in case we have a question, it's just easier to reach out to them. We can hold, and once we get a common, like on ground context, then we can go ahead and make those changes, or or ask the individual to help us make those changes, whichever works better. Because as I think a lot of folks said, that data is complex and it is very local, so it is important to collaborate and work together on that.
Yeah, and it's also good to have the list of people who are involved, so we know who to contact in case that there's a problem. And there's also good that Janelle is the single person who's responsible as well. So there's like one person whom we can go through if all else fails, right? And that's fantastic. And she has been wonderful and responsive. I want to add to that.
Thank you so much, Shari.
Acknowledge that. Now, so this is the interesting setup. So there's mapping improvement in map data in cities of Thailand, right? And we have all the general information about this. So this is where the process starts. So I have started coming in and making some posting some questions, and this is some of the map quality issues that cropped up. Like case 1, case 2, case 3. Now initially there was I think that there was a bit of a problem here. Let me go down and check. Yeah, so I made a proposal, right? I made a proposal to split these up, and then and to specify the way, and all this in order to save the time from the community, because we're not paid to do this, right? And we don't have the resources to allocate. However, paying the community to help out is actually a very good idea and keeps the community well sustained. So, so there was some feedback and to my feedback, and it was all good. So this is how it had turned out. We go into each issues. There's a reference of the main issue, which is great because then everything is linked up. There's the case, there's a description, there's the way, what is happening, and then I make comment, Paul makes comment. And you see over here, there's like CC me. So I get the notification. Grab doesn't assume anything about me getting a notification. They actually mention me so that I can come in and help. And so this is fantastic. Like we then use basically the standard GitHub workflow, and we close one issue at a time. And through this learning process, Grab's processes improve, and improves in such a way that, okay, like there's still some things that are mapped, and we go, hey, that's a bit odd, but it's a mistake that we could have made as well. So I think that things have improved with this rapid feedback cycle. Things are great now. There's just a couple of pending issues, as I mentioned, expectation of quality from community and directed mapping, and also the community values, right? Many people approach it in an artisanal way, other people industrial. We're still trying to find the right balance for this. And also corporate motives, right? I mean, frankly speaking, has an employer, and they respond to their shareholders, right? And ultimately they can pack their bags and leave. And also they're legally obligated to to benefit their shareholders. So there is always a conflict, and there's always a sense of, what is happening? Why are you guys doing this? What is your ultimate motive? And what if we get stuck at the wrong end of that motive? Janelle?
Yep. So I think one thing that I'd want to add, and I think the GitHub issues primarily help us in this way, is that one, we're documenting them. Two, in turn, it is helping us improve our entire process when it comes to learning about mapping, right? When it comes to each region, and we try to do this not just specific to Thailand, but all the other communities as well. Like we try to help, seek help from the folks who are active and who have been, and who understand the local data very well. And I think these are some things which we ourselves remind ourselves, and also the team, is that every community is different from other, and we do a lot of research on which channels they use, where are active community members, who can we reach out to. And the primary thing that we realize as English is not a native language. So sometimes, there are folks who would like to communicate in their native language. So we also try to, get through that aspect. And then, as I think we said, that nothing is perfect, but I feel that this is a very amazing example of saying that how we could work together with open communication, documentation of anomalies, because sometimes, like, even when we reach out with issues, there are folks who didn't know that, oh, this existed. So it is really amazing to see how all of us can come together, resolve that issue, and then basically make the best map of the world, which is what OpenStreetMap is aiming to be. And I hope it is already in that path.
Yeah. So here are happy faces, happy community members working with Grab, and hopefully that this collaboration can continue into the future. I think that we've made some very good progress, and we would like others to learn from our experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you to both of our speakers. This has been very insightful. I'm glad that this facilitative, adaptive process has been so successful for you all, not only for your own organization's needs, but it's been very helpful for our OpenStreetMaps, and I think it's a very good model for other communities to follow. No questions in the shared notes, but I did have a quick question, and that's to both of you or either of you. How much do you think the existing culture of the OpenStreetMaps community and its insistence on this precision and data played into this need to have this facilitative process? Because often we'll see companies come in and struggle, but they don't have to deal with such necessarily accuracy. They're able to kind of figure things out as they go. Do you think that you may have had an easier journey if you were working in a different community other than OpenStreetMaps?
I don't know. Mashari, do you want to take, or I do have?
I think it really depends. I mean, we see, for example, examples of people submitting patches to the Linux kernel, right, and getting quite badly burned by Linus Torvald. So I think that each community has its own idiosyncrasies. I think some communities make it very easy to contribute to, like, for example, Python community. Fantastic community. Everything is very very straightforward there. Others, not so much. I think OpenStreetMap is more artisanal, and also we have been bitterly burnt by director mappers who have come in as a huge team, made edits all over the place, and disappeared, leaving the community to spend countless hours or days of manpower cleaning up rather than mapping fun things. So I think all this bitterness has sort of compressed and exploded all over in this scenario.
So I guess you could say, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just bringing in another perspective here, right? Like, I think, like, would it be different for another community? I'm not really sure, but I do feel that, working in collaboration with the community has its own benefits, especially on the accuracy front, because in the end, the organization or a corporate or a company is also looking for that accurate data, right? So I guess both like community and the organization are aiming towards it. When it comes down to, yes, the communication, if I speak as a community member, like someone, like, as I think in the chat you mentioned that it was intimidating to map because it is very complex. And when I started when I put my first edit on the map, I was freaking out because I mean, I wasn't a part of any corporate, I was a community member, but it is intimidating because it's complex data. Not everybody understands it, and that makes it harder for anyone to come in. So I think, playing, it is a good thing that we have someone to keep a check on, because that helps us, strive better, get better, and in the end product is going to make both the parties very happy. So
Cool.
I feel, sorry, yes, Mashari.
No, sorry, because we're out of time. Just quickly, like, if you want to see how much attention to detail people really have, you should see how they do maps in Berlin. Park benches, trees. Every single thing is mapped, right? It's a great community, and the accuracy is what makes us really special as compared to the other maps out there, and it's also what makes it really useful. There are shortcuts that I can take on the bicycle routing with OpenStreetMap, because these are the shortcuts that I discovered on my own and have mapped. You can't see them from a satellite. You can't see them from anywhere else. And so there's a really thin line between high accuracy sort of micro details and making a mistake on the on that. Right? It's difficult to verify.
Well, great insights from all of you. Thank you both for your experiences and your hard work and sharing that with us. We're going to move right ahead to our next session. We've got, speaking of Python, we've got an excellent workshop on Python for beginners coming up. So we'll take a quick moment to reset and be back with you in about 90 seconds or so.
Thank you very much.
And hi, Kishan. Can you unmute your microphone and get your camera activated just to make sure everything's ready to go?
Hi, Michael. Can you hear me?
Can hear you fine. Yes, you are.
Can I switch on my camera?
Yes, feel free. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Can you see me?
Great. Looks perfect.
Okay.
All right. We'll get started in about 30 seconds or so. Are you planning to share your screen for this one, or slides?
Yeah. Slides and a document.
Okay. You should have access there at the bottom to do that at your screen. I'll do a quick introduction as soon as our live stream comes back and joins us.
Okay.
And welcome back. Once again, a big thanks to our speakers so far this morning. It's now time to do some hands-on exercise for both our minds and our fingers. So I hope you all are ready and focused. The next hour, we're going to be learning Python for beginners. Now, I've got a secret to admit. I've been working in open source for over 20 years almost and have never actually had any formal Python training. So I'm super excited to finally get some official personalized training along with you all from a real expert, Mr. Kishan Golapalli. Kishan is a Microsoft certified trainer and a Microsoft certified Azure data scientist, and has over 20 years of industry experience, several large corporations. And he currently heads up data science and AI at Lethon Academy. So I'm certain that he's going to do a great job for us beginners today. So as a reminder, if you've got any questions during this next hour for our workshop, please drop those in the shared notes tab over on the upper left of your screen. And you can also use the public chat if you just want to talk to others in the room, or if you have an urgent technical issue that might stop things from moving forward. So for now, without any further delay, let's welcome our instructor, Kishan. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Good morning, everyone. So hope you all can hear me loud and clear. So today my agenda is to introduce to you all about a very popular language which is being used nowadays. Last time we used to have C, C++, or the other programming languages, but now this Python has become the hot topic in the market, and especially for those who want to go into data science or go into artificial intelligence. This particular programming is worth. So I start off with my presentation. I share my screen. So my agenda here will be, I'll explain you a little bit of basics into Python programming and some functionalities and some conditionals. And I give you a very quick overview on how to visualize data using Python programming. Okay, so the very first thing is, how do you understand this programming? Is it a paid software or is it an open source and everything? It's an open source. It's free for us, for everyone. You can install it via anaconda.com. The link is given, and it's also from Azure Data Studio. For those who are Microsoft people, we use Microsoft Azure Data Studio. And for the rest of the world, everyone use Anaconda. Okay, so but of course, I'll be showing you the whole programming in Anaconda now. So you can, it's very easy way of installing once you get into touch with this. Now, instead of showing my slideshow, what I thought was straight away if I can give you the hands-on of it. So I show you my hands-on. This is where, which is called Jupyter Notebook. And if you can see my window here, there's something called as Anaconda Navigator. Once you install, there'll be an application for you called Anaconda Navigator. And then here you got many options to write your Python programming. You can write it in Jupyter Lab, or you can do it in notebooks or Spider. Regularly, almost some 70–80%, we all use this something called as Jupyter Notebook. It's a web-based, interactive, and everything is very fine for us. So I'll be launching it. So when you click on launch, what we get is a folder where all your programs are there. And then I have to create new Python 3 notebook. What we call is all these as is not program. Of course, we are writing programming, but the terminology, what the whole world we are using is notebook. Why is that the terminology called notebook? If you see my programming, this is all my programming, because now I don't have time to write the programming. Okay, so why the main word, why is it called notebook? If you can see here, there is something called as insert cell, and there is something called as a copy paste and all this. So here in this notebook, you can write the coding, you write some document, you can write some documentation. So which means there's something called as insert cell. All this, the rectangular box, is a place where you write programming, also called Python programming. Okay, so to introduce, let's say for example, any programming, if I give you a hash, meaning these are all called comments, which means, let's say for example, I write my program and I want to run it, but I don't want to few lines. Let's say I only want to run this statement. I only want to run print statement. So I just say as a syntax print, in the bracket, I give my statement puts and I end up the bracket. But what about all these? What about all these? These are useful for your comments, documentation. Because maybe now when I explain you, it's very simple, or you can get it. But later, the same code or same functionality, you want to understand it after a few months. After a few months, maybe after a few months, you may not get that functionality, the idea of it, right? So what you can do is you can write notes. All these are the notes. This rectangle box is for coding. Hash is used for comments. And then print is useful for displaying any text. So what I'm doing first program, usually the word every first program uses is hello world. If anyone heard about it, if anyone heard about it. So I don't want to run this line now. So what I can do, I can put hash. So simply what I can say is print hello world. So in this cell is your code with the comments also, okay, with your notes also. So that's why it's called notebook. Now, how do I run this, or how do I check it? There's a run button here. There's a run button. So you can run that cell, you can get the output. This is your output. This is your output. So the print statement is used to print any statement. So I can now print welcome to FOSSASIA Summit 2021. So I can run, I can get it. If I want to print both the two statements, I can get all, right? So keeping this in mind, we'll now go through some of the coding part. Now, when I say print hello world, it's a static text. It's just printing, hard coding. What if I want to store this so-called hello world or welcome or whatever it is into a placeholder? Into a placeholder. That placeholders, we call it as variables. The most important part when you come into introduction to any programming, be it any programming, of course now Python programming. So the placeholder where you can store any text or any number is called a variable. We got character variables, we got integer variables. Character variables can store all the alphanumerics, and my numeric variable will store all my numbers as usual. I mean, the word itself is telling you, right? So now let's say, for example, I'm creating a variable name, you create ABCD, whatever it is, you can create. So I create a name called workshop underscore name underscore enrolled. Why am I giving this underscore? Why just give it underscore? It works. But in programming language, to make sure you understand each word clearly, we give these underscores. See, if you see this name, workshop name enrolled, but it's all jumbled together without any spaces. Okay, if you want to give spaces, if you want to give space, will this run? Will this run? See and run? Can you see? If a variable name is this, you get a syntax error. So invalid syntax. Syntax meaning how to write the codes. So a variable name cannot have spaces. So if I don't have spaces, it's not really understand. That is the reason we give underscores. Okay, so workshop name enroll. You all enroll into Python programming hands-on, right? So I just give a name there. But I don't print it and just it. This Python programming is stored in the workshop. If I don't print it, I cannot see the display. So what I have to do is I have to say print this name, workshop name enrolled, right? Just now here you printed the whole text. This text is holder called workshop name enrolled. So I printed it. So run it. So it's printing me the programming. Okay, so like that. Another way. So what is this variable? is this a character variable or a numeric? So this one is a character variable or a string variable. Now, if I can check the integer variables or numeric variables, I can have some numbers, my handphone number or the number of students enrolled for this particular workshop. Okay, so my variable name is NO underscore students underscore enrolled. So print it, you run it, you get the 30. How much is the duration part? I'm only given 55 minutes only. All right. So all these are the variables storing it. If you check that type of it, or what is it a character or is it a number? If you can see, 55 is the duration. Is it a number? Is it a string? To check out called type of. So type of meaning, he'll tell me whether is it a number or a string. So I gave here type of duration in brackets. So telling me on it, he's telling me it's a string. Of course, it's a string, right? 55 MINS is a string. So all this is just introduction to a variable part. You stored it, fine. What if you want the same Python programming to be given by the customer or by the end user? See, whether you print it like this or you store it in a variable, it's still not dynamic. It's still not dynamic. What if I can use it from the input of the customer? What if I want to use it from the customer angle? Ask the customer, what program did you attend or what workshop did you attend? Ask him, then user one option, say, okay, Python programming. Another person say machine learning. Another person say artificial intelligence. So now it's based on the input, your display changes. So to get it, there is some function called input of. So before this, you have to know something called as functions. So our agenda here, not only the basics, we will also go into something called as functions. Now, let's say, for example, I have a piece of code which I have to execute every day, or it has to be reused many number of times. Same code, let's say A plus B. I want to add or I want to count. Let's say now in this workshop, same user is attending 10 classes, let's say 10 sessions. I want to count how many number of sessions a particular user has attended. Okay, I have to count and then give the number, right? I have to do the same thing for every user, right? Or enrollee, right? So the same code has to be executed every time. So if the same code has to be executed every time, I cannot go up, I cannot copy and come down, I cannot copy paste. I can copy paste, but it's not performance-wise not worth. So functions are created for reusability. Same code, any number of times you can use it. And these functions, of course, what is this this rectangle box just now I told you it's a code, right? Now I want to keep on writing text, notes. I don't want it to be a coding cell. There is a drop down menu here. I can make it as a markdown. So this guy If I run it also, see here, it's just nodes. This cannot be executed. So again, I double click on it. This is all my nodes now. So two ways of cells or two types of cells. One cell is where you write all the code with the comments, with the hash comments. But if I want to write many nodes, I can't keep on writing in the same code, right? So I switch over to Markdown. So here I'm writing functions are created for reusability, right? And who created it? Sometimes system created it. Sometimes system created it, and sometimes user also can create it. User created functions. User created functions. So which means there are some standard defined functions which you can leverage on it. So those, out of those, such type of functions is what we already used called printf. It's a standard function. We are just using it. Type of, it's a standard function. We used it. Now we are using input of. What is it useful for? Is asking the user, can you enter something? So what's this? Please input the workshop you are enrolled in. Whatever he enrolled, he inputs, he goes and stores into the placeholder called workshop name, and that you print it. Okay. So I run it. He's asking me, okay, I can say Python programming. I press enter, it's printing me. Again, I run. Now machine learning. So now it's dynamic. Whatever you input, it's displaying it. Whatever you input, it's displaying it. So this is a function where we can use it to accept user entry. The same way, what's your workshop 2? Please input the workshop before you visited this workshop. Something like that, anything. So then again you run it, and then you can say machine learning. Machine learning, or whatever it is. So every input is stored in a placeholder, and that input changes based on your user entry. Okay, so I can run all this like this: workshop 2, workshop 3. So now I want to check. Here I say again machine learning. Now what happens is, every time just now when you enrolled, when I click on this, when I run it, if I say machine learning, it's all in uppercase, lowercase. If you can, I zoom it. What I'm entering is, it's all in lowercase. When I enter, is all lowercase. I press enter. What's your output? It's also in lowercase. What if the user is inputting up a lowercase? Automatically it has to convert into uppercase and display. Or at least the title, the first letter should be in uppercase, something like that. So I can also use some standard. The standard function here is, after you finish up this input statement, you can say dot title of, if you want to have the first name, first digit as a first character as uppercase, or you can say uppercase of, actually. So upper of meaning he will convert the whole thing into uppercase. So I run it. I say machine learning, all in lowercase. I press enter. It's converted into uppercase. Okay, so like this we can leverage on the standard functionality. So print we used, type we used, input we used. We used title of, we used upper of, there are some more, lower of, all these. See now, instead of showing you in a slideshow, I'm writing down everything in this notebook so that in future, I can save this notebook. If I can give it to you or anyone, it's with the documentation, with the comments, with the code, and with the output as well. All four are in this notebook. So that is why nowadays programming, it's not in the slideshow explanation, it's in the notebook explanation. So that everything is in the notebook, save it and give it to the learner. They can understand everything as a flow. Instead of jumping here to the slideshow, then again coming back here, instead of swinging around, everything is here in the notebook. Okay, so now all these, what we have seen is system defined functions. What if I have to create a user defined function? Right? So if it is a user defined function, before going into that, there are some aspects what you have to understand as conditionals, something called as. So here in our agenda, not only functions, we also have conditional statements. So let's say, for example, I write my own function. I want to write my own function. What my own function meaning? My own function meaning, let's say for example, I have a new cell here. So here in this place, I want to create a cell, and then I convert this as a markdown. I want to write some. So here I can say functions. What functions? User-defined functions. For user-defined functions, you first have to create the function and then call the function. You had to create it and then you had to call it. Just now we were using standard functions, right? What are we doing? We are calling them. We never created it. We are calling them. So, but now for all the user-defined functions, we have to create it and we have to call it. So how to create? The question is by like with the keyword called def. Def. This is a function creation starting, and this is the name of your function. Any name, display off or whatever it is. I can give bracket and then colon. Very important thing is after the colon, see my lines where I've written, it has to be like this, meaning it's at one tab after the first line. It has to be in this lining only. The terminology what we call is indentation. If you run like this, the system will give you unexpected indented block. So what's the error? Indentation error. My indent. So all this is called indent. So it has to be in that particular one space after. So I print this. I print this. And then once I want to end my function, it's nothing but you just come down to the leftmost part. Whatever which is inside here is the function. After this, when you come down, when you press backspace, meaning what? Function is over. So that is why I've written here, coding of the function ends when we press backspace, meaning it's here now, my cursor, and it's the end of the function creation. Now, how do I call it? I have to call it with a function name, right? Obviously. So this is my function name called display. So I just say display off. So now you run it. What happens now? This is the one which is called now, display off. Then it goes up. Whatever is inside the print, it prints. This is what is printed. So instead, if you want to ask any inputs inside it, Yeah, also can. Here, I create another function where what is the workshop price, just in case if they want to find out. What workshop did you attend? What is the price of it? So here, if I want to get the input from the user, I told you, right? It's input of. So please input the workshop you attended and please input the ticket price. Print it. Print it. So what's my function name? My function name is workshop price. So come down here. This is the calling of the function. Whenever you see DEF, it's creation of the function. Whenever you see all this bracket of, meaning it's calling the function. So you run it. I'll say, okay, I attended machine learning and the ticket price. Then I'm getting my. So all this you can do your own functionalities. Sometimes the input or the output should be displayed based on what you inputted, which means my output should depend on the condition of an input. If I input machine learning into another room, let's say, if you enter Python programming, you have to go into another room, right? Main hall or whatever hall. So it's all conditional. Everyone cannot come into same room, same timing. You are in the main hall and 11 to 11:55 only Python programming. So there's a condition, right? After 12 o'clock, there's another one. After 1 o'clock, there's another one. Conditional based. So all 11 o'clock students will go into Python. All 12 o'clock students will go into some other speaker. So if I have to give some condition here, I user some value. If the value is a number, and if you can see here, we are again using some standard functionalities. If it's a number, okay, is digital in a standard functionality, a standard function, right? So print, okay, fine, very good, you entered a number, or else. And see the statements here again, whenever you see the colon, the indentations, can you see? It's one space. So you check it out. I enter 34. So he should say, you inputted a number, very good, and he should skip this. He should skip this. Okay. So again, maybe it's not a number, right? Please input only numbers. Let's say, for example, in any application where you are entering your handphone number, PIN code, it has to be a number. So immediately it pops up, please input numbers, please input numbers. This is only when you want to have a single condition. If you want to have some multiple conditions, I gave an example called WebGeoga rainbow colors. If the customer enters V, do something. If the customers enter I, do something. It's what now the program is for. You came into Summit 2021 FOSSASIA. If your timing is 11 o'clock, go to Python programming. If your timing is 12 o'clock, go to some other programming. If it is 1 o'clock, go to some. It's all conditional based, right? Multi-conditional. So similar way, I've written here, I used another function called starts with. I'm asking the user to key in rainbow color and making it uppercase off. So I'm checking him whether he's entering V or I or B or G or Y or any other things other than this. He will print me, please input only rainbow colors. So what am I checking with? If it is starting with V, if it is starting with I, print this, print this, print. And the multi-conditional, see there, elif. If you have seen some other programming, it's else if. But in Python, it's elif. Okay. So when I run this, if I say V, he'll give me violet. If I say G, he'll give me something. But if I say L, which is not inside it, you should give me, please input only rainbow colors. Please input only rainbow colors. So all these are conditionals. If it's a single condition or a multiple condition. What if I want to combine both these two? Meaning, I don't straight away go into this line. I want to check whether he is inputting a number or a character. If he inputs character only, then only go into these lines of code. We call it as nested functionalities or nested conditionals. Maybe in your case, only when you registered, you are allowed to access all the rooms. So you access all the rooms, but what room? 11 o'clock is this room, this room. So on top of that functionality, I put another functionality called, first of all, check-in. Check whether he registered or not before giving him all the classes or before giving him all the room schedules. So first registration and then only room allocation. In room allocation, only what you registered for. So it's nested conditionals, what we call. So we can also do nested conditionals. And in this picture, see, I inputted the rainbow colors. I'm asking him to input rainbow colors. Now in this rainbow color, first I'm checking whether is it a character or not. Then only, okay, print good, it's a character, fine, very good. Then only you check whether you inputted a character, but at that character, is it a V or I or G or B or whatever it is. See there, you have nested if statements. If within a if within a if is called nested. So if I don't enter alphanumeric, let's say, I just press on, please print only alpha. So what happens now? He won't go inside this at all. Straight away you are checking at the beginning. If he registered, not registered, don't give any access. That's it. Don't give him any access. So that is what this nested functionality is. Right? So now we'll go to the most important part of the visualization. All those what we discussed is all about the functionalities and a little bit of introduction part. Now, when you want to do big of initialization or visualizations, we have something called as packages. We need to install all these packages. There are plenty of packages in Python where we can do wonders. One such wonderful package is pandas, not the other panda. Huh? So pandas. So what is this pandas doing? He is the one who helps us in visualizing. Chart. We can draw some charts. We can draw some visualization charts. Right? So we are taking an example of the COVID-19 dataset. So where in which we have some dataset from country, from all the countries, and then we have some field called cluster. And you remember last time in the last year we all got, we used to get in WhatsApp, right? The cluster 1, cluster 2, cluster 3. All the clusters, some lodge, some dormitory, some shipyard, some church. We used to have all those, remember, the last year. And then I have some fields with isolated and who are in hospital. We have 4 fields here. 4 fields coming from the data set. And then using this PD, if you can see my line here, I'm importing a package. I'm importing a package and then I am giving a shortcut for it as PD. So whenever you want to use pandas, you can start with PD dot, PD dot, PD dot. It's like accessing whatever which is inside pandas. Whatever meaning what? Many functions. Many functions in pandas. Just now we were talking about function, right? If you created some 10 functions, 100 functions, and all these functions have to be used in your program. You can package all this and you can use it. That is what it is. Now this pandas package is having many functionalities, out of which the functionality, one function is data frame. Data frame. So you want it in an order, in a table format, right? So you get the data, and then you create as a data frame to see in a tabular format. If you see in a tabular format, right? Okay, from country, from these clusters, these are the number of people still in hospital, these are the number of people still in isolated. I can see it in a tabular format. But then there are some clusters here. XYZ lodge, of course, I didn't give you the correct lodge, it's just for the example purpose, right? There are XYZ lodge, there is 1, 2, 3 dormitory. What if I want to group them? I want to group them. By dormitory, how many number? By the lodge, how many number? By the yard or shipyard, how many number of patients you have? So I can access each and every field by df.cluster. What is cluster here? This is one of my column here. You all know about Excel field, Excel, right? In Excel, what do you have? You all have rows and columns. The first row is all your fields, right? I can access that particular field. df.cluster, this is my data. This is my data. But now I want to have a cross tab. I want to see what exactly is all about. So pd.cross tab again. Again, what is this cross tab? It's a function in PD. As I told you, this PD pandas have many functions, right? You want to use the function, you are using pd dot cross tab. So when you run this, I'm getting the number here. What number? 1, 2, 3 dormitory. The count, there are 2 counts in your data set. XYZ lodge, there are 3 counts. Go up and see. Go up and see how many are dormitory. 1, 2, 3 dormitories. 1, 2, 3 dormitory, there are 2 variables or 2 times it's given here. So the same way, if you want to see a cross tab between the cluster and the country, each country wise give me country wise display. So here 1, 2, 3 dormitory, there are 2 countries here. Whoever isolated, those people are from China, the blue color is China, are from Malaysia. Those who are isolated or affected in the hospital from 1, 2, 3 dormitory. And then from ABC Church, all those people who are affected are from India. And then XYZ Lodge, those who are affected or in the hospital are from the yellow color, meaning they're all from India, and the red color, some of them are from Singapore. So which means this PD is giving you very many exciting functionalities where I can draw just in a the whole visualization comes in. One liner, everything, whether you want a bar chart or whether you want a horizontal, vertical, everything you want to group by. Okay, so all this you can get it. And finally, if I want to read the CSV file, because sometimes customer gives for me in CSV file or for me in Excel file. So again, pd dot read CSV, pd dot read Excel file. So when I run this, I can get the data. But this data is many rows, right? The whole year, starting from 23rd January 2020 until now. If you take it, there are many rows. I don't want to print all the rows. I can just say head of. Again, there's a functionality, df.head of. He is only printing 5 rows because just you want to test it out, right? Whether am I able to access the data set or not. So you can access the data set by read underscore CSV. If your data set, your customer gave you an Excel file, read underscore Excel. Read underscore Excel. Then you run it. Again, it's just testing purpose, right? You're accessing it. Then get the head of it. You only will get 5 records. So like this, there are many, many wonderful packages where you can leverage on, and that is how Python became very, 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 very popular. So all about my agenda on conditionals and visualization, and some of the visualizations I showed you on COVID-19 data set. Okay, so I stop and I can take up any questions what you have. Hope you understood, hope you enjoyed. And before I finish off, so all these slide shows, whatever I showed you in the Python notebook, all these are there. And if you're more interested in Python, or if you're more interested in machine learning, you can please scan this QR code. It's our Lithan's QR code. Okay, so you can scan this, and then you can know more about the Python programming. And if you are looking to upgrade your skills, you can speak to Skills Future, Singapore Skills Ambassador. There's they have a team of people who's helping you out to fill up your gaps, and gives you some tips and advices as well, how to kickstart your skill search, right? So what's the team doing is they give you some personalized advisory and guidance. They discover your goals. What's your goal? They will identify your skills. They will give you the support how to grow up. Or if you want to do in some transition, or if you're going to a totally new altogether. So they'll give you some guidance. They'll give you correct, suitable courses for you according to your background. And of course, they'll tell you about all the grants or all the subsidies what you have. Okay, so please scan this QR code for more information on Python programming or on machine learning from Lithan. So I'm Kishan from Lithan. Okay, and more you can also find out from SSG. There's feedback for us. Okay, so you can know more on your skills. Okay, so I end up now. I can take up some questions.
Thank you, Kishan, and what a fantastic way to get our feet wet with Python. I hope a lot of people have been inspired to start learning some more, start downloading things, testing things out. This is a time for some questions. If anybody has specific questions about how to further get started in Python, we do have one question already added to that shared notes tab, and others should feel free to ask as well. The first question, Kishan, is where can people find more data to work with? For example, if they want to do a data analysis for a beginner, is there a good source for data sets that people can work with?
Data.io, yeah.
Data.io, perfect, easy to remember.
Or you can also build up your own data sets. Or let's say, for example, there's another website called Macaru. Let me spell it correctly. Macaru. There's some website. You can create your own macro, not macaroon. No? Wait, let me. Data set. Mokaru, yeah. Mokaru. So here you can create your own data set. Let's say you have an idea. Okay, there's first field, employee number, employee name, some data you want to have. So let's say it's already having some first name, last name. You can give whatever fields you want, and then how many rows you want, and what you want, and simply download data. He will generate some dummy data set for you.
Very nice. And it looks like on that page it says there's also a Docker image you could download if you want to run it locally. It's a very nice resource. Thank you.
So automatically he gives you, see there, with all the first name, last name, email. You can generate your own data set instead of looking for others, but still data quest you have, and then there are many other data sets, I mean websites.
Very good. Now, another question from the audience: is there any good sources for online courses as people get started with Python? Just simple things people can use to stay sharp and slowly ramp their skills.
Yeah, we have some courses for SSG courses also, or else online courses. We are online, of course. Lithan is online.
So, and my impression is Python is almost universal now. I think everybody who's teaching programming has some offerings in Python. So I think it's caught on so much that you'll find resources on it. Really, where almost most places that you look for resources on learning to code. That also reminds me, another good resource if people are ready to actually try some work on Python and they're a student. The Google Summer of Code program, which is starting up, always has a lot of summer projects for students through the Python Software Foundation. And they have a wide variety of things you can actually start solving real problems with your Python skills. If not this coming mid-year, then even next year. So there's no limit of ways to use those Python skills that you're learning. So keep it up. Keep looking for new things to learn. And there's Python seems like it will treat you really well. Any last minute questions for Kishan before we wrap up? All right. Well, if not, thank you again, Kishan, for teaching us and getting us up to speed. And I feel really empowered to go do some tests of my own now after we finish today. So thank you, and we appreciate your time today. We have about 10 minutes before our next session, so feel free to take a break, and we'll be back here at the top of the hour at noon Singapore time with a session on embedded systems and functional programming. We'll keep our trend of technical content going. So we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. Take care. Hi, Raphael. We can see you, but looks like your microphone is not connected. Can you hear me? Okay, try now. I think you may be connected.
Okay. Hi.
Great. Okay, we can see you and hear you. So I think we've resolved the problems.
So what's the problem? How can
now you should be able to. Are you planning to show slides or share a screen or anything like this?
show slides?
Okay. So you can now use the action button in the lower left, the plus, and upload.
Okay.
Okay, good. See your slides now, and then you have the controls at the bottom of the screen to move forward.
Okay. Well, I spent a lot of time and I did not know. I cannot imagine that if the presentation, if I cannot link to and video together in the second time.
Yeah, I'm glad everything is working now. So very good. We'll get started in about 2 minutes. If you need a quick break or anything, we just wait for the live stream.
So what can the connection problem be? It says it has the error ICE 1007.
My quick look, I think the tech team is looking at it, but my quick look suggested a firewall issue.
Firewall issue?
But
on my local computer, it should not be. I've tried a week ago, and I did not turn off the computer for about a whole week. There's nothing changed.
But whatever you've done between then and now, everything is working fine now. So maybe it was just something cached in your browser or something.
Yeah, it's depend on luck.
That's right, a little bit of luck.
Yeah. Right. Oh, it's good since everything works well now. It's a bit risky. Still, we're here.
Okay, let me restart the recording and check the stream, and then we'll get started in about 30 seconds.
Okay, so where can I find the video record after this session?
Check with us in Telegram, and we can get you that information.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back from our break, and I hope everyone's minds are still warmed up after our last Python workshop, and we're going to continue our technical learning now, this time in the world of hardware and devices, with an overview of the Lambda chip project, which is very interesting. It brings together functional programming and embedded systems. And if you aren't familiar with the concept of embedded systems, well, if you're familiar with the Internet of Things trend that's so popular now, that's entirely based on embedded systems, these small computers that are in all of the many devices that are all around us every day today. So I'm very excited to introduce our speaker. As a reminder, if you have questions during this session or any of our sessions, please use the Shared Notes tab at the upper left of the screen, and we'll try to cover as many of them as we can at the end of this talk. So I'm now very pleased to introduce our guide for Lambda Chip, Raphael Lee. He's the co-founder of the Lambda Chip project and has worked in the electronics industry on robots and unmanned aerial vehicles, and also as a fellow licensed amateur radio operator. So from N2UN, I'll pass it over to BD7NJT. Over to you, Raphael.
Okay, thanks for having me here to have this introduction of Lambda Chip. So I would like to share some background of this whole project and have a short discussion about the IoT devices and functional programming. So nice to meet you here. I'm Raphael Lee. So let's get started. So my topic of this speech is Lambda Chip, a gate between functional programming and embedded devices. I'm Raphael Lee, as he introduced me before. Beyond that, I'm a Linux software programmer. I wrote some code for NVIDIA video drivers for video sensors, and I have several years of background in different kinds of software programming, including C, C++, robotics, and computer vision. Much long before that, I'm an electronics engineer. I design instruments and write firmwares for different kinds of instruments. I would like to share some information about our community, Shenzhen DIY. So it's a software and hardware hacker community located in Shenzhen. It's founded in 2009. It derives from Shenzhen LAG, which stands for Shenzhen Linux User Group. Since a bunch of our people are more focused on embedded software and hardware, and even art, music artists, so we are not a pure software group. So we derived from Shenzhen LAG in that time. We have regular meetings since then, regular meetups. So we have built some projects too. We'll cover them later. So our official Chinese name will be Shenzhen Wild Community, since we do not have any investments from anywhere, so we can do what we want without the control of other entities. So we need to pay rent of the room, so we collect fees from our members. Members are mostly Linux users, developers, hardware engineers, mechanical engineers, and designers, even including designers and artists. We have some interesting projects, which I already leave them in the slides. We have a project called Artanis, which is a web framework wrote with Scheme. We have we have a senior hacker in our community. He is very into software programming languages and functional programming, and he uses a lot of Scheme to do everything. Since I will cover more information about schemes later. And we have some other hardware projects, which we have a project called USB cable cracker, which is mostly done by me and the founder of Shenzhen DIY. So it's basically a hardware device to measure the quality of the USB cable. If the cable is with poor quality, you can cut them. So it's called USB cable crackers. Since nowadays there are a lot of different types of USB cables, from Type A, Micro, Mini, and USB Type C. You need to figure out what's the quality of different cables. So I made this device. Our community really set this device to. We sell them around 40 pieces and earn a little money. And there are some other projects I want to cover. The other one is called Orange Maze. We can take a look at the other slide. It's a it's a device that uses 3 pillars on the side, and you can control the angle and rotation of a flat board. So to let the oranges go from the start to the goal. It's a hardware involved projects, and it also has computer vision inside. Oh, there is something wrong here. I did not. Okay, it finally showed up the third slide. You can take a look at the left down corner of the picture. So it's an orange maze. And these are the community we had in Baishizhou around 2 years or 3 years before. So we have around 100 square meters there. We built our own furniture, desks, and we soldered the desks. Oh, no, not solder. We weld the desks. We have built everything we need in that place. So it's basically factory. It was made of factory, so we can do a lot of things here. We do not take too much care about the damage of this house. We manage them very well. There are some visits with a lot of people, 50 people from different where of the world. We have, and the most important thing for our community is regular meetups. We meet every Thursday before COVID-19, but after COVID-19, we've been through a lockdown, so it's the regular meetup is discontinued, and we have been attended a lot of maker fairs and other events. This is the maker fair we attended in 2019, and we brought our projects there. So you can see that in the middle of the picture there's a desktop which is around the year of 2000. It's used like Pentium for computer, and we've tried to install the software in that period, and we've revived the network and websites from the Internet Archive, so user can have a short experience about what the internet is like 2000, in the year of 2000. On the down right corner of the picture, there's a keyboard which is called the Ultimate Hack Matrix, which is built by me. It's open source. It's free software and open hardware. So it's a programmable USB keyboard. Since I'm a software programmer, so I'm quite picky about the keyboard. We've tried a lot of different keyboards, including the Happy Hacking keyboard, which is very famous in programmers. But I think that is still not enough, so I decided to make my own. And with that kind of intention, finally I made the keyboard. It's called Ultimate Hack Matrix. So this is a photo of us from several years before. And Shenzhen DIY is a very interesting community. Several years before, we have ourselves built up in technical fields. So we've learned a lot in technical software and hardware. And In these years, the goal of our community has changed a little bit. We want to have some influence in the industry, in different kinds of fields. We want to not only provide good engineers to the industry, but we want to build something to change the industry. So Lambda chip is a way to do that. So the idea came around 6 years before. So it's inspired by Mark Philly. He is a professor in Waterloo. No, not Waterloo. Sorry. In Canada, and he's very into functional programming, and he built our software project which can control hardware by scheme. So our Lambda chip is based on that idea. We do a lot of inventions. We've taken modern programming language features into this project. So I want to have a short introduction about the functional programming and the platform of Lambda chip. Lambda chip is a functional programming platform. It offers functional programming in hardware, and we've designed a compiler, virtual machine, and we can run them on different platforms, but different software platforms. The hardware platform we are offering our own. It's called Lambda chip. It's basically a simple, small board with this size, and you can program write the program with scheme here. So there are some basic ideas of the Lambda chip. The first is functional. I will cover the functional programming topics later. Another is it needs to be fast, since it's embedded device. It has a compiler, so it can do a lot of optimizations in different stages of compiling. And it has a lot of primitives which we implemented with C, so it is fast. So we want to use it. Can be some edge devices with a bunch of abilities, a bunch of calculations and data harvesting. So it needs to have some power of calculation. So the fast is our design goal. And this third is it needs to be developed very easy. So user can use more modern programming skills and functional programming skills to do that. There is a paper saying that with the language of scheme, the develop time for programmers is much lesser than the matured C language. It should be the source. It needs to easy to use. So we've encapsulated a lot of APIs into C, so user can use the scheme to initialize the device. For the length of the code, it's much shorter than the C language. In C language, user needs to configure a GPIO. User need to set the port, set the pin, and set the speed and input or output, pull up, pull down. It's not easy for user to use, but we've encapsulated in that. We've done that job for the users, so user can use the scheme API really easy. And fifth is it supports multiple programming languages. User can use scheme on that platform, and later Lua will be supported, and other languages can be supported too. We can do that later. The design philosophies and trade-offs for Lambda chip is we want the PC to do complex work. For much time-consuming work like compiling and optimization, it can be done on PC. And with that effort, the user and bytecode, the bytecode of the VM can be short and highly optimized, and the VM can run fast, so it can be IoT. Let's look at the next page. So it is a picture showing that with this short code, you can use the LED and initialize the LED and blinks every 200 milliseconds and for 10 times. It's really easy to understand, and the GPL configuration are all done in the background, in the firmware level. Now there are some changes of the API. The GPL toggle, the only thing needs after that is the DEV LED 0 without the number 15. We will explain that in the future documents. It's very easy to understand. You can see that there are no more than 7 lines of code to accomplish our task, a single task. But if the users write them in C, you can imagine how many lines will be there. Much shorter with scheme. So there are another survey in software programming field. It said that the length of the code is related, is proportional to the develop time. So it means that if the code is length, the develop time will be much lesser. So that is the philosophy of this platform, Lambda chip. We can have next. We can have some introduction of functional programming languages. You see the page 6. We can just start. The page 6 is about the functional code. There is a picture on page 6. You can see that the scheme develop time is much shorter than C++ and Java. You can find it on the paper. Okay, let's have some information. Have some short introduction in functional programming languages. Functional programming languages. There are several. There are several factors of functional programming languages. The first is that it's pure function. So it means that if the input of the function is not changed, the return of the function will never be changed. So it's called functional. So there will be no side effect in pure functions. So it's very easy to understand for humans and compilers. So compilers can do a lot of optimization with that kind of assumption. The second is a function as a first class object. It means that function can be passed into another function. So, and the other function the return can be another function. You can take a look at the right side code at the right side. You can see that we define a function of repeat. The parameter of the repeat function is a function. The return is a lambda, the input lambda is x, and it it can be understand that the return of the repeat function in the lambda. This return function will call the function 2 times and use the previous result at the second input, the second function's input, and it is we can see the repeat function will run the function for 2 times, and we here can see define function at 1, and we can repeat at 1. So the return of repeat at 1 is a function, and the function can be called with the parameters 3. So it can be understand that add 1 run the function of add 1 2 times with the parameters of 3. So the return of this function is 5. There will be no set effect. The set effect is some, for example, some global variables be changed, and the I/O values or data transmit, I/O toggles or I/O data transmissions in the code, and the other is lazy evaluation. It means that the code does not run, does not need to be calculated. And scheme supports normal order and applicative order. We can see that this is a short explanation of a set effect. We can see the result of sort L is 1, 2, 3. Sorted L is 1, 2, 3, and 4. And when we take a look at this is a Python code. We can see the L is still 3, 3, 2, 1, 4. And if so, there is no set effect in that function. It means it returns a new list with 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the L remains its original value. But you can see the L.sort had a set effect. The value of L is already changed, so that is not functional. And the other thing is immutable data. That means the value bind into the variable bind into a value is fixed, not easy to change. So it's a bit running out of time. Okay, we would like to share some information about how we build this product and how to manufacture it in Huaqiangbei with the supply chains. We've found two-way technology to make the platform of Lambda chip. We offer software, functional programming, compiler design, operating systems, embedded software, and web services. And we can design and manufacture hardware. And other than that, we offer counseling in IoT and pure software and hardware fields. So it's the first device we made. It's called Lambda Chip Alonzo. So the main feature is a STM32 core with 100 megahertz, pretty strong calculation. And it has storage, so user can store the code in the SD card. The firmware does not need to be burned in another time. So the VM will fetch the code in the SD card. So updates will be super easy, and update the firmware, the program, including the firmware, can be done by insert SD card with firmware or code. So it has Bluetooth BLE, so user can communicate with other devices, and it has a power supply with USB Type 3 or a battery, or with a battery. The current consumption will be below than 7 milliampere, so it can use a battery. User can run the device for a long time, like days or weeks. So the next picture is a real Huaqiangbei. So when I made this device, I've spent a lot of time running between different suppliers in Huaqiangbei. So that is a real Huaqiangbei. You can find a lot of electronic devices, connectors, and everything you want in Huaqiangbei, nearly everything. And in 2020, we have very good profit since a lot of chips are taking a very big price rise in that time. There are a lot of IC out of stock. It has a lot of bad influence in industry. So we've designed our hardware and manufacture them with the Shenzhen supply chain. So the next is what is embedded devices. So it should be devices it can be small, less power consumption, run a long time, and have some connection storage. So this can be IoT devices. It could be easy. There are more and more IoT devices nowadays. For example, charger, smart lamp, power strip, and there are temperature sensors, humidity sensors. It can be put anywhere. Okay, so the next page is contact of me, and we've offered a video for how to compile the firmware, and we will put some other video about how to upgrade the software and write some simple code with scheme. More documents and videos will be done later. And so that is the whole content of today's speech. Is there any questions?
Any questions from the audience? Feel free to use either the public chat, or you can use the shared notes. You can also, if you're interested, you can even turn on your camera and chat with Raphael directly. But Raphael, you mentioned the links there in the last slide. Will you be able to either put those same links in the chat if people want to go have a direct resource to that? I think would be really useful for people. I was also added a link there to the documentation side on the Lambda Chip website. Looks very useful as well. So there's a lot of good information out there, it seems. And very cool project. If people want to do some experimentation, this will be great. Okay, let me check in our notes. It looks like we may have a couple questions for you. So far, how many of these devices have you produced, and can we get it outside of China in any way?
We are already offering this device. You can find the purchase link on our websites. It's already made. We've spent several years to have a small batch of production. So with the price rise and out of stock of ICs, we've just ahead of that shortage. So it's very lucky we had a lot of devices in my room, to be frank. So you can buy it now. You can find the purchase link on our website.
Okay, so go to lambdachip.com, and then there's a buy link at the top if you want to get it directly. And obviously you have the other information available. Another question is, what is the new approach? I'm sorry, the person is still writing. I'll let them finish. This is a question from Kelvin. What is the challenges you faced when developing the devices? And how many iterations did it take until you are where you are now to get to this current product? I presume it wasn't the first time it was perfect. It took more than once, right?
Wow, there's a long story before that. So the idea comes 6 years before, but so it's only an imagination back to that period. So our architect has learned a lot in compiling theory, programming languages, and VM design. And I've learned a lot in embedded operating systems and software programming skills. And we really put time into that is from 2020, just several months before the COVID-19 breakout. So we started like the January in 2020, and in the pandemic, so our architect put a lot of effort to the software. The compiler design is a really hard task. It's much harder than operating systems. So the user can only, based on its knowledge and understanding of the software processes, to have a brief idea about what output is and if it's right. In that period, you are like digging a tunnel without a direction. So that is the most hard part of this project. And it takes several months of the dark period take several months. And after that, the compiler is done. We can have a draft compiler design and functional. But there are still some bugs, but the bugs can be fixed. It's much easier than designing a compiler. Yeah. After that, I think other things are not that hard. I've joined this project in October in 2020, and we've designed like 5 or more iterations of this small board. There are a lot of modifications. You can see that the version before that is Alonso V0.9.0, and it's rolled there, but there are more than 5 iterations of hardware, and that including some customization on the operating system of Zephyr and some other tasks, and the SD card driver, storage driver. So the software and hardware are through a lot of iterations. So shall I go to the second possible outstream technical stuff? Which question shall I go to now?
It looks like I skipped question 2, so that was the one about the new approach for API access.
So APIs, we want to design the API very, very easy. So you can, the API is already updated in this week. So you can find them later. The user does not need to care too much about the schematics to use this device, and a lot of things is done in firmware level. You can check the code and update notes later on our website. So it's happy to see that a new version is coming out today.
So still very active. Things are changing rapidly. Well, we are out of time. Thank you, Raphael, for sharing this project with us. I think there's a lot of interest in these types of projects, and hopefully it was very interesting to those of us here in the audience. Raphael did put a link to where you'll be able to find these slides. So get a bookmark there and come back shortly, and I'll have them available
Wait
soon.
for me to upload. Sorry.
They'll be hot off the press after the session. So keep that link on standby, and his information there is in those slides too, so you can connect with him directly. So please join me now in thanking our speaker, Raphael. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it. Our next session is scheduled for 1 o'clock for 1300 Singapore time. So at the top of the hour, we'll be meeting back here for a very interesting panel with people discussing how corporate sponsors affect open source projects and what happens when those corporate sponsors abandon open source. So stay tuned for that. It should be a very interesting conversation. And also check the schedule for the rest of the day. We have many more very insightful sessions throughout the day. So thanks again, Raphael, and thanks to all of you for joining us. And we'll see you back here in about 20 minutes or so. Take care.
Okay, I'll answer the questions in which room?
Yeah, you can feel free to stay here in the chat.
Okay.
And Raphael, if you're still around, you can feel free to chat with people here.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Karen, you're welcome to turn on your video to test if you like. Okay, we saw you for just a moment anyway.
It was just a test.
The test was successful. And we will be, as mentioned in the chat, we will be restarting the room. And in just a few minutes, we'll ask everyone to open the sidebar, open the gray sidebar, not yet, but we'll tell you when, and then click again on main hall to reload the room. But that's not quite yet. We just had some infrastructure changes happening on the back end right now. So we'll give you the word when to do that, and it'll be just a few more minutes. Hi, everyone. We'll be getting started in just a few moments once everyone's rejoined us over here in the main room.
Sounds good to me.
Thank you again for our last-minute technical challenges. And thanks again to our tech team for their quick resolution of those challenges. We really appreciate our volunteers.
Well, they're doing much better than the ham radio conference last weekend.
We're learning from each other and continually improving. All right, let me make sure we've got Roland, Bruce is obviously here. Karen is here. Andre, we have Andre yet? Not quite. And Harish, I believe I saw too. All right, Andre is here.
Who's the noisy mic?
And Harish, I'll put you on mute for the moment. You've got some background noise there from where you are. Okay, I believe we are all here in one form or another. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce the next session, which is a very fascinating topic that I think everyone's going to enjoy. We have a great group of panelists and a very talented moderator to join us and present our panelists to us. But and he'll explain the topic in more detail, but the essential idea of the conversation for the next hour is the idea of what happens when a corporate sponsor comes into an open source project or a free software project and sponsors developers, maybe pays their salary to work on the project. But then what happens if that same sponsor decides to start producing software under a non-free software license? And what issues does that raise? What can we do about it? What's worked, what hasn't? And so it's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists for today. First, I'd like to introduce Karen Sandler, who's the Executive Director of the Software Freedom Conservancy. She is well known in the tech world as a cyborg lawyer for her advocacy for free software as a life or death issue, particularly in relation to software on medical devices. Next, we have Bruce Perens, who's very well known as the second Debian project leader, and more importantly, perhaps, as the principal author of the Debian Social Contract and the Debian Free Software Guidelines, which evolved into something that most people have heard of called the open source definition. He's also the co-founder of the Software in the Public Interest organization as well. Next up, we've got Andre Rebetich from the Foundation for a Free Information Infrastructure. He's an expert in European digital regulatory affairs. And when he's not busy doing that, his day job is working at a German telecommunications company. Next, we've got Harish Pillay from Red Hat, based in Singapore, a very well-known face around the FOSSASIA conferences from year to year, a FOSS advocate, and has a lot of experience in internet security and development, a tech ethicist, and an internet pioneer. We're very happy to have him in our conversation. And then finally, our moderator for the panel, I'm very pleased to introduce Roland Turner, who's the Chief Privacy Officer for TrustSphere, a member of the FOSSASIA organizing team that we've seen for many years around the events, and a founding member of Hackerspace SG, the Singapore's premier hackerspace. So Roland, we'll turn it over to you to introduce the topic a little bit more and start the conversation. Take it away.
Thank you, Michael. So as with most questions I asked, this one's going to be a bit big. The motivating event was the recent decision by Elastic to change the license under which they make the source code to Elasticsearch available. This is not any grievance with Elastic. It is a sort of fundamental precept of free and open source software that the people who write the code write the rules. It's your intellectual property to do with as you wish. Even if you object to that term, it is still the case that as the author of the code, you get to decide under what terms it's made public. However, there are clearly concerns for the free and open source communities at large when something like that happens, particularly with something that's widely used and widely depended upon. And so there are a few prior examples that we'll touch on later in the panel. So the question that I want to ask have a horrible feeling we won't get to answer it because my panelists have some really amazing ideas that are a bit broader than my question. But the question I want to ask is, what is it that should happen when an organization makes this choice with respect to a piece of software that it publishes and that many people depend upon? What should happen in the community at large? And indeed, what can be done perhaps to mitigate the impact or indeed reduce the likelihood of such things occurring in the future? So those are my broad questions, but my specific questions. My broader interest, like everything else I've ever spoken at FOSSASIA about, and the fact that I'm a ham radio operator, and that I work in privacy, and that I work with makerspaces and hackerspaces, all stem from a fundamental discomfort about the power imbalance between institutions, not just corporations, but corporations in particular, and individuals. So I'm perfectly happy for the conversation to be a bit broader and to deal with these concerns, but I would love to make some progress on the motivating question for the session, if we can. So what I'll do is open with an initial question to each of the panelists, carefully calculated to help them talk about the things that they particularly want to talk about, and then the rest of the session, we're rolling Q&A, including ongoing invitation to questions from the audience. Andre, I'll start with you. In our exchange in advance, you expressed a concern that our focus should perhaps be broader than just licenses, but there's a bunch of other concerns that we can and perhaps shouldn't be concerning ourselves with. Do you want to sort of address that? A few minutes.
Yeah, I would like to.
Sorry, and how it bears on my question, please. I'm perfectly happy to have my question answered, but I sort of open. Here's the. Please tell us what's concerning you, where you're coming from.
Right. I'm very much interested in the larger pictures, and while now licensing under free and open source licenses is mainstream, is like the default choice in many parts of the industry, still it does not always translate into degrees of freedom. And I know that, say, free software dogmatics, they can then quote like the 4 freedoms, but the question is really, does it match the contemporary struggles when it comes to liberties, even of developers? I mean, lots of developers, what are they struggling with? They're struggling with like these App Store reviews of their little apps, the tight controls exercised by these gated stores, certificates you need to buy. And well, as a dogmatist, you can say, yeah, throw away the smartphone, but not everyone wants to do that. And rather, the app stores say, throw away your Electron apps. We don't want Electron's apps here. So where are your freedoms then? And the platform, everything is open source or free software, and still you don't have access to it. You cannot use your own software on your device. And there are areas like car electronics where maybe there are also good regulatory reasons not to enable you to tinker with your self-driving cars, but still these are like the struggles ahead. And on the political side, say on the European level, there was this great discussion on export controls for software. Think of spy tools like the ones used by Finn Fisher, which were very prominent in the Arab Spring. Yeah, open sourcing them would not solve anything or the fundamental problem. And you already mentioned the privacy debate, where we now have commercial models of smart devices, smartphones, based on what critics call surveillance capitalism, where even all sorts of media consumption of users is being monitored. And add to that also, as a contemporary debate, the whole Me Too question of sexually predatory behavior in the workplace, female IT professionals that struggle with their freedom to code, to gather the proper respect and behavior in the workplace. Yeah, and of course, always and ever, commercial viability. The elephant in the room was already put on the stage. It's Elasticsearch now. And yeah, also the conditions to think about where like these original free software concept emerged from, say, privileged environment in academia, where you have persons in operations that already get their paycheck and don't have to struggle for their everyday living conditions. And while free and open source software, they bring a, say, standardization of licensing conditions, and we very much appreciate this. It's also surprising that the whole idea of, say, source code disclosure in general did not take up, or now maybe even receives less traction. I mean, think of the debates around shared source policy, but say for a company like Microsoft, it wouldn't be rational at this stage to say open source or turn into free software their cash cow products like Microsoft Office or Outlook, which would make sense for other reasons. And we also have like the trade debate now, where we have they're like in these e-commerce chapters provisions against source code disclosure, mandatory source code disclosure by the state, which maybe is a very good idea, but yeah, still we have like these provisions against it.
A good survey of the broader concern, and I hope we'll dig further into interventions that are broader than just licensed language. Because yes, I think that you've stated it quite well, that I really dislike the term privilege because it tends to be pejorative, but certainly the very fortunate group who gave rise to free software and later to open source necessarily aren't suffering the same concerns as half to 2/3 of humanity. So there is I think a scope to broaden that. Karen, I had perhaps a more concrete question for you on something other than licensing, but still loyally. So I quite like your the thing you're working on, which I must confess I hadn't actually heard of. So please talk a bit about it. Again, just a few minutes to get us the audience a sense of where you're coming from. We can't do it full justice here, but please.
I want to, but I have to talk about, I have to answer the bigger question first. I hope that's okay. And I want to tie it into what Andre said, which is, I think that traditionally participants in the free and open source software communities have had a lot of privilege. They've had a lot of power. And I think the promise of software freedom was that we were going to democratize technology, right? But software freedom was going to give people the opportunity to customize software wherever they were and to wherever they are, to make it, I could customize the software for my heart device so that it would be okay to be pregnant with a heart device, right? Like the promise of software freedom is that we have that power and that we're going to bring that to everyone. But in actuality, we haven't necessarily done that. Software freedom hasn't necessarily democratized technology. And part of the reason why we haven't done that is that those of us with our privilege have not leveraged our privilege enough in order to make sure that what you described never happens. And we can make sure that it never happens if every free and open source software developer that has the power to do so insists on certain things in the project and the technology that they contribute to. And that goes across the board. One is, copyleft really goes a long way in this. There's, there are a lot of, details to that, but copyleft, certainly strong copyleft license really helps. Making sure that a project has good governance from the outset, that there's a real level playing field. If you avoid aggregating copyrights, because a company that doesn't have all the copyrights can't pivot with their license in the same way. And if you must aggregate your licenses, then do so in a nonprofit that reflects that good governance that you established earlier. So there are all of these ways that we can help keep companies in check, and we should. We also should take a much more holistic approach, like Andre is suggesting, and that's one of the reasons why I co-authored a Declaration of Digital Autonomy with Molly DeBlanc, which is just a first draft, but I'll drop the link in the chat for anyone who's interested. We're taking feedback now, where we must, talk about how all of these, software freedom is necessary, but it is not sufficient. So, I think there are all of these ways. We should never allow ourselves to be in this position, because we have the power to make sure that companies behave in a way that we find acceptable. And where we've been able to exercise that power, we've avoided some of these worst case scenarios. Now, another way that I think that we can leverage that privilege is on an individual basis. And that's what Roland has tipped me off to say, which is that I'm working on an initiative to help developers, contributors better understand their employment agreements, because when you're on their way into a company, you have an opportunity to negotiate that agreement. A lot of people don't know that. And when you do, you can put things in your agreement like, as part of my job, I will be working on free and open source software only, or I get to keep the copyrights of my contributions. It could also be much smaller than that. Like I own the things that I work on outside of my employment, which unfortunately is not the case everywhere. And so these agreements are almost always somewhat negotiable, and people don't know that. And so Contract Patch is an initiative where we're literally writing patches that you can ask for in your employment agreement, but also just to help people better understand those agreements, so that they can negotiate it. And while we're in the process and haven't published anything yet, I have lost count of the number of developers who have said that they have managed to get all of the things I just named in their employment agreement. Not everyone has gotten everything, but many have gotten multiple provisions included. So that's really encouraging.
I think it's brilliant, and I suspect, for reasons that I hope to get back to during this panel, that you may have picked up on something much larger than you realized. That Western society has been here before, and the consequences were spectacular. So I think there's reason to push that. Software licensing might almost end up being a footnote compared to the consequences of what you're describing. Bruce, you are pursuing something quite ambitious, one might even say heretical, and we simply don't have time to do it justice properly here. But I would invite you to express at least two things that I think might help the panel and audience understand where you're coming from. The first was in an email to me, you offered a resource extraction metaphor that for me immediately transformed how I understand what you're working on. I got it in one go. But secondly, you might, very high level, just describe the thing that you are promoting. We'll get back to some of the details, but again, take 3 or 4 minutes now I'd suggest for those two things.
Well, let's talk about the resource extraction thing, because I don't think the audience understood that. And what that is the way that business approaches open source is from the paradigm of a resource extraction company. So these would be companies that mine or cut down the woods to make lumber, etc. So they have a public resource, it's not one that they own, which they harvest, and they do the PR. So you'll notice that, for example, the Linux Foundation is pretty much the main entity speaking for open source. And when I look at the list of the steering board of that organization, I see the most exploitive companies of open source steering the organization, some of whom were, for example, infringers of open source licenses, some of whom actually work against the open source community in government and standards. For example, the Qualcomm guy who's on the Linux Foundation board works for royalty-bearing patents in standards. When people like myself, others from the open source initiative are representing open source or attempting to on the same organization and saying we need standards that don't have patent royalties in them. So there's this big tension, and so we need to stop the loggers speaking for the trees. Okay, we're the trees and those companies are the loggers. Now, the other thing I want to talk about is let's evaluate our mission achievement. And Karen sort of touched on this when she said, you know, we don't serve the average person. We really don't. We don't fulfill their needs. We have not liberated them from these exploitive companies, etc. What we have done is we have achieved the goals of business for open source. We have not achieved the goals of people. We have not served the people except for maybe 5% in all the world. And from that perspective, open source is a failure. And when I say open source, free software, open source, same thing. And so I think that we've done a great job for the business world, but we need to pivot. And one thing we should be considering is the initial announcement of the GNU project went out on Usenet. There was no internet. I was at work and I read it. This was in September of 1983. So we've been working on the same thing for 37 years. And we should have learned more by now. Consider there were no cell phones. The car phone took up most of your trunk. The most complicated input device in most people's homes was either a dial or a touch tone pad. There was no, you could not have thought about Amazon eating the lunch of Elastic. And we are still working with the paradigm of 37 years ago. And we need to consider, well, what were our goals back then? And why are we not achieving them? And what comes after open source? Because maybe it's time for something to come out after open source and free software. And that doesn't mean we abandon them. What we do is we preserve them, and we preserve the promises of free software and open source as they exist today. And we provide those developers a way to transition through dual licensing into a paradigm that doesn't have Amazon eating your lunch, that gives freedom and free software to the people we most need to serve, who are individuals, not the richest companies in the world, that sometimes charges the deep pocket companies for things, and that also charges for some abusive uses. For example, embedding our software in digital rights management and performing our software as a service without adding additional value. These are the abusive uses, and some of those developers should be paid for them. And if they were paid for them, they could focus more on helping the average person, because they'd have the money and the time to work on the average person's needs and the motivation. And that doesn't exist right now either. We mostly write software for each other rather than for everyone else in the world. So I have a paradigm I'm working on. It's called Post-Open. And there's a program on YouTube under my name. It's just the first step. Let's
come back to concrete steps and mitigations. I think the stage is mostly set.
Your panel.
Say again?
I can talk for the entire rest of
I know. and as I said, even before I had approached all four of you, I had enough questions to operate for hours. So we will have plenty to cover, but I do specifically want to get into mitigations. So I will come back to you on some perhaps more concrete details of what you have in mind later in the panel. Harish, you have the distinction of being the only panelist who has not turned up with a specific program of change to propose, but you also have a very long involvement in corporate engagement with open source software, and particularly within Red Hat. And I understand you're not speaking on behalf of Red Hat today. Where would you like, you've got a lot of white noise in the background.
Okay, I'm not sure what I can do about it, but let me...
Oh, that improved it? Yes, that's better.
Is it better? Is it better?
Well, it was. No matter.
Okay.
Address whichever piece you like, including my question or not, as you wish.
Okay. Can you remind me what your question was now? So I'm confused of which one I was trying to...
Okay, so the question that motivated the panel was sort of what sort of things should happen. I don't mean what should Elastic do or what should Amazon do or what should anyone else do, but in terms of how we would like to see what are essentially economic relations happen in the event that a major contributor to open source or to one major project decides to cease. We accept the right that they have the right to do so, but what should happen the rest of the community to perhaps deal with that, and perhaps what should happen to reduce the likelihood of future changes or to mitigate their effect.
Yeah, thanks.
But also anything else the panel can talk about. Sure.
Yeah, there's a lot to the three predecessors. They have spoken quite a bit about it, anyways. I guess I'm in a place with a group of people and with a business that is sort of smack in the middle of a lot of the things that is happening, and what we are trying to navigate is the choppy seas of different pushes and pulls of interest, and trying to be as honest and true to the open source ideals, everything that we do to be staying on track. Because so if I take Elastic as an example, as a something to talk about, the challenge with any of these things at the end of the day is that a dependency grows up in a particular set of technologies, and the dependency is now based on, as opposed to, there are two types of projects. So one is like an example of OpenSSL. OpenSSL was essentially a project, a few people initially started, it grew up and got in a lot more people, and then started to peter out because it reached a level of stability and everything was happy until something happened. Then everybody scrambled, tried to figure out and make something happen. Now, there wasn't a corporate entity behind it from that perspective. So that's one type of a project. The other one is Elastic, and all those who have done the same kind of twist and turn in terms of licensing and SSPL and so on. So there is this sense that when something becomes too large, no matter whether it's a proprietary company or open source project, becomes too large to fail, that's when we have a problem. And I think that's where we are in some of these projects, because they are both a project and a corporate entity. And that's part of the bigger problem. And so from a Red Hat point of view, speaking as a Red Hatter, not necessarily speaking for Red Hat, we face this every single day. How do we make sure we are always honest to the goals, to the 4 freedoms of FSF, and yet try to generate a business that is accountable to the customer? So it's a very, very fine line, and it's not easy. I got no easy answers to this. It's a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of understanding and talking to people. And then there will be those who come with a what about this, or what about that. That distracts everything. Let's focus on what we're trying to achieve and move forward in that direction. Yes. Yeah, whataboutism. I cannot handle whataboutism. I walk away from that. I highlight it to them. That's not what we're talking about. Let's talk about just specifically this. How do we do this? And are we doing it to the extent that we claim that we are doing? And what everybody in general agrees, yeah, that's about right. And everybody can sleep well and say, yeah, you're being honest about it.
The model works well for companies that are committed. The fear is, of course, that most aren't, and even those who start out sometimes change their minds, as we've seen, which is legitimate. Yes, I thank you. I hadn't thought about applying the too big to fail metaphor, but that, of course, is exactly why it's a concern. That once someone gets big enough, the fact that they have the power to make the change gives them leverage over people that you might reasonably regard as unjust, even though their individual choices are perfectly legitimate. So that's an intriguing problem. Right, so now I'm going to address the audience for a moment. This is a 55-minute session. A lot of other sessions tend to run for sort of 45 minutes and then have a sort of Q&A session jammed on the end. One of the joys in running a conversational panel is we don't have to do that, and therefore we're not going to do it. Audience Q&A starts now and runs for the next 29 minutes, right up until the end of the panel, which is 29 minutes from now. So what I am going to do is maintain some sort of nominal agenda and to spend roughly 10 minutes each on the objectives or the values that we're pursuing, the risks that we are concerned about, and then finally the mitigations, the measures that we might take to strengthen it. What I'll try to do is reserve more time for the latter, because I know that Karen and Bruce in particular have quite substantial things to say on the latter. So look, my first question then is really, it's a follow-on from the opening, where you're coming at this from. It is, what are the values or the objectives that you see as important for free software, open source software, or indeed post-open software? Karen?
You caught me while I was taking a screenshot to show off that we're having this awesome panel. So hit me again with the question. I was just about to comment on how great you're doing moderating. So.
Don't you just like push one button to take a screenshot? So this is the first of the three sort of general phases I want to take the panel through is objectives and values rather than specific risks and specific mitigations. What are the good things that we're here about? And I'm hoping this is slightly more concrete than the opening statements. Where do you concretely, measurably if we can, what do you think we would like to achieve in the next year, 5 years, 10 years, whatever?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like we're at this inflection point in the free and open source software community where we realize we are seeing our early successes wane, and we are wondering why we have not succeeded as much since then. And I think that a lot of it has to do with the fact that I don't know how to put this in a super nice way, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable. But I feel like a lot of people who were passionate about software freedom saw the promise of it, were people who contributed as hobbyists and as idealists, and then they got jobs and they were in this happy spot. Yeah, and we're at this happy spot where they felt like they could work on the thing they cared about and get a good salary and get paid on it and still push forward the thing that they cared about. And what happened is that so many of those people wound up making small compromises over time, and didn't recognize the fact that the interests of their paycheck were not necessarily the interests of the ideology. And I think we're now at the point where it's simply plain that we can't reconcile those two things all of the time. Like we could never have.
Can you say concretely then which some objectives that we might sort of lift back out of the mud and rethink our compromises on, or abandon them?
Yeah, we need to go right back to ideology. Like, people talk about sustaining open source, but I have never, and it's important that people be able to survive, and it's important that maintainers be able to stay focused and make a salary. I agree with those points, but ideology as sustainability is extremely powerful when people know. So at Conservancy, we hire dozens of developers to work on our member projects every year. And then we also hire around 100 interns every year to work on outreachy projects. And having people who are paid through a charitable nonprofit to work on their free software project is a really powerful thing, because the interests that those developers or those contributors, because they're not all developers, are working for, and the ends that they're working for, are in the public good. And because they're being paid through a charity, they can't make as much money as they might make through a corporate actor, but the roadmap that they're working on is established by everyone, and it is to make the use of that technology better over time for all. And so it's a different way that we can start thinking about it. And I'm proud that we've been doing that within Conservancy. I think we mentioned a whole bunch of things that that I'm working on that are very pragmatic. There's there's contract patch. There's also ethical organizations. I think it's been very powerful to see what's happened at Google with their organizing, and I think that when I was in college, I was sworn into the Order of the Engineer, which is it was started in Canada, but I went to undergrad in the United States. But I swore that I understood that I had an ethical obligation in my engineering work, and that lives were at stake. And I think that if we had ethical societies, ethical obligations, if we thought about the ultimate, and I'm talking in platitudes again, so you asked me not to do that.
No, but I think you've stated something quite concrete, sort of in the verbiage, which was that it is specifically desirable that we have a larger, ideally much larger number of people who are working on stuff that is explicitly ideological, mission-based. There's a few different ways it can be stated, and that their income is structured around pursuing that objective rather than the sort of investment machine mechanism that typically venture-backed but broadly for-profit corporations are built to do. I think that's a really, I hadn't thought of it in quite those terms, but that's a really important answer. But rather than letting it be something that happens along the side, is do it more of it.
And you might make less money to do that, but it serves the public good, and it's easier to sustain over the long run. You're not raising as much money, and then you're also broadening the base. So, you know, I always say, you know, like, see where the money's coming from, right? You look at all of these organizations. I put in the chat the IRS search entity to take a look at where the money is coming from in these organizations and how it flows. And you can see that organizations that are you know, are set up around this kind of model have really good, you know, public support. They're getting small donations from a lot of individuals, and it looks different. The motivation is different. And if we can employ a lot more developers in this mechanism, we'll start to see some really interesting things.
I love people suggesting things I had never even thought of. This is fantastic. Andre, what, again, I'm asking more about objectives than mechanisms at this time, although to the extent that they're inseparable, it's fine. Like, what are the values that you want to see elevated, or the objectives you would like to see pursued over the next, let's say, the next decade?
Yeah, I'm afraid I cannot compete with loggers and trees. That's a wonderful metaphor. And also Karen shared a nice manifesto. Of course, there are lots of manifestos, and I think there should be 1,000 flowers of ideas that people bring forward, and there cannot be a fixed catalog. So let me share a kind of positive view or a positive perspective. And yeah, I'm trying to bring up an iceberg, a positive one, not the one that struck the Titanic. And I would like to stress that the focus on fossil licensing conditions is sometimes a bit of a tip of an iceberg. And when we consider the larger, the unregulated, the non-codified ecosystem that characterizes typical free and open source software development environments, we get lots of things that were not regulated, that were not prescribed. For instance, very simple example, licenses as such do not specify that you ought to have a public bug tracker. I'm working in a commercial software company. Yes, we have support, but we don't have a public bug tracker that anyone on the internet can read. And licenses do not specify that anyone can download the code. Yeah, even free software licenses, they don't say you can download everything from the internet. It just happens. Or even check out the code history.
Several provided as an option, as an alternative to providing to licensees, but yes, very few are saying.
What was it in the, yeah, that you can? Originally it was more in the GPL, even more this shareware model. You can, yeah, get some.
The GPL requirement initially was that you had to either provide the source to licensees or provide a binding offer to provide it on request, which mattered when it was CDs being mailed around.
Or even as a printout, yeah.
Or indeed. Later licenses, possibly including GPL3, a number of them specifically talk about it's a adequate discharge of the obligation to make the thing readily available in a public place via conventional means for download. Those kinds of words. So, but you're right, it's only a couple of licenses that do that. It's not universal. So if I'm hearing you, what you'd like to see, quite apart from mechanism, is that by one means or another, the kinds of things that all look and feel to us like a well-run project, that we can find the people, the documentation, the bug tracker, the source code and the source history, the design documentation, the on-ramping for beginners with simple bugs, all that stuff, that this is a worthwhile thing that we should seek to promote somehow. How we do is a separate question. But is that a reasonable paraphrase?
Yeah, I would say even where companies move back from the more restrictive to more restrictive licensing model, often this kind of open development environment remains. And it's not prescribed. Of course, you can also do free software in a different environment. It just naturally emerges that you have this openness, that you have mailing lists, that you have contacts, that you have forums, etc., etc. Especially when the code gets free. Sure. And if I just go back to this Elasticsearch issue, there, of course, they're changing the licensing model now for commercial reasons. But I mean, forks are in discussion. I know at least that was discussion to put it in the Apache Foundation or the CNCF.
More the discussion. Amazon has done it.
Fork, you know, and maybe other organizations would emerge, say the Free Elastic Foundation, and in Berlin we have the Document Foundation that took LibreOffice, although the Apache Foundation already had taken over OpenOffice under the stewardship, I think, mostly of IBM. So we have these very successful models, but of course there's a discussion about making money with open source to have something sustainable. But in the case of Elastic, it's like I think 430 million per year annual business. So with 4 or 5 million, you can set up a very nice, nice business case for a foundation that continues under a legacy license. So
I think you've come up with something quite clever. That in the same sense that some licenses oblige public disclosure of source upfront, there's also, it's not quite clear how to say it or how to do it, and even whether licensing is the right tool, but also this, it should not be the case that a licensee, particularly a for-profit licensee, can comply by doing a periodic and somewhat obscure source dump. Go back 20 odd years, IBM's Java CC, they got dinged because they were publishing Java code for their Java compiler, but the Java code was not source code. It was machine generated from a high level language, the compiler for which they were not publishing. And so here's our open source Java compiler, but you can't modify it, or you can, but we're just going to trample it with our next updates. And this is what GNU GPL calls the preferred form for making modifications. IBM hadn't shared. So it's a broader format, just the same observation, that if we can establish norms, maybe even licensing obligations, to ensure that the community can't have the rug yanked out from underneath it, which is the usual shape of it, where the corporation has all of the developers, the main contributors, on payroll, then we limit the harm. And I suspect, therefore, limit the temptation. So it works both ways. Bruce, you actually listed a number of obligations. I didn't quickly note them while you, a number of objectives, rather. I didn't quickly list them, but I care to remind us.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question at all.
Oh, sorry. So this sort of phase, I'm trying to get a sense of what the values are, either broad values or concrete objectives.
Okay.
To pursue. And I know a number came up in your opening comments, so perhaps you could remind us.
Oh, okay.
We
need to serve the normal person out on the street, you know, who's not a hacker. And so far, we've really failed at that. And I think that it's fundamental to serving that person that the people who serve them have some way of supporting themselves and feeding their families and making free software. And obviously, we don't want to say, well, here, little guy, you have to pay for this software so that I can feed my family. We want to give those folks freedom. However, when you've got the biggest, most hungry, deepest pocket companies who are making money from free software, I mean, everybody builds their infrastructure on free software. I think there should be a couple goals where they're concerned. First is that they be able to use the software. Second is that compliance be much easier. If you've actually done open source compliance in a company, it is a nightmare today. And what I would like it to be is that you write a check once a year and you send it off. And that is compliance. And Well, how do we do that? Well, we can tell what software you're using. We can do that technically. You don't really have to tell us. You can run a program and it will tell us. And we can, using that, divvy up that check that you've sent among the developers whose software that you're using, and do that for very many people. Now, what should we charge? This is all stuff I'm still working on. But what I'm thinking is that if you collect funds from an end user using the software, you should pay 1% of those funds. And that 1% goes for all of the software that's under the post-open license. And the way it works is if you're an open source developer and you dual license under this license, and there's other software that's only under the post-open license, the license choice is made for post-open for all of that software. And the result is that companies have to pay the open source developer, even though the software is still available under an open source license, if they also want to use the post-open software. And so there's some getting over the hump where this is concerned, because obviously you have to have enough software that it becomes desirable for business to buy into this covenant. Now, I've been in the film business.
We've had variants of this before with dual licensing, that there are ways to facilitate that. It says, you know, there's a very real value there that you've brought up that I hadn't thought about, which is compliance. That if you're able to solve the problem, or a large chunk of the problem, for corporate compliance people, that's real, direct monetary value. And so
they would pay real money to not have that problem.
Yeah,
and potentially the money that I'm talking about. I mean, I have been for 20 years a consultant in this area, and I billed $7.50 per minute working on this for people. So it is expensive. And so another thing that I would do is there are two kinds of what I'd say are pernicious uses. And one is where you perform the software and you don't add value. And the other is digital rights management. Mm-hmm. Those two would not be 1%, they would be 10%. And once you pay, you can integrate with proprietary software. So the biggest thing that these companies want to do, which is to have their own differentiating value protected, they can do. And we need to think about the exchange of value. How do you exchange value in the free software community? You improve the software. Thus, you are exchanging software for software. There are some people who don't want to exchange software for software. Let's give them the chance to exchange money for software, and that will pay us to make more software that we can exchange with the other folks. So
you've pulled out a few things. I apologize, we're into 9 minutes. God, time flies. There's a really big one, which is that we, as a community, need to be serving people on the street who aren't coders. We've monumentally failed to do that, and for that reason, we are merely riding on the back of software in the world. We haven't really thrived as a body of people that serve society. Although,
so I'm 63 today. I would like, before I die, to see the free software community serving the average person. I think that's a reasonable goal for the rest of my life.
I think that's a fair goal for most of us. There's a bunch of others there that I will refer to, well, later in a blog post, I suspect. But the other big one that you've called out that I hadn't thought about in quite those terms is to help corporations, or to allow corporations using free and open source software to sustain the separation of their differentiating efforts, the efforts to differentiate them in the eyes of their customers. And this dovetails nicely with the observation that what free and open source software are really good at, have really excelled at, is the non-differentiating element of technology that's used in the back room, the servers, to plumb everything, rather than the piece that customers can see and buy on the basis of.
So
I think it's a really...
to understand this, read my paper, The Emerging Economic Paradigm of Open Source. It's 14 years old now.
Emergence is an ongoing task. We're now down to 8 minutes. Harish, particular values or objectives that you see as important over the next decade or two, the rest of your life if you wish. I think that's a reasonable planning scope. And you're muted.
Yeah, I would echo what Bruce is saying. I would love to see us do this as a societal objective that everybody benefits from it. But it does. There's this nagging thing in the back of my mind, which was something that I read many years ago, and the title of that was called "I Pencil." It's basically a pencil telling the story of how it was created and how none of us on this panel, and I don't think any one of us that is watching this, knows how to make a pencil. What goes on to make a pencil? The wood, the graph, it's and the ferrule and the rubber and the ink and whatever that needs to go in to make a pencil. So likewise, the software and everything that we depend on is built by somebody else, just how it is. But if I don't have a means to have some sense of understanding and ability to navigate that space, and also to be able to figure out how can I contribute? This is the real problem, because every time I have conversations with people, not necessarily from the IT industry, they ask me about software. They say, oh, you're from the IT industry, can you fix my computer? Why is it that they can't do that? Why is it that there's this huge block? No, I don't know what to do. It's not mine. Somebody else do it for me. Right? So that's where the problem is.
STEM problem. Yeah, I get that one. Unbelievably, we're down to 6 minutes. So I will want to get into mechanism, and I have a specific question for Karen. Jonas, do you mind turning off your camera, please? Jonas, thank you.
Hi, Jonas.
But I did invite, and we have received questions from the audience. So Michael's question actually is related to my question to Karen. Just an open one to the panel, a sort of social observation. In Thailand, having political parties involved in FOSS seems to court controversy, as there is a stigma associated with political parties and politicians. Is that the case in other parts of the world? Any panelist, you want to take that one? Come on, Harish. You know you want to talk about what would happen if PAP was running an open source program.
Well, okay. It's fine. No, it's fine. I mean, just from a production perspective, I ran in last year's Singapore general election in a different alternative party, and I did help with the current incumbent, subsequently won the elections, before the elections, in doing some stuff around the contact tracing app that we have on the mobile phone, to make sure that that particular thing was open sourced and it's available on GitHub. It's on a GPL version 3 license, so on and so on. So there isn't, fortunately, there isn't any negative connotation to doing stuff that way, at least not in Singapore. So I think that is a positive. So I would say, for the person who was asking the question, I think it's Mishari. Yeah, I think we need to have a conversation, if there is a possibility to have a conversation with the folks in Thailand who have this challenge.
Thank you. Finally, I'll ask a two-part question to Karen, and we're then pretty much out of time. The question from our MC, Michael, do we, mere mortals, as individual employees, have any power in the equation as to what our employers ask to do with our open source work? And my half of the question was more to look at what happened during the late part of the Industrial Revolution, when there was an unprecedented shortage of semi-skilled labour. And that gave rise to labour unionism, which then was the engine behind the largest change in human rights in human history. I'd suggest that it's probably too much to ask that programmers of the world unite and do the same thing again, but it also occurs to me this might not be quite as crazy as it sounds. Karen, where are you on this admittedly grandiose view?
No, I'm right with you. Like, first of all, I think the moment that we're at right now is unprecedented, right? Like, I know, you know, we're talking about how Bruce has mentioned quite a lot about how we're not serving regular people or you know, non-developers, and I think this is the first time certainly in my lifetime that everyone understands what technology, like the importance of technology. This is like, after all these years of working in free and open source software, finally those relatives that I see at my family functions are saying, you were really onto something. I thought you were really annoying, but it turns out that you made some really good points, and I stopped using WhatsApp. Or I stopped, you know, I'm good, just, you know, I'm going off Facebook. And, you know, I don't have the right answers right now for to say, like, here are your alternatives that are perfect substitutes that you, or not substitutes, but alternatives that you will embrace and enjoy and will serve your needs. But we have an unprecedented opportunity to create those. Like, the very fact that big blue button right now that we're on is so good, and that I can easily provide alternatives to Zoom for every single meeting that I am ever asked to do is a huge triumph. And so I think we're at this real inflection point. And I think that at the same time, I think developers are realizing that there are consequences to the work that they're doing, and that they have a responsibility to make sure that the technology they work on is not part of the problem, and that they're not forwarding the dystopia that you know, that we're fast finding ourselves in. And so I think, you know, I don't think that it's too much to ask for us to start an ethical movement amongst developers. I know that that traditionally it's been extremely alienating to say, please make software freedom or the principles of open source software or whatever it is, however it is we want to talk about it, that it's been somewhat alienating. But now is the time, because there is a real security argument for it. There is real, and it's tied into all these other issues. It's time for us to not be siloed anymore. And it's time for us to speak up for the ethical nature of our work and the way that software freedom fits into that. Software freedom, free and open source software is not necessarily better, safer, or more ethical, but it gives us a chance to be better, safer, and more ethical. And so I don't think it's, I think you're absolutely right, Roland, when you tie it to other labor movements. And I think this is our time, and I think we can do it.
Thank you, and I suspect that you're right. We have landed right on 5 minutes to the hour, at which point I'm required to give the room back. Michael, are you still with us? While we wait for Michael to appear, huge thank you, all four of you. Even despite the fact that I talked to each of you beforehand, this ground has covered, panel has covered ground that I hadn't anticipated, hadn't thought about. It is great to have panelists who can think beyond what I can. Wait a minute. I've just been told that the MC is off duty and it's all me, which creates an interesting problem. Which means that...
we could thank you, Roland. Thank you so much for moderating this panel. You were excellent. It was a really fun discussion.
My pleasure.
Thank you, Roland.
Ah, thank you. And Mara Hongkuk appeared. I've just understood why Jonah...
Can you see us? Can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear. Loud and clear.
Yes, I'm really thrilled to have the panel here today, and I just want to express my appreciation to all the panelists. And I want to shout out to Ruth and Karen, because it's difficult for you with the time zone, but you still make the time to come here. I know for Karen it's only 2 in the morning. Thank you so much. And also for Ruth, very late in the evening. I really appreciate that you take your time to come and connect with the community in Asia. I don't know how many thank you I should say, but I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for making it even the challenging of the time zone. And of course, Harris, Andre, very interesting conversation. Roland, thank you for putting it up. So we have everything recorded, will be online. I have people asking already for the video. I will share with them at the end of the day. So we release right at the end of the day, and then about a week after the event, we have the video of this session. I will send it to your email as well. Thank you very much. Mario, any final?
Well, what can I else I can say? You already said all the thanks. You understand that we definitely appreciate it, and it's a very important conversation. I think there are many more points to add, and we definitely need to continue in this exchange. I think the important point was that free software and open source is like a lot dominated by some large companies, and even Red Hat brought up, Harish brought up this point. And so thank you very much. I think that's very important. Many other important points have been said. So appreciate it and greetings. So let's continue.
Thank you.
Please. One final comment to all 4 panelists. There were some questions in the shared notes section that we didn't quite get to. If you would like to spend a few minutes peering at them, perhaps commenting, I think the audience members might appreciate it. Thanks all.
Roland, we can take over from here.
Thanks, bye-bye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Thanks, Hans.
Thank you.
Harish, we can still see you. Harish, we can still see you. Aha.
Could you upload the slides into this room, please? The slides? Okay, and we're getting started in a short while with the next session. And I would like to invite Jonas into this room. Jonas, please switch on your microphone and your camera to test to get you ready. Thank you very much.
So you could see me? You can see me?
Yes, we can see you very well. Excellent.
Perfect.
Okay, we can see you well. Okay, professional setup, it seems. So are you going to share slides? Will you also share video?
No, I won't share video, but I have the slides, and if I could present them.
Yeah. So are they in PDF? Then the best would be if you upload them to the system.
Yeah, I have a PDF version. I can send that later, but to see the speaker notes and everything, that would be.
Okay.
If it's possible. Yeah.
Sure, sure. So then you probably want to share your screen.
Yeah.
So I just gave you presenter rights. You can try out. You should see 4 buttons, and the button on the right. Yeah.
Let me try that. So yeah, seems good. Can you see something?
Yeah, it's excellent. Okay, cool. So give me a moment and we will get started in a moment. You won't be sharing a video, right? So there's no video embedded or something?
There's no video embedded, yes.
Oh, okay, cool.
This time not.
I see, no problem. Yeah, good. So then, yeah, thank you very much, Jonas Malotki, for joining us, Jonas von Malotki. And yeah, we're here at the FOSSASIA Summit, starting with the next session. I would like to introduce Jonas quickly. Jonas holds a diploma in computer science and Japanese studies from University of Bonn. So with his connection between Europe and Asia, he's a perfect speaker here at the FOSSASIA Summit. And Jonas' main focus topics were metadata and data quality, as well as neural networks at his studies. Within Daimler, he held various leadership roles for central systems. He has a keen interest in new technologies and the open source movement. Currently, he's the CEO of Daimler Projects GmbH, a 100% subsidiary of Daimler with a focus on product data and VR/AR technologies. For the Daimler Group, he was leading the blockchain activities from the technology perspective and was a member of the Hyperledger governing board. We had Brian here a few days ago, so that's a great connection again. And furthermore, Jonas is currently shaping the open source strategy for Daimler. So a lot of information already in your bio, and we're looking forward to getting really deep insights now. So thank you and welcome very much, Jonas von Malotki.
Thank you, Mario. Thank you a lot. As I already joined a little bit by accident the panel discussion, but it felt awfully familiar because actually we were at Daimler, we were with FOSSASIA in 2017, and I will show you a little bit around what has been happening since then. As Mario already said, I'm currently the CEO of the Daimler Protex GmbH, which is a kind of special legal entity in Germany. What we do as a 100% subsidiary is a lot of tech, and I have something here as well that I will try to share with you and try to invite you to be really part of that. And in 2017, we came to FOSSASIA and said, yeah, you know, we are doing open source and want to engage. And, you know, what Daimler does is build cars and trucks, essentially. And those, I mean, you cannot have those without any software nowadays. And that's why also we became a member of the Linux Foundation and said, yeah, okay, in January 2017, we joined the automotive grade Linux, we joined Hyperledger because we thought that with blockchain, there's something really going on, and we want to design the future of software and the future of data exchange there. And we're still a member of Hyperledger, yet, you know, the hype cycle took it a little bit that it was more difficult to stay on track. Still, we are doing a lot with that, and we are still on the Forbes 50 list with the whole blockchain, Forbes 50 blockchain list. And then we came in 2017 to FOSSASIA and saying, yeah, you know, we are going to do more in FOSS, and we were thrilled really to engage in those activities and really wanted to make a difference and really wanted to dive into that. And we had a big program set up, so to speak, where in this company we wanted to really make it happen that we have access to open source and also going to contribute to open source. My last slide there at this time was, yeah, you know, big things need a well-engineered in foundation, and if you think about big companies, global enterprises like Daimler, with a lot of history as well, then it's always good to look at that good things will take a while. So the question is, where are we now? Are we there yet? And why is this actually taking so long? And yeah, maybe a view of how you could see how the open source development is going on into big companies, just a glimpse of it into the view. Yeah, first of all, I mean, the companies, big companies are by default complex already. Yeah. We have a long history, we have a lot of processes there already, so we have to navigate through it. And actually, it's not like the open source world in itself is not very complex, because if you think about how many different license types are there and how different kinds of obligations are also put to that, that's not an easy task. I think we have over 1,000 licenses documented in our license charts and specific instruction how to deal with those licenses and what you have to oblige to. I mean, it's pretty obvious if you have any kind of permissive license, then you're usually a little bit more on the easy side. If you have a copyleft license, then usually it's a little bit more complicated to go through that, and you have to really think about hard in a legal sense, yet also in an engineering sense, how to really integrate it into a product or so. Yeah. So this really also is one of the parts there. It also adds to these things that you have to check and have to go through, and then of course on certain areas of the world, the whole patent stuff is really something. Yeah, since we are a global company, patents are always a thing of concern, and we have to see how do we actually deal with that. Yeah? And especially if you combine software and hardware in a product, usually also patents get to a certain degree quite the essence of what you're doing. Yeah. So combining that is already complexity and not so easy. Then you start thinking about, okay, what kind of tooling will you also have? So how can you actually change, and how can you actually be sure that the right stuff you're doing and that you have a certain license compliance, for instance, and you know that you fulfill the obligations and everything. So that is a common problem. So you start to think about how can you actually do it. Yeah. Then further on, certainly from a company coming from intellectual property rights and protecting vehicle and protecting also the intellectual property that comes with it, there's a lot of things you have to do in a company with regards to mindset. Yeah, you really have to be an advocate for what you stand for, because the first reaction would always be, I mean, it's good if you use open source, that's super good because there's no problem. That's good. We get something. Yeah. But then you try to talk to them. Yeah, how would it be if we wanted to open source stuff from ourselves? Then usually it's like, why would I give away something? Yeah. And we try to come up with this idea: you share something to get back so much more, and also this mindset of things is, why should I take something and give something back into the community? I mean, we just find those kinds of prejudice in the company, and the question is, why should I give something back? Yeah. And we had Greg also over there, and he was saying something which was really good. Everybody does open source in a selfish way, and yet it helps to really progress the whole thing. And we try to really explain, and you have to explain to management and to also engineers why it makes sense to not do a fork and keep everything for yourself, but really do a fork and give something upstream again. Yeah, but then, as you know, it's a big company, so you have laws and regulations, and then you have to try to find stuff like how do we deal actually with certain parts there. Yeah, I could give you an insight, for instance, how do you deal, and there was also something with GitHub going on, and sanction lists, for instance, and that is something big companies always have to check for. Yeah, so how do we make sure that we actually don't give any contribution into an area where it's not allowed? Yeah, and how can we make sure that the engineer does it in the right way, and so on. So that is something which adds to the overall complexity. If it's only a small local problem, that's usually not a big thing. But if it's in the world, it's not so easy to actually make that sure. Yeah? And I think actually open source in a way is a big enabler for that. We also saw all those kind of trade wars between China and the US, and a few actually said that yeah, if we open source this and this, then we don't have a problem in that. So there was already a little bit of this ideas going on. Yeah, and then, as you know, it's a big company, so you have to build to scale. Yeah. As we said in the beginning of our journey, it really was only a few people starting, only 3 people out of the IT department, out of the R&D, so research and development department, and out of legal, to really set this whole thing up. Yeah? But once you open the door, then you have up until 50,000 people essentially or could be doing open source. So you really have to think about, how do I do it that we have something that it actually scales. Yeah? And that was, to be honest, a task we kind of underestimated, to build everything this way, that everything works. Yeah? I have one small anecdote there. I always said, you know, if in a big company, I don't know anything about tax regulations, I don't know anything about this and this. Yeah? And in a big company, you always have somebody of something you don't know who made his PhD about that. Yeah? And so certainly you have to talk with a lot of people. And this was really like a round throughout the whole company to find out, where do we have to stick to which kind of laws, regulations, rules, and so on, and even make it possible to scale. Yeah? So what happened? We surely came up with building blocks there. First of all, you need a little bit of view in a big organization. What is the organization of that kind of endeavor you're doing? Yeah? What are the roles in there? What is the accountability of the role, and so on? Who decides on what? Where do you do something? Yeah, and even describing a role within an enterprise, for instance, what has a maintainer to do? Yeah, if you open if you publish an open source, whether it be on your GitHub page or in an organization, you always have to think about, yeah, you need a maintainer. And this kind of roles, they have to be described for big enterprise, or else nobody knows what to do there. Certainly, I mean, fortunately, there are already good descriptions there, and you can just take them, but you have to internalize them for what kind of also capacity, time is behind that, and so on. Yeah? Then you certainly need processes. Yeah? How do you actually do an open source publishing? How do you actually do an merge request? And how do you actually do something in a software you want to influence, or you want to really do something in there because you need it, and you need this kind of particular feature in there. Yeah? Then, as already mentioned, you need the platforms and tooling, and also the platforms that that help you and really do something. Yeah? And actually, the biggest surprise for us was that we, with our open source endeavor, we also built up our inner source, and try to make people learn that sharing is a good thing, and that there's a lot of benefit coming from that. And we built up an open source repository system, and we, for the first year in 2019, or in 2018, no, in 2019 actually, we thought that we will maybe reach 5,000 developers there, and actually we reached in I think not only 8 months, we reached around over 10,000. Yeah. So this was something that surprised us, and also how many people were starting to really develop stuff in inner source. Yet we really would also like them to open more up so that the inner source could happen, because what actually happened is that a lot of people put repositories there and held them in private. Yeah? And that's not how inner source works. So, but you can see that also tools like that, and we also had some tools for license compliance, for instance, and actually with all those projects on that, we immediately had some problems in the way it scaled, because it took just too long, and we had to double up on multiple instances so that people could do their work. Yeah? To bring all that together and to the people, because that is a learning endeavor, you need trainings. Yeah? And we came up with the idea of let's do something which is called the driver's license, and people have have to finish a driver's license for contributions, for instance, or have to finish a driver's license for being a maintainer, so that we actually know that all the rules that I elaborated on earlier have been really upheld to, and they know how to navigate through this complex work there. Yeah, essentially that's it. So how successful did it become? Yeah, unfortunately we made it. Yeah, our first open source release was a small library called Vehicle Information Service. You can see that here on our GitHub GitHub page, github.com/Daimler. I mean, this was, I always said this is a small step for the developer, but a big step for this company. Because we really had to try out everything there, you know, our whole processes and so on. We sat together in a room. At that time, it was still possible, and thought of, did we do all the steps right? Yeah, and then we had the guy Marcel over, who's publishing this, and the whole FOSS team doing the whole processes was sitting there and looking over his shoulder. Does it really work? Yeah, because it was the first test, the first pilot to really try it out. Nowadays, I think we have around 20 different projects there. It's a little bit more in terms of repositories, yet it's only a small endeavor there. We have accumulated, I counted that 2 weeks ago, around 270 stars. So that's really in the beginning still. Yeah, we are just entering that space. But I'm really happy that we made it, and that we also built the processes to really have the open source releases there. And here's one thing I really wanted to share with you. About what we are doing with Daimler Protix. We have built a learning platform that combines learning and knowledge acquisition, not learning and really looking up knowledge you already have. And certainly it's something that we wanted to be intuitive and have a little bit of gamification in there. And because we usually also in my company, so Daimler Protix, we help other departments to learn new stuff, may it be with augmented reality or plain. Yeah, how do you do this kind of system? How do you do that? Yeah? And as I became the CEO, I really asked, can we? That's a good thing. Can we actually open source that? Because our business model is not using that kind of license fees there. And we said, yeah, why not? We can actually open source that. And after a few weeks, we came up with a plan, and we said, yeah, that's a good thing. Let's put it onto GitHub. You can find it there. It's built on, as always, on open source components, and this time WordPress. And we put a lot of materials and stuff around there you have to have for learning management systems. So how can you build also academy stuff? How can you build a course, for instance? And if you build that as a course, you also have the possibility to later on have a person who's like, yeah, I learned that one time, where can I find it again? Yeah, and that was something I think which is different in a term that most learning systems, you have this course and just run through it. And then after that, if you want to look up something of that course, it's really difficult to find it again. Yeah, and that's why it has here the academy and the part where you also can look up the stuff. Yeah. And find us on GitHub. It's a humble invitation for collaboration. I think it's a good thing, and we really would appreciate also a lot of comments there, and really would also be happy if you would like to engage there. And we would also be open, in a sense, to at some point give it over, if it's incubated there, to Eclipse Foundation or Linux Foundation, wherever it may fit best. Yeah? So that is also good. So you're seeing we are making progress there. but that's not all. Yeah, not only publishing is one of the parts there, but we also have to engage with the developer. And if you want to see how we do that, we have Wolfgang over here at the FOSSBAC talking about the Daimler TSS, which is another subsidiary with a lot of developers in there, about the FOSS manifesto. And out of the open source program office, which is called FOSSASIA, so Center of Competence for us, we immediately liked the idea and elevated this manifesto to the whole Daimler world. So this is really a good thing, because I think management is one thing, but also empowering the developer that it's actually allowed. You can do that. Please do it. Yeah? Please also, before you write something, please look it up in the open source world if there's already something that you can just reuse. And if you find something and you want to fix something, please give it back to the community, because in the end it's really it's helping us all. Yeah. So this kind of stuff we also did, and we are trying to push that through the organization, through the whole company, and encourage certainly the usage, engage in the right communities. I think now we have a good contribution record in terms of Kubernetes in the CNCF. I think we have over 30 merge requests that were accepted there, and it shows you that out of this really big program, the first runners really come out and do something in the open source world, and that really is a thing that definitely makes me proud, that out of this big enterprise with this kind of obstacles we really didn't foresee in the beginning are making to make more and more sense, that it actually happens. Yeah? And that's one of the questions usually we get asked, why does it take so long? Yeah? And I hope I could give you a little bit of insight in what a learning journey in a big company looks like, and how much you have to do to really be in this open source space. Yeah? And so in the end, I can only tell you, may the FOSS be with you. And that's what I always end with my FOSS talks in Daimler, to really make people understand that this is a thing which is not going to go away, and we really want to embrace it. And I think maybe we have a little bit time for questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Jonas. And yes, indeed, we have some questions, and everyone please add additional questions to the shared notes. So the first question is this. The learning platform that you released on GitHub, I don't know if it's on GitHub or on your own platform. So the learning platform that you released, do people in the community use it or contribute to it? Could you please share the link here?
Yeah, the link is just github.com/Daimler, and then you'll find the DP learning platform. Yeah, we will have to find a new name for it, because that's not very inventive actually. Yet it's built on WordPress. I don't think that we have any community contribution yet, and we really have to also engage in this kind of development in the open process, that we really make it happen. That is something we are currently doing, but I'm really, really happy that we already made it through the whole process to really open source it, and would really like, because that's a problem a lot, well, other companies and other organizations as well have in conveying. Yeah? And with COVID-19, the whole situation here also at home, and learning remotely has become a lot more present than it has in the times before.
Okay, and the next question: what are the next steps? What's the roadmap?
Yeah, the roadmap definitely is really bring it to the organization. Yeah, we have the processes, we have the tools, and so on. Yeah, but now it really comes up to enabling developers, getting developers also to know that they are allowed to do it. Yeah, getting everybody in there that they are really also keen on doing it, because in the beginning, usually for a developer, sometimes it really looks hard to do that, because we have a big wiki, where the process is described, for instance, and the developer first has to look in there and see, you know, there's a normative section, what is the rules, then there is definitely an how-to section and how to really do a merge request with all the stuff within GitHub, for instance, yeah, and that should help, but it's a lot about advocacy at the current time, yeah, so really we try to advocate for the stuff that you can do it, and then try to learn again from the developer what went well, what isn't going so well, so that we have the possibility to really also improve the processes, because no process you start is from the beginning right perfect. Yeah, that doesn't work this way. So we really also have to listen there, and that's where we're currently at, I would say. Yeah, we have a few leaders in there. They are doing now, it's their daily work to do a merge request with Kubernetes, or doing, for instance, working in the open on their own open source project, but that's only a small fraction of the people we actually have working with software, and we really want to enable everybody, and that just takes some time. Yeah.
Wow, everybody, that's a big goal. So the next question here, do you have any coding programs that students can participate in? And that's Roman asking.
Yeah, I put this kind of item on a slide, and it's on our roadmap at some point. The question is when. Yeah. So if you would like to engage, that's definitely something we would like. And if we don't have a structured program yet, but we are thinking about it and how to build it up. Yeah? But for instance, we joined the GitHub sponsoring program, and I think we are one of those first who made it possible from a company side, and made it into announcement with Nat. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and that it's not structured. Yeah, so that's essentially giving out money to developers in areas where we think it makes sense for us. Yeah, but for students, as I said, it's on the roadmap. We don't have it yet. If you are happy to do it, then just drop me some email. So.
I think that's maybe an overlap that we could also join up. I don't know what you're exactly doing with GitHub, but I know that we are talking with GitHub all the times, because they are asking us how to do developer programs, and they're running one in the US, and the next one will be now in India. And so it seems to me a bit that we could also maybe collaborate directly with each other. So we would definitely be interested in, and yeah, we have the Code Heat program. So anyone who's watching, Code Heat program this year runs still until until the month of June. So I hope it's okay to make a bit of advertising here in your session for that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, we want everybody to engage. Yeah.
Okay, great. And so then maybe I also jump quickly to question number 5, because the question here is related. How can developers in Asia join your projects? Do you have any contacts in Asia?
Yeah, we do have contacts in Asia. We have a big company in China, actually. We have also in Japan, but there's less of development. I think China is a little bit bigger in terms of development. Also, people in Malaysia and so on. Yeah, so maybe there's something I could find that out. I don't have this with me currently, but the best place to really engage with the open source projects we have is our current GitHub page, github.com/Daimler, which we try to really bring all the even subsidiaries that we have within the Daimler group together on one central point. Yeah? So some of the things there might be even out of Asia, so that might be a good way to start. And if there's not, maybe you can contact me.
So we don't have time anymore. There are more questions coming up, and one question is, for example, can you share a bit about the open source release process at Daimler? I think that would be an entire session, probably, to discuss this topic, but I don't know if you have any resources or links that you could share here on the shared notes. Yeah, we're looking forward to stay engaged and maybe have future sessions on the topic that was just here mentioned by Stephanie Wong. So, Jonas, it's always a pleasure to welcome you at our events, and good to see you again. And it's really exciting to see the next steps of Daimler that you took. Like your first engagement with, for example, the FOSSASIA community was great, and yeah, we see things are coming out of it, activities are coming out of it, and you continue to work in the free and open source software community. Maybe even hardware, I don't know. Hardware was a big topic here at the summit, so definitely we are looking forward to hear about your steps here next and in the future. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be here, and it's super familiar to be here in Asia, even virtually. I really had a little bit the feeling I'm being in Singapore, so that's really great. And I hope you have a good day. And my commitment, you can see by looking at the time, so it's 7 o'clock in the morning in Germany on Saturdays. Yeah, that would be something which usually would yield index out of bounds exception with my clock.
Yeah, and Hong just came into the broadcasting room here and wanted to say hello.
Yes.
Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Von Malotki. I want to ask you if you can say a few Japanese words to our Japanese viewer.
Yeah. おはようございます。ドイツからヨナス・モロッキと申します。皆さんよろしくお願いします。
Perfect. Thank you.
ちゃんとオープンソースしてください。どうもありがとう。
ありがとう。
ありがとう。Ja, ありがとう。Danke.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Danke, Jonas. Tschüss. Ciao.
Ciao.
Okay, and we are moving forward. And Marco, would you like to take over the moderation?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mario. I'll take over from here.
Awesome.
All right, I think, yeah, thank you. I think our next speaker is Avi Press. Give you a presentation right, and if you can start sharing your mic and your camera, we can get started.
Hello, hello. Okay, let me just
all right.
screen real quick.
Okay. All right, I'll start presenting. So Avi Press is a developer, tool author, functional programming language enthusiast, and founder, CEO of Scarf. He was formerly a software engineer at Pandora, pretty populous, and where he built the first concert recommendation system and worked on a variety of artist-facing tools. Very nice. So, and he's going to present us container registries and the open source observability problem. All yours, Avi.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. Yeah, so I'm going to be talking about container registries and how they relate to a more systemic problem in open source, which is just about the observability of how we distribute software to each other. And just a little bit more about me and my company, Scarf. We're a company that tries to help open source developers, open source projects, and companies get a better understanding of how their open source software is being used, and we try to connect them to their commercial users in ways that can help both sides of that equation. All right, so let me jump in. So I'll just start with a little bit of a brief outline. I'll give a few definitions of terms that I'll be using throughout the talk. And then I'll talk about how container registries fit into the larger open source ecosystem, and talk about how maintainers are kind of locked out of that distribution data that the registries have. And I'll talk about why maintainers and projects are locked into their current registries, and we'll talk about solutions to those problems. So a few definitions before we jump in, which may be review for a lot of us, but just in case, just to make sure we're all on the same page. I'll refer to software packages, which can really just be any kind of bundle of software that can be uploaded, downloaded, and used. And so for our purposes here, that could refer to a container, and that's what we will be largely talking about today. But it could also just be any kind of compressed archive of code, like a zip or a jar, or gzip, whatever, or just an executable that you might pull down from like a system package manager. We'll refer to maintainers, just like any developer that builds, owns, or maintains an open source package. Users or end users, the people who are actually pulling down this software and using it for a variety of purposes. And then we will talk about a name, a string that would just uniquely identify any given package on a registry. So for containers, that might be something like a namespace / an image name, optionally like a colon and a tag, which is how we refer to versions in the container space. If we're talking about like node, that might be just a name and then a version number with this @ symbol. And in the container space, we also can refer to an image by a URL as well with this identifier too. And it's important to know that if you ask any given registry or service for a name, you may get something different back, even if you refer to the same name, or different names could refer to the same thing on different registries. And I'll jump into the registry definition now. So what is a registry? What is that when we talk about that? A registry is typically just a service where maintainers will upload software packages so that their end users can find them, search for them, and download them. And really concretely, the registry is responsible for translating a name into a URL that a client can understand and then fetch. I know this may be review for many, but still just to be very concrete, if we're talking about Docker, and you say, Docker pull, my org / my container. This is, your namespace and the image identifier, and you hit Docker Hub or any container registry. It's going to respond with a URL that points to where you can find the manifest for that container. The manifest is just a file that has a description of all the things that the Docker client needs to know in order to pull down that container. After fetching the manifest, we'll then get back a URL or potentially a sequence of URLs that refer to the blobs that make up that container. So that's just a sequence of files there. And for the rest of the talk, I'll mostly be talking about containers specifically, but we just know that this is the state of the world in lots of different programming ecosystems. So whether that's JavaScript, Java, Python, system packages, what have you. They're all, largely the same thing based on this definition, although they may behave very different when you actually interact with them. So why do we use registries? So again, we, as programmers, we need a source of truth for what any given name actually means, and that's what we delegate that responsibility to the registry, and just rely on the registry to say return the same thing anytime we fetch some container name at some tag, that we're always going to get the same thing back. These services will also expose APIs that our package managers can talk to, developer tools can talk to, so we can pull down code or artifact, etc., and use them. And ultimately, these artifacts have to be hosted somewhere, and that is that is part of the registry's responsibility. And this is something that's actually in practice very important, because bandwidth costs for especially for containers, which are often very large, we really need to think about the the business models behind how these registries keep the lights on. This is definitely something that has been popping up quite a bit in the container space, especially with the movement of companies like Docker, etc. The other thing that is really important to highlight here is the role of the registries in the pervasiveness of open source software. If we were always having to go to GitHub or Bitbucket or wherever and clone a repository, build it from source all the time, that wouldn't be nearly as tenable. It would not be, open source would probably not have become as popular as it was if the friction to pull down open source was so high. And that's one of the things that's really amazing about registries, is just how convenient they make it to pull down open source. And as a result, registries have really become the backbone of how we distribute code to each other. And in a lot of cases, if a registry, the popular registries were to go down, engineering all over the world would grind to a halt. In a lot of cases, people's builds would break, CI pipelines would break. Even, you know, for certain languages, that's like, those are runtime errors that may happen if the registries go down. There's often runtime dependencies that will dynamically pull down code. So also to say, the registries are an incredibly crucial piece of open source infrastructure, but we're not talking about them as often as we should, I think. Okay, so let's talk about like the container ecosystem and where the registries fit into that. So if we start with the maintainer who's writing code and in the container space, building containers and pushing them somewhere, they will build packages, containers, and push them to their registry. I'm using the Docker here as the example, but there's many other options there. We'll get into that soon. But once the maintainer pushes the container up to the registry, end users can then pull that down from the registry and also expose ways that they can search it and make those containers invisible. The thing is, though, maintainers don't really have any visibility into this bottom line here. Most registries, and this is something that varies from ecosystem to ecosystem and registry to registry, for the most part, maintainers just know how many times their package has been pulled, but not much more than that. Some of the better registries will provide some information about, like maybe what versions of the software is being pulled down. Maybe you get a graph of that week over week. Maybe it's just a total, a historical total. But ultimately, maintainers don't really have a lot of visibility into what's going on. And so what we really see is that maintainers are locked out of the distribution channel by which their users are getting their software. They basically, they put their packages and artifacts up, and that's kind of it for them. That's where their control over the situation ends. And this is something, that this causes some problems because a download contains a lot of information. Anytime that someone, says Docker pulls some container, just the fact that that container was pulled at that version, there's a lot of information there, but also in the metadata of the request that the registry is collecting. So, being able to know like where in the world did this download come from and what tag was pulled, which, is sometimes offered to the maintainers, but not always. And also like which container runtimes. And, the maintainers don't, if a maintainer sees, oh, I got 10,000 downloads this year, were they from CI? Were they from a laptop? They don't really like that. That number is not very meaningful without a lot of context. Also knowing like which cloud provider did this come from? And just actually how many downloads that we got today came from unique places. You don't really know if it's just one person pulling your image down over and over and over, or like CI that's just thrashing, or if there's actually n number of like distinct sources of that traffic. And that's a very useful thing to know if you're trying to measure the health of your project. And a thing that often comes up when we talk about open source sustainability and funding for open source, it's really helpful to know if that download came from a commercial entity or an individual. And today that's not something that registries are even close to providing. But the thing is that they have all of this information. All of that data is locked away in the registry, but it's a black box to the maintainer. A larger point here is that the OSS distribution data, it really does benefit users and maintainers. Maintainers often want to know, like, how many people are using my container in a given month. This is something that, especially for those maintainers that may be, very burned out and maybe not seeing necessarily the positive impact their work may have. This is something that may very well, tip the balance for them and keep them going. Wanting to know, is my container being used in production by any companies that could become customers? Something that's really important for a lot of the businesses out there that push out open source into the world, with the business model being that they're going to, upsell to, like an enterprise offering. These businesses have no insight into, how the open source offering is being used, and that disincentivizes them from putting out open source, and that's a problem. which languages should I translate my project README and documentation to is something that would be really helpful to know the geographic information about where your downloads are coming from. You know, like this is one that has like really bitten me personally, is like knowing, you know, what versions my users are actually on. How many are still on this old release? I think a lot of people, especially, you know, with people that use Scarf, they're often very surprised to find out just how slowly it is for users to adopt, you know, the newest release. Like sometimes they'll push out a bug fix and just think that everyone has it, but really they don't. And something very specific to containers is knowing what container runtimes are being used, especially with, you know, the recent Kubernetes sunsetting of the Docker runtime in favor of Containerd. Like knowing which container runtimes are in play and which you should be testing against is actually really good information to know, but that's not something that most projects are aware of. These runtimes do, you know, they all conform to the same spec, but they do behave differently in many different edge cases that are actually important for a maintainer to know and be aware of. So really, like, the main point that I'm trying to make is that open source really, there's a lot more than just sharing code here, and that we really should think about extending that ethos to data about that code and how it's being used. And ultimately, if we have better informed maintainers, that's going to lead to better quality software for everyone. It's going to lead to maintainers that can be more proactive and are not just reacting to the GitHub issues that come in and like drowning in a sea of notifications. So back to, you know, this model where, you know, we see that in between the maintainer and the user is the registry. I mentioned that, you know, Docker is just one of the options that that exist in the container ecosystem, which is great that there are options. Like, that's a very good thing. So if you are starting a new project and you're going to distribute via, you know, OCI container, you know, here's just a few of the options you have, though there are actually many. What that's going to do is affect the name by which your users pull down your package. But once you choose one, you're kind of locked into that registry. And that's because updating registries will update the public URL for your image. It updates the name. And that's a breaking change for your users. It's not, if you are on Docker Hub and you want to switch to GitHub or to Google or Amazon or, you know, DigitalOcean or wherever, all of your current users are going to stop getting updates because you're no longer going to be pushing your images there. That's a problem if you know, especially if you have big enterprise customers. And you may find that once you switch and tell your users to update the URL, that they will never make the switch in many cases. And that's a problem. We're locking maintainers in. We're providing them choices, but not letting them actually pick the best one. And really, ultimately, like, another underlying thing here is that the distribution URL, it belongs to the platform. It doesn't belong to the maintainer. So again, as soon as the maintainer uploads their package to a registry, they've pretty much relinquished control over that software distribution to the platform. And what we should be doing is empowering maintainers, not locking them in and, you know, making them fit into whatever business model the registries have chosen. So, like, a succinct way for me to describe the issues that we have here is that maintainers are locked out of distribution observability by the registry, but at the same time, those registries are locking them in to that registry. And again, the registry has this data. Like, they are collecting this information, but they're just not sharing it with the maintainer. And even if a new registry came on the market and said, we're going to offer you all this information, for the really popular open source projects, the really popular containers, they couldn't even easily switch to that best option. And where we land is that the registries are incentivized to just tighten their grip on maintainers. And there's not really a huge incentive to provide the best product for maintainers and for users. And, you know, that's a bad place to be, where we see that the registries and the maintainers have misaligned incentives in this way. It's not good. It leads to sad maintainers. So what do we do about this? You know, ultimately, we need to combat the lockout, and we need to eliminate the lock-in. Neither of these things are good for maintainers, and neither of these things are good for open source. So to combat lockout, ultimately, one way or another, we need to give maintainers this data. It's about their projects. It'll help them give better software to everyone. It'll help, you know, the people who build software on top of that software to build better software. And so in this, you know, in this little graph we have, we really need to fill in this third line here and make, you know, every piece of this puzzle one where there's open data sharing and open collaboration, which is what open source is all about in a lot of ways. If we have better informed maintainers, we're gonna have projects that can make data-driven decisions. They can prioritize the features and bug fixes that are actually most important. You know, you can target the best platforms and environments for the user base, which is something that's currently very hard to do. It's kind of crazy when you think about it that, you know, open source developers are, you know, some of the most technologically sophisticated people, you know, in the world. And the state-of-the-art way to collect information about your user base is to put out a survey and just hope your users fill it out. If we have better data sharing between users and maintainers, bugs will be found earlier and fixed sooner. The user needs will be better understood. And I think one problem that a lot of people who have maintained a big open source project can relate to is the squeakiest wheel problem. You get people who, you know, come to you on GitHub and open issue, and they're very loud about how this problem or that problem is affecting them. But you don't necessarily have a good understanding if that's affecting your entire user base or just, you know, the one or two people who are being really loud about that issue. And this is, you know, this is a flaw in the way that, you know, bugs and features are reported right now, is that it's not an accurate measure of what's actually going on. And the second piece of this is, how do we eliminate lock-in? How do we make it so that maintainers can actually have more flexibility of where they host their software without breaking things for end users when they want to do that? And the answer to that is that the URLs, the names of these packages, need to belong to the maintainers and stay static. So if instead of saying docker pull, you know, gcr.io something, or you know, whatever the URL is, ideally the maintainer owns this domain, and then they are not in between, or the registry is not, you know, in between the maintainer and the user in this equation. And by having the maintainer be the first you know, entity that gets hit while you pull down a package, that gives the maintainers more control over the distribution channel, not to the platform behind them. And this is something that will, this shift in how we think about this will fundamentally empower the people who are building open source, and that's something that benefits everybody. If this is something that we can do, this would allow maintainers to switch between registries, you know, ad hoc and not break things for their users. And that means a more robust distribution channel. You know, even if one registry goes down and you wanted to switch, like, that's not something that you can do on a dime today. And for, you know, the long-term robustness of how we are shipping code to each other, this is something that needs to be addressed. And so a solution to this that Scarf, my company, has been working on is a new solution that's called the Scarf Gateway. And the idea is that we put a service that sits in front of whatever registry the maintainer chooses to host their containers on. We make it really easy for the maintainers to use their own domain rather than having to use the domain of the package registries that they choose to use. And the nice thing then is that effectively decouples the distribution from the choice of registry provider that the maintainer uses. And so, you know, if a new one comes on the market, all they have to do is configure the backend registry through Scarf, and the traffic can automatically be moved over while the URL of where that distribution is occurring stays static. The nice thing then is that because Scarf is the first you know, entity that is being hit in the flow of this download, we can then provide all these data insights to the maintainers so they can ship the best software they can. You know, we can provide information on the tags, the companies, the locations, the cloud providers, all this information that up until now has been locked away inside of the registry. So if you distribute open source packages, containers to your users, please try it out. It's free for all maintainers to use, and we hope that this will improve kind of the long-term health of how we distribute software to one another. Yeah, so thank you very much for listening. Again, my name's Avi Press, and yeah, hopefully moving forward, we can provide maintainers more, more equitable software distribution methods.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Avi. I think we don't have much time for questions, so I will invite you to join the, you can try to just type your answers in the shared notes if you want, or sure. You can also move to the discussion room, and if someone comes over, then you can also answer their questions. Just linger there for a while if you want. Okay. Yeah, again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And for our next thing, we have a workshop. There we go. We have a workshop, Introduction to Machine Learning. Kishan Golapalli, are you in the room? Please start sharing. I'll give you presentation rights. Presenter rights, you got it. And you just start sharing your camera and microphone, please.
Hi, Marco.
Oh, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Am I loud and clear?
Yeah.
And my camera. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you now. Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
Right. So 3 more minutes, right? 2 more minutes?
Yeah, 2 more minutes, 2 more minutes.
Okay.
So is this workshop from scratch?
Yeah, machine learning scratch, yeah.
All right, great, perfect, nice. That's always good. A lot of people interested in the topic, yeah, and don't know where to start. All right, Kishan, you ready?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go ahead and present you Kishan Golapalli. He's a program manager, data science and AI at Lydian Academy. An institution and himself with domains and technical expertise in SAP ERP, business intelligence, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data science. He is also Microsoft certified trainer and Microsoft certified Azure data sciences. Yeah. So please go ahead. And we're going to have an introduction to machine learning.
Okay. Thank you, Marco, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Kishan from Lytton. I'll be explaining you about what exactly is this machine learning. You have been thrown with many keywords or many places: AI, machine learning, data science, deep learning. There are many keywords around the floor, and then you might have been wondering, what exactly is this? What is AI or what is machine learning? So this session will be giving you an introduction to what exactly is machine learning and what are the open sources you can leverage on, and then how to go ahead. So for that, I would be sharing my screen for a small presentation, and then after that, I'll be showing you some hands-on practical also. So for that, my agenda for today is I'll be explaining you what exactly is this machine learning and why we have to use it. I mean, what is the main reason to use all this? And then what are the different types of machine learning? And if at all you are into a machine learning project, what exactly is the life cycle for it? Everyone knows about SDLC, right? So software development life cycle. What exactly happens even in machine learning project? Is there any difference of it? And then how to do it? Do we have any open source tools? If we have any open source tools, is it a programming tool or is it straight away a very big tool to where all the machine learning happens in it? And then I'll show you some practical hands-on and show you some machine learning studio, right? So here we go. You have been in all the Facebook, social media and everything. You should have heard about AI, machine learning and deep learning. So first we can get those keywords straight. AI is a very big umbrella, very, very big umbrella, where a machine has to imitate like a human being. Machine has to think like human being. Machine has to see like human being. So let's say, for example, now everyone are using handphones, iPhones and Galaxies and everything, right? So he's recognizing your face and opening your lock. Machine learning, AI. So it's mimicking, it's knowing that who is Kishan. He's imitating like Kishan, or is imitating like a human being. Whatever I see, whatever I talk, everything now the system will be doing it. System will be translating some text. System will be taking some voice commands. We all know, we are given, we all know about Alexa, we all know about Siri. All these are some of the AI tools where we've been already using it. Now, in this so-called big umbrella of AI, you have machine learning in it. What exactly is this machine learning? We have been thrown with plenty of data around. If you're working in any company, your company has millions and millions and millions of records. If it's a big company, let's say, for example, take our SMRT. Last time, I think 2 years or 3 years back, we have seen in all the MRTs 30 years of SMRT, 30 years of SMRT. So which means SMRT has, or any companies will have plenty of data all the years, 20 years, 30 years of data. Now, how exactly they have to use the data? Last time we used to write some programming, and then we've been doing rule-based programming. If this condition, do this. If this condition, do this. If this condition, do this. And my program went on in a very, 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 very lengthy scale. I used to write thousands and thousands of lines last time, some 15 years back. Now, machine learning algorithms came into picture, or statistical algorithms, where they can leverage on it. You can take all the data and then they can start thinking, or they can start drawing some patterns. They can implement AI using that data. Why? You can train them. You can train them. Let's say, for example, a very basic example. When you buy an iPhone, is it recognizing your face immediately? No, right? He'll tell you to take your face picture, do up and down, and then later he'll be recognizing it. Am I correct? Even your thumbprint also. What is happening? System is training your picture. Training a picture. Then when you test it, yeah, he's recognizing it as Kishan. So every machine learning, first of all, the system has to get data to be trained for. The more data you train, the best results you will be getting it. Right? And then some more. Inside machine learning, there is something called as deep learning. When you go very, very deeper into neural networks, we call it. Right? So we get things straight first. So machine learning is under AI, is an umbrella under AI. Now, what is it? We can say we are enabling, right? What are we enabling? We are enabling this system to learn from the data. You write a program. You write a program so that the computer can learn from the data, or your iPhone can learn from your data. You are providing the data to the iPhone, right? You are turning left, right, you are giving everything. Then he say, okay. So Arthur Samuel in 1959, he named machine learning as a field of study which is giving the computer to learn without explicitly programming it. I don't have to write rule-based, thousands and thousands of lines. I don't have to write. I just give my data, the system will be training it. So it is a computer program. In technical terminology, maybe all from programming world, I've taken the definition from Mr. Tom Michael in 1997. He has given a meaning of machine learning. To learn from experience E with respect to some task T, so performance measure is P and T. So which means, you all know, programming people, from the experience E of respect to task T, I give a system to perform some task. What am I giving? Detect my face. But is it detecting immediately? But he has learned from his experience. You gave him the pictures. You gave him your picture. So he's learning from the experience with respect to task T. What is the task? Detecting my face. So that, is he detecting immediately? Sometimes he won't detect immediately. So there's a performance measuring. There's a performance measuring. So that's what big people gave us the definitions. Now, why I have to use it? Why I have to use it? The main reason here is we are using it because I cannot, I don't want to write coding now. Lots and lots of coding. I'm tired of coding, rather. Because I used to write rule-based coding, rule-based algorithms. So the problem here is, whatever we have, because we are writing and writing, we are not fine-tuning all these programs. We are not fine-tuning it. You just give one machine learning algorithm, it will simplify everything, and he will perform more better than your original code. For your original code, you give him the data, he will do all the magic for you. Or sometimes there's no good solution for us for a traditional approach, then use machine learning. Sometimes you want to adapt to a new data, fine, you go for machine learning. And sometimes you will have very, very complex problems. From that complex problem, from the large, big data, 30 years of data, imagine. 30 years of data, imagine. Let's say, for example, they want to find out the best MRT in terms of the passengers in and out. Imagine, if you want to write a traditional select statement, the system will go crazy. He'll keep on executing for hours and hours and hours and days. 30 years of data. So we need some system in place to get hold of that particular data and train it and then give my best outputs. So it's not only for analysis. Now this machine learning will be also useful for us for prediction, most importantly. So you analyze the data, fine. You get the data, analyze the data, and you also predict my future. So these machine learning algorithms or this machine learning will take all your data and then predict the future. Simple as your iPhone. Your iPhone is taking your picture. Then what? He's predicting you, whether he's Kishan or not. So that second person opens your iPhone, no one else can open it. He is not predicting as Kishan, right? So it's not opening. That is why, for all these reasons, we use machine learning, and for all the big data, we use machine learning. So how to use it? What are the types of machine learnings? We have two types of machine learning. One is supervised learning, the other one is unsupervised. In supervised learning, again, there are two classifications. One is classification, one is regression. Supervised learning has two types, classification and regression. What is supervised? Supervised meaning you are giving data to the system. You are giving data to the system. You are giving results also to the system. You are giving results also to the system, meaning the desired solution. So that it's everything there. 20 years of data is there. Or rather, let's say, for example, 10 years of Grand Prix data is there. In September, every year we see September Grand Prix. So F1 race data is there. 10 years of data is there. Now you take the 10 years of data, you know who is which player is in which lane, how many seconds he has taken it, how many minutes he has taken, one lap, second lap, third lap. You have an input, you also have an output of 2009. You have an output of 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. All these years you also have output. Now you train the system with that data. Come up with a prediction of 2021 September. So which means you are training the data. You are giving the data to the system, which also includes what? The solution. We know who won 2020, 2019, 18, 17. So to just get an example for it, classification and regression. Let's say, for example, what is regression? You are training data, fine. What are you going to train about? I'm giving an example of HDB prices. I want to sell my HDB. So when I want to sell my HDB, the price of my HDB, it depends on many factors. It depends whether my house is near MRT or not. It depends whether my house is near the medical thing or not. It depends upon how many number of rooms I have. It depends upon the location, whether I am in Jurong or CBD or Pasir Ris. It depends upon my location. There are all different factors which influence my predicted price or my HDB price. So if I'm in a location at Bukit Panjang, every day we see in the post boxes, right? We see all our pamphlets with the predicted figures. Last month, this picture, this block 112 sold for 400K. Block 113 sold for 430K. You get all these pamphlets down the line for our post boxes, right? So when all these are historical data, take all this historical data, give it to the system, predict the future data, predict the future price. And that price is a numeric. That is the reason we are using regression. So regression supervised learning meaning it will predict a number. It will predict a number. So it can predict my house price, a HDB price. Why? He'll take all the past data, train it up, then he'll give you a predicted figure, which is in the form of a number, and that is why we are calling it as regression. If it is for classification, Let's say you go to a bank. You go to a bank for a loan. Okay, I give you a big scenario now. You go to a bank for a loan. What will they do? The first thing what they do is, are you eligible for the loan, right? Are you eligible for the loan? Yes or no? Are you eligible? For this example, what I gave you is, we are all getting spam mails, right? Automatically, my system or the mailbox will automatically filter it by spam. He'll say spam, spam, spam. Even iPhone came up with the folders, right? He's detecting what is spam, what is ham. Classification meaning categorical. You are taking the existing historical data and classify. The word classifying, it can be 2 class, it can be 4 class, 3 class, multi-class. For this example, mail. A mail comes to you, either is it a spam mail or a ham mail. Ham means non-spam. Okay. Or you go to a bank. Are you eligible or not? 2 class classification. Sometimes you'll be having many classes. Let's say you take some BBC data set. You got a data set, BBC's news data set. You take a line. The system has to predict, or system has to run it. Is this particular line, is it belonging to sports? Is it belonging to finance? Is it belonging to politics? Is it belonging to general? There are many classifications, right? So system has to predict categories. So all this by taking the existing, the historical data. Historical data also have output. They gave us an output. Last year, block 616, how much sold? We have a data. So now this year, same block 1616, 15th floor, how much? Take the past data, predict the future. All this is what we call it as supervised learning. Then we have unsupervised learning. We have unsupervised learning, which means I don't know what is an output. You predict it. You give me the output. I don't have an output. I just give you the data. You detect the output. So there are some types again here in unsupervised. One such type is clustering. So now let's say, for example, for this summit, we have so many participants. I have participants data, but I have to see the wide variety of grouping of the data. Let the system predict, because I cannot write the rule-based algorithm. Give all this data to the system. Let system predict. So the system will predict. Let's say, for example, 40% of the visitors are young programming lovers who are present in all the sessions in all the days from 13 to 21 March. Some category, some grouping. Second group he'll show you. 20% are AI lovers or machine learning lovers. They visited only during weekends. Groups, clusters. So cluster 1, cluster 2. Cluster 1 and cluster 2. So like that, there's another type called anomaly detection. Anomaly detection, fraud detection, credit cards. How to prevent the credit card frauds, or even industries, how to detect the manufacturing defects. How to do all this. Okay, all this anomaly detection is odd man out, for example. I mean, to say in a simple word, odd man out. And then we have PCA, or visualization thing. So when I'm giving you the data, let's say the same HDB data or any data we have. Let's say, for example, for a car, I give a car data to you. System has to train. The car's mileage, let's just example, the car's mileage, is it correlated with the age of the car? The more the age, is the mileage getting up or down? system has to tell. If it is correlated with each other, combine both these two. Combine both these two and call it as car's wear and tear, a new feature. So we call it as dimensionality reduction. You have plenty of fields. You have plenty. You all know about Excel, right? You have 250 fields. How can I read all this data? If any fields are correlated with each other, combine, merge them. You reduce the dimensionality so that my reading process will be better. And somehow we have a priori association rules. If, let's say, FairPrice want to find out the association between product 1 and product 2, those whoever going to FairPrice in the evening to buy some milk, to buy some bread, just beside the bread, these people also are buying jam, also are buying milk, also are buying something. So the association, those who buy milk is also buying bread, also buying jam. When they see this association, they put all these together. When you go to a FairPrice, when you go down, all these so-called correlated fields will be, associated fields will be put together. Bread, just beside the bread, there's a jam. You see? And just beside the bread, there's eggs. You see the association there. In almost all. Sometimes they deliberately put another third product very long way. Sometimes. Why? Down the line, you walk until that place. In the middle, you can buy some more products also. That's one more learning from the data. So all these are unsupervised. We don't know. We last time we didn't give this. There's no output for it. Now let the system get me these outputs. Right? So we have supervised, we have unsupervised. Okay. So from this, when we go to a project to do the project, what are the steps we have to do? The first step is of course you get the data. An important step is called EDA, exploratory data analysis, which means you will never go into the modeling or into the prediction before this so-called EDA, or cleaning up or preparing the data, we can call. You visualize each and every field. You get to know their statistics, the mean, the average, the median. You get to know each field. You see their visualization. You understand the data. After the data, you visualize how are they distributed. And then, is there any relationship between them? Is there any missing data? Is there any duplicates? All these you have to do in EDA. You have to clean up. Remove some duplicate rows, clean some missing data. If there's any relationship between two fields, get that first. Or any distributions, or all this we call it as EDA. Only then you do the modeling. Modeling meaning, this is when your cleansed data goes to the machine learning algorithm. Your cleansed data is going to machine learning algorithm. So once it's going to the machine learning algorithm, let's say you have 100% of data or 100 records, let's say. You don't give all the 100 records to the system. All 100 records. Give 70% only to train. The remaining 30% you leave it for the testing. You also have to test it, right? You don't straight away go to the live and test it. You get what I mean? You don't test live immediately. So you need some testing data. Let's say, for example, I want to write a program which detects my face. And to the system, I give my 100 pictures. Let's say, for example, I only have 100 pictures. It trained. The system understood my pictures. Where is the picture to test? Where is the picture to test? You have given all the 100 records to training. Where is the picture to test? You cannot go direct live test me. You getting what I mean? You don't go live in any project. There should be some testing also to be done. So 100% of the data, you put 70 or 75 or 80 depending upon your data or your scenario to scenario. 70% let the system understand that pictures or code or data or whatever it is. Once this is trained, training meaning he's taking your data and running an algorithm on it. That's what is called training. He's running the algorithm on your data, 75% of data. It gives you some predicted values. It gives you some predicted values. Now test this against your 30% of data. Test this against your 30% of data. This is a very good model, okay, fine, but test it. When you test this, you will for sure get variance. This terminology called variance in machine learning, we call it as error. Actual, predicted. There will be an error for sure. How much is that error? Fine, we can get an error, no problem. How much is an error? Is it more? I mean, 20%, 30%, 50%? How much is it? So that you refine your model to reduce that error. So which means in modeling, you take the data, you split the data to 70 to 30 or 75, 25, 80, 20, and then you train the data. Give that 70% to the algorithm. Then you test the data. We call it a scoring. Score means testing. Testing the data with the 30% of it. Right? And then evaluate it. Evaluate it. System will give you an evaluation. Okay, this is the error. This is the percentage of the accuracy. 56%? No good. Change the model. 85%? Fine. I'm okay with it. Evaluate it. And then deploy it. Because you have to give it to the customer. You have to give it to the customer. Deploy it in his. So you will be acting as a middle layer. You will be acting as a middle layer. The front end layer is your customer, is your end user, whoever is it. So you are deploying it for it. And back end layer will have your database. So all the three layers, if you see, you all know 3-layer architecture, right? Every system, every company, every database. So front end layer is the end user who's using it. And then in the middle layer is your machine learning where it's all happening. And then he's taking data from your database. Okay. So when you deploy it, they will take the end user will be taking the API. Right. So this is the cycle of a project. In a picture format, it's like this. So what is happening here? For the first time, it's all preparing. EDA. Exploratory data analysis is what is happening. Then you go to the model. You split it, train it, test it, then you deploy it. So this is actually the project cycle, how this goes on. In any platform. Now, what is that platform? Any free for us? Yeah, we have free open source tools. One is Azure Studio, Azure Machine Learning Studio. Being a Microsoft certified Azure data scientist, I prefer going for this studio.azureml.net. It's free. Only thing is you need to have Outlook or a Hotmail or Microsoft account. You log in, it's free for you. Or Anaconda, if you want to write Python programming, it is also free outsourcing tool. So what now I'm going to show you is, I'm going to show you something on Machine Learning Studio. I'm also going to show you something on a Python program. Both the two ways I'll compare to you. I'll show you a machine learning life cycle. Then you can get an understanding what happens in Machine Learning Studio, Azure, and what happens in Python programming. Okay, so first I would like you like to show you on the Python notebook. This is a notebook where all the Python people, I believe you all might have been interested in some programming, or might have already been doing some programming, or also maybe some of you all from Python. I don't know, but I understood that you're all from programming background. Python is the most popular language what we have been using for machine learning. We can also use R. R is also very good. Open source again. Open Source Studio, you can do machine learning in it. You can do Python also. It's also open source and it's free. Also, you can do machine learning in it. What now I'm going to show is about how to do the same cycle in Python notebook. Okay, so what we understood here is, in the introduction to machine learning, you have to follow some step-by-step procedure, right? Let's say, for example, I showed you some classification and regression, right, in supervised learning. So I show you one example of a classification. One example for a classification. So in this classification, I am giving you one data set called iris data set. This is a very, very famous data set, which at least initially gives us some statistical knowledge. The flower data sets, iris flower data set. So he is the first person. And if you see, those of you who are not familiar with notebooks, Python notebooks, if you see, this is not just only the coding platform. This is not just only the IDE for coding. This is also for documentation. This is all the documentation. It's all the text. This is all the text where I write down. I write during the programming, during the class, during any session, so that no more PowerPoint slideshows. The documentation is here. The coding is here. The output of the coding is also here. That is why it's called notebook. It's a notebook anyway. So one notebook will have all these. Your documentation, your coding, and your output of the coding in just one file. Okay, those who don't know, those you know, you know all this. So I imported some packages for Python. So in Python, there's a very fantastic package called pandas, which helps us all these file handling and all that. So I'm importing that package. If you don't have this package, you have to install it. And I'm using scikit-learn packages. We call it sklearn or scikit-learn if you have known about this. And then I'm getting some loading of the data done. Okay, so once I've got this data, and see here, I'm creating a data frame. I'm creating the data frame. What is this about? It's about flower data set. What are we trying to do? We are trying to classify. We are trying to classify the species of iris flowers. We give all the data to it and then classify. Okay, I show you one picture. What species is it? What species is it? So you have 4 species here, out of which you have to detect what species is it. Which means what? Classification. So before you run straight away to the modeling, I'm just cleaning up the data, understanding data, how many species there, how many count is there for each species. 50, 50, 50 is what we have. And then 3 species only we have. Okay, so my system has to detect. If I give an input, he has to detect whether it's is belong to Setosa or Vesicola or Virginica. So what to do? First, I have to analyze. So I'm writing a plot. A very, very important and wonderful plotting package called matplotlib is useful for plotting in visualization in Python. Okay, so I use this and I plot this. When I plot this, if you can see the colors here, 3 species colors. 3 species colors, the blue, the orange, and the red. And if you can see the association also, or the clustering, green and orange are together somehow, and somehow the blue color setosa is not related to those. Some understanding you can get it. Some understanding. And then the second round, still, even though the second round I've done, still there is a difference between red and orange and the blue color one. These red and orange are overlapped, but it's not overlapped with the blue. So some understanding you'll be getting it. Some understanding. Okay. So after that, I'll have to prepare my data and I'll have to do my pre-processing, right? Which means I have to clean up missing values and all that. So all the cleaning up I do, and I'll see all the statistics of each and every field. Statistics, I need to get the statistics first. Describe of is a method to give me my statistics. Okay, so I get all the statistics done, cleaning done, then I split it. Train, test, I have to split it. How much percentage is up to the company's decision. You split everything, then run the show, then run the model. So you are training it. What algorithm you're using? For now, some algorithm called KNN algorithm, neighbor classifier. What are you doing now? To that algorithm, I am giving my training data. I'm giving my training. So my training data is given to the algorithm. Algorithm will do my machine learning model. Then to this model, you do the prediction. To this model, you do the prediction. For prediction, what data I have to give? Test data. To the algorithm, I have to give training data. To the prediction, I have to give what? Test data. And finally, see the accuracy. It's 96%, which means my model is good to predict the classification of the iris data set. So which means I'm doing the life cycle of the data science machine learning project, and then I'm getting the result in a programming way. But the same thing, if I want to do it in using Azure Machine Learning Studio. So for that, you need Outlook or a Microsoft account. So for that, it's a free version. It's open source. It's free. So let's say, for example, I am into Machine Learning Studio. Welcome to Azure, right? And then when I log in, you want to take a tour, you can take a tour. So I go to an experiment, blank experiment. Now the same flow what I've done in the programming, I'm going to show you now in Azure Machine Learning, Microsoft. So what is the first step for you? You have to take some data set, right? Upload some data set, right? If you just see, I haven't done anything. I just dragged and drop it. You right click on the data set and say visualize. You can see all the wonders. For every field, auto visualization is done. The distribution, how is it distributed? The make, how is it distributed? Out of all this, the frequency of Toyota is more. And then Mazda. Then without any code, the same what I've done in, I've written my code here. If you take any other example, I have so many examples like this. We have to write all this code to get all these plots. But you just drag and drop the data set, automatically me visualization for every field and every field. For example, every field's statistics is also given without coding. So I dropped it Then if I want to select some columns, I can say there are so many steps here which you can use it. There is some step called select the columns in the data set. You connect the dots and what data set, what column you want or what column you don't want. See, I may not need all these. If let's say I can just dump it here into selected column, or else I don't want one guy, remove it. I don't have to play with all the fields, right? So which means whatever field I don't want, it is up to me that I will decide whatever fields I don't want, what fields I want. All right. So now let's say, for example, I want to clean this. The next step is what? Cleaning, right? Is what we have done. Clean missing data. You want to remove row or we want to do what? It's all there for you. How you want to remove it? How you want to clean it? If there's any missing values, what to do? Delete the whole row or do what? Many options are there. And then what columns you want to select for the machine learning? What to select? So I can select make, I can select many other fields here, body style, wheelbase, some fields which are very, very useful for my data set. It's like HDB. What are the fields which are useful for me? My location, whether nearest to MRT, nearest to medical facilities, or nearest to the bus stop, or how many rooms is it renovated? All these. Then tell me the price. Then after that, I can split my data. All these three steps are, let's say, EDA. Exploratory data analysis. We explore it, we analyze some data, we clean some data, then I am splitting the data. How much? Here you can give 0.78 or 0.8, 0.7, up to you, 70%, 30%. So once I'm splitting it, I have to do the training portion. I have to do the train model. What is it doing? Train model is the one which you are giving the algorithm, right? What did you do in the coding? Go back again just for a... Here in the training, what did you do for the thing? We gave an algorithm. Train data, you gave algorithm. See the thing. You give the 70%. There are two parts here. Huh? One is 70%. The other one is 30%. So for the training, you have to give the algorithm, right? Let's say, for example, select linear regression. I'm giving one algorithm. Now what happens to this 30%? 30% is for the scoring, right? Testing. Get that 30% here, attach it with your trained data. But wait a minute, what are you training? What did you detect in the other example? You detected the classification, right? Now here, what are you going to detect? You can detect now the price of the car or price of the automobile, price of the HDB, which is a regression example. The iris flower data set, what I showed you, is a classification. Now this one is detecting the what? Detecting the price. Detecting the price. Okay, and then get me the evaluation. Get me the evaluation. You save it, you run it, the system will run everything. No coding, system will give you the evaluation. How much percentage is it? Okay, it runs each and every step and runs the and then gives you the method. So in Python, you have to write coding and you have to get the accuracy. See there, for the algorithm, you gave training data. For the testing, for the prediction, you gave testing data, and how much accuracy you got is 96. Now, in Machine Learning Studio also, the training model was given to the algorithm. Now the score, what happens to the score if you want to see each and every visualization also can? Huh? See here, this is the actual price. Score labels is the one given by the system. That is the predicted label. For each row, see there is a difference. There is error we call. So that error, how do you evaluate it? Right click on it, evaluation results. And what is a COD, coefficient of determination, or we call it R square? 0.91. If it always should be between 0 to 1. If it is nearer to 1, the best accuracy. The best accuracy. We also got some more metrics here. Root mean square error is what you can see how much is it, and the lowest of the REAE, the absolute error, and then most important thing is 91% accurate. It's more close, right? So which means you can do magic in Machine Learning Studio, where you can leverage on many other steps. Even it supports Python, it supports R programming. You can still write Python programming in machine learning. If I can show you, there is also a step where you can bring in execute R Python script. You can bring in R script. Microsoft supports both. You can write, if you're a Python programmer, if you have written so much of coding, fine. Get it into this machine learning, get the thing going on. So not only just Python, you take the help of Machine Learning Studio, which gives you more functionalities. You also got your Python going in, or R. Then you see the magic of what the model will give you the results, right? So that's it from my side. And if some more you want to learn more on Python or machine learning or AI, you please scan this QR code. I'm Kishan again from Lithuania. So we have plenty of programming going on, modules, courses going on for Python, machine learning, data science, AI. And I had that data science and AI in Lithuania. And if you want to go more on these courses, Skills Future is there for you to help you out to upgrade your skills. And there's a team of Skills Future ambassadors for you. They'll be taking your profiles and helping you out, giving you some useful tips how to leverage on the funding as well. Okay. So, and these people are all called STA, Skills Training Advisories. So they will give you some guidance for you. They'll understand your profile and then give you guidance, what to go, how to do, and about funding, about everything, what suitable recommended courses you can go. They'll help you out. Okay, there's a QR code for it also. You can go for it, right? So that's it from my side for today. And any doubts, you can ask me.
All right. There's a few questions here for you, Kishan.
Yeah.
One of them is what are the intersections of machine learning and classic operations research with their linear algebra style modeling approaches?
Yeah, it's already, all the linear algebra and all this is already integrated in machine learning algorithm. If you write a function in Python, it's all there. If you go to Azure Machine Learning, you just drag and drop it. It's, and not only it, it's enhanced version of it. It's an enhanced version of it.
Next question, how can it predict data as many different factors are dependent on the prediction? The machine is non-living and don't know about other factors what are happening on the real-time like impression of the company.
Correct. Machine anyway is non-living for sure. So what are we giving to the system? We are giving the historical data to the system. We are giving, let's say, what are the different factors for my HDB to be sold? There are different factors, right? Take all these different factors of historical that historical data, you give it to the system, then train it with some machine learning algorithm. So that is how you are feeding the system with the data. All these factors in the sense, all the fields in general terminology, field 1, field 2, field 3, field 4, empty field with the data. So sometimes you can also get near real time. Until last month's data also you can take it. And then feed the system with the data, and then you get the results. Slide number 7, is it?
Yeah, I think they can also you guys can also access the live video, and then I think you can in the YouTube live streaming you can go back and forth. So that shouldn't be a problem. If anyone misses something or want to go again through the slides, they can just go back and forth. So that should be fine. Yeah, I think that's mostly it. Just one last clarification. I believe you mentioned that Azure was free, but I want to just make a clarification that free doesn't mean open source. So just so people know it. It might be free, but might not be open source. So just have the audience aware of that.
Anaconda,
yeah. That's thank you very much. Very informative. I really like how you explained everything very well. I know some people that are very new to this field will really appreciate it. Yeah, thank you very much, Kishan.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. If you want more, you can just scan this QR code, and then our team will get in touch with you. And even for the SSG also, this is for SSG.
All right. Yeah, it's there on the live, so they can access. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Bye. All right. Our next speaker, Ben-Hur Pintor. Are you around? Can you start sharing your screen? Oh, your camera, microphone. Let me give you presenter rights. So you should start seeing all the.
Got it. There.
All right, great. Rosie, you have a great setup. All right, so we have 5 more minutes, so we'll just wait a bit.
Sure.
Ben, you there? Yeah, I was going through your bio. You're in the Philippines, right?
Yep.
Where in the Philippines?
Metro Manila, Quezon City in particular.
Oh, nice. Been there a couple of times.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy again with the pandemic here. We're going on granular lockdown. So,
Can you guys going out of home and all, or things open?
some things are open, but we have a curfew, and some streets are on lockdown. But not the entire city yet. I'm hoping it doesn't get to that.
So you do stuff related to geospatial fields.
Yeah.
What is it like? That sounds pretty interesting.
Mostly remote sensing and GIS stuff. Especially open source GIS like GRASS, QGIS, and things like that.
Nice. So is it open source, like the entire thing?
No. Yeah. It's an open source GIS Q, GRASS as well.
Nice. Maybe you can post the link so people can have a look.
Yeah. Let me go to the chat.
Yeah. Oh, so you have your projects here?
Yeah, some of them.
Nice. Very interesting. All right, I think I'll just get started. Let me go back here. All right, so Ben is a free and open source advocate based in the Philippines who works in the intersections of openness, data development, and geospatial fields. He's an alumnus of the School of Data Fellowship and Data Expert Program and has provided training, support, and consulting services on data literacy and free open source software for geospatial FOSS4G applications to individuals, private corporations, and organizations over the years. And he's going to give us a talk about putting openness at the heart of smart cities and communities. Please go ahead, Ben.
Yeah. Thank you, Marco. Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you for being here. And also, thank you so much for the FOSSASIA team for having me, and for the Linux Professional LPI for also inviting me. My presentation will be about putting openness at the heart of smart cities and communities, our experience with smart city. So it won't be overly technical, but I would like to just share with you guys what we've been doing and what we've learned in our experience here in the Philippines. So yeah, my name is Ben. I like to consider myself a geospatial generalist. I'm an open stuff advocate and a data activist and activist. I like to think that I've had an holistic learning experience from several fields, which is why I get to work on their intersections. I wear a lot of hats. I have my consultancy, as mentioned by Marco, BNHR, where I provide spatial and data solutions using open technologies. I also currently serve as the data training lead for the Open Knowledge Foundation, where we look towards building a fair, free, and open future. And for this presentation, I'll mostly be wearing my CTO hat for Smart City. If you want to learn more about myself, what I do, and the organizations I'm affiliated with, you can check me out online, benhor07b or bnhr.xyz. Now, about Smart City, the organization that I'm part of, we're the first tech nonprofit in the Philippines and somewhat of a pioneer in the smart cities field. Unlike most of the, or some of, not most of the other organizations or tech companies in the field, we really aren't as focused on, you know, the high technology stuff like blockchain, AI, ML, IoT, things like that. But what we want to do is build a culture, basically create a movement that transforms the way we think, the way we do, and especially the way we plan smart cities and communities. We thought about this because we figured the context of a developing country like the Philippines is probably different than the context of an already developed country. So we do this by using a co-developed citizen-centric approach that puts openness and citizens, basically people, at the heart of the development. So we want to move the arrow of the conversation from something that's purely technology and applications based to something that talks about people and that talks about openness right from the get-go. So what is it about smart cities that make it an interesting field to work in? Well, for one, we can actually say that there's currently no universal definition of what a smart city is and what to do to create a smart city. So it's way open. However, in one of our researches in smart city, we were able to determine to find out some common goals, principles, and threads that connect the different schools of thought of smart city development. Usually this involves in enhancing or improving the citizens' quality of life, providing high quality services, enhance social participation, informed decision making, and of course the innovative use of technology. This is an excerpt from one of our researches. Here you can see that what a smart city is really dependent on who you ask, and the key concept and keywords and principles there is also dependent on what kind of category or from what perspective the person or the organization you ask is. The academic point of view is different, the corporate point of view is different, the industry and government point of view is also different. So it's really interesting to work in this field right now because there's a lot of things that that we can do, the things that a lot of things that we can solve, and it's a global thing. You can look at so many countries already doing smart city initiatives, and the same is the case here in the Philippines. Actually, from our research, there's been so many smart city initiatives in the Philippines from way back from 2012, 2013. Here you see the Digital Cities Initiative 2025, Baguio City, Makati City, all eyeing to become smart cities, quote unquote. Here are just, again, an excerpt, some examples from our research. What you can see here, what you can actually notice is that most, if not all of these initiatives are very tech-oriented, all about providing free Wi-Fi for all, improving the CCTV system, and then increasing the BPO industry and other things like that. There's nothing wrong with that, although it's a bit concerning for us at Smart City when we notice that the current initiatives in the Philippines revolving around Smart City and the conversation about smart cities are, one, too technology-centric. The mentality, the conversation is usually goes like, oh, we're a smart city, so we need to have this application. Or it's like, okay, now we have this application, so we can call ourselves a smart city. We've seen that most of the time, the conversation around smart cities revolves around these technologies and applications. And it's also been a bit too focused on already developed or these high-income local governments and communities, what we call the first-class municipalities, the highly urbanized cities and the first-class cities. That's a bit concerning because more than half of the population in the Philippines also live outside of these. They live in municipalities. We have third class, fourth class, fifth class municipalities. And the budgets of these municipalities are nowhere near the budgets of those highly urbanized first class cities, which makes it difficult for them to, replicate what it is that's currently being done. In a sense, this difficulty of replication is made more difficult and compounded by the fact that most of the initiatives we found were standalone initiatives, meaning one city could be doing one thing, another city could be doing the same thing, but their data and their technologies aren't interoperable. This isn't just the case for smart city initiatives. A very real and close example would be contact tracing initiatives in my country, in the Philippines. Although there are cities that have interconnected contact tracing apps, there are also that's not the rule. That's more of the exception. The rule is mostly each municipality, each city has its own contact tracing app developed for itself, and then you have the national government, which also has a contact tracing app that it's mandating, and that makes it difficult to actually do the contact tracing, to mix together all those data sets in one. And yeah, it's further compounded by the fact that there's not a lot of documentation as to these initiatives from way back. As again, from our research, we've seen that since 2012, 2013, there's been talk of smart cities in the Philippines. But when you actually try to look at documentation for these projects, how are they doing now? What are the best practices, pitfalls that they have? It's sort of difficult to look for resources. And again, that makes it equally difficult for other communities who would want to replicate what they're doing. And lastly, there's somewhat a lack of involvement of citizens at the different stages of the development. So it concerns us at Smart City because these current trends of over-reliance in apps, although we agree that its adoption is beneficial, we would like to, as I've said, move that conversation so that we always consider the state of the culture of data and technology in the community being created smart, the literacy of these communities, making sure we appropriate resources and prioritize that development, making sure that we engage and consult with the public early and regularly, and of course, making sure that there are safeguards so that the data, the tech, the services remain fair, free, open, and interoperable, even beyond a specific project. Which brings me to the smart city approach and experience. What we've noticed over almost 2 years of working on this field, and what we want to do further. And hopefully we can have more allies after this and have people replicate what we're doing. We have our core values. We value openness and interoperability. We believe in things being open by default. We believe in free as in freedom. We believe that our project should be fair, collaborative, and inclusive. And consent is key. We want to be as responsible and transparent as we can in our projects, because we want to limit, if ever, any harm that can be done with projects that we'll be doing. And of course, security, resilience, and projects being financially sustainable. So we do this to several things. We focus on several things. The first one is the focus on data literacy and not so much just data science. So what I mean by this is, when I talk about data literacy, it involves not just skills, but also knowledge, attitudes, and social structures that allow for different people to use data. Because the fact of the matter is, data literacy is not just data skills. You can not have data skills but still be data literate. It depends really on what kind of person you are and what your role is in your organization or in your community. For example, a top-level executive, a decision maker, usually does not have as much data skills as someone who's actually working with the data directly, but they still need to be data literate enough to know if the data that is being shown to them is speaking truthfully or is it being used to mislead them. So by focusing on data literacy, we try to empower people, not only with skills, of course, but especially with a confidence and a very safe environment so that they can hone their skills and they can also share their work. This is because we believe that the field of data should be inclusive. It should be painfully inclusive, so that no single person, department, or organization has monopoly over it. I like to say that the field of data is it's far too important just to be left to data scientists. Everyone should have a say on, and everyone should have the means to work with data. The next thing we focus on is being open by default and telling people about the philosophy of free as in freedom. Of course, a lot of us here probably know what open means. Just the short definition of review from the open definition. It means that anyone can freely use, modify, access, and share for any purpose that thing, be it data, be it hardware, be it software. So we believe in openness, which is why part of our projects and programs are advocating and lobbying for an open data policy, and not just the current freedom of information approach that we have here in the Philippines. So as a background here, we have an open data portal, but since it doesn't have as much data as we would like, most of the data requests in the Philippines are coursed through the FOI portal, where you have to request data from the data provider. And of course, we argue that most of these data sets that they're requesting should be open by default, especially those that funded by public money, and at the same time, those that aren't necessarily protected or exempted by statutes or by the Constitution. At the same time, we would like to raise awareness and introduce people not just to the philosophy, but also to the advantage of choosing openness, choosing open source, choosing open data, choosing open tech. From some of our experiences, probably the main reason why people don't normally choose open source isn't because it's bad. It's mostly because they're not aware that the alternative exists. And by bringing the open source to them, bringing the openness to them, we try to give them these alternatives. That instead of getting bootleg versions of software or resorting to something illegal, there are these options that you have, and there's this really vibrant and wonderful community around it that we can be a part of. So that's another thing that we want to focus on when working with projects and when looking for partners. The next thing is about community building and co-development. As much as we can, we put people before systems. Whenever we have a partner who's a local government, for example, we don't come in with a cookie cutter solution. We don't come in with something already built. As much as possible, the solutions will be tailor fit to those people that actually have problems that need solving. We're not a solution looking for a problem. We are problem solvers looking for problems to solve. And then leveraging the power of the people. One of the examples of this is one of our projects is Mapatanda. It's a mapping project utilizing OSM for mapping features in OpenStreetMap that are relevant to the aging population, to older people, to senior citizens. And with that, we partner directly as well with organizations and the senior citizens themselves to try to get them to map these places. And of course, building grassroots communities around open data and open source, as I mentioned earlier, what we would like is to introduce open source to people and have it grow, natively and genuinely within the communities. And lastly, we believe in culture, policy, and institutionalization. We don't look at projects as individual projects, or we don't look at projects on a project-to-project basis. We believe there are no shortcuts, and that building a culture of openness would require, a lot of things. So we always look at the big picture, and you'll see in the next slide about the stumbling blocks and learning experiences that we've had. But yeah, for us, both the journey and the destination are worth it. And yes, just some challenges and barriers from our experience working on opening smart cities and stuff. The very first thing is the difficulty of open data. Sometimes people think that so long as you release it, it's open. So machine readability is one thing that needs to be discussed more in the conversation. We need machine readable data sets to actually work with data. And these has happened quite a lot for me working here in the country. And also, again, the somewhat mix up between what FOI, freedom of information, is and open data, which leads to the next problem, really, which is we have a reliance on data requests in the Philippines to access data. It's more common that a data provider would ask you to request data sets instead of just sending you to a portal to download it directly. So it gets really difficult, especially if you need a lot of data sets and they're not necessarily required to give it to you, because they have the final say if they would release it to you or not. And again, data providers not really being as open in terms of releasing machine readable data sets. Mostly you would work with PDFs and sometimes images when we started working on some of our projects. And of course, these are also some of the issues that we found. The mentality of, instead of being open by default, you restrict everything first and then you just find exceptions. And specifically this last one, we would like to tell people that it's not enough to release open data. It's great if you have open data, but it's not enough. You need a community around it. You need people to actually use it. You need a data literate citizenry that will use that open data to actually participate with what the government is doing, or participate in their civic duties. So we don't want to build just open data portals. We want to build communities. We want to build people who work around those data portals. Some of the solutions that we've found working on this include literacy and capacity training to our, and then we have an assessment toolkit that helps people and organizations, especially local governments, assess their readiness in terms of where we are in the smart city journey. Are we advanced or are we just starting out? This involves in taking an inventory of their data, be it spatial, non-spatial, and of course some digital and software inventory, just to see where we can introduce an open source solution to them. We also provide planning, or we also give planning advice and solutions. Our executive director, Chris, is an urban planner, so she has the capacity to do that. She has the expertise, and of course, we also try to foster, the openness mindset and culture. Try to make sure that there are spaces for hacker spaces, maker spaces, people who are into these kinds of things, that they have that safe space where they can work and where they can grow as individuals, as developers, and as advocates. Just a list down of our projects before I finish. The things that we've done and the things that we're currently doing. So we have the Smart LGU Assessment Tool and the Smart LGU Assessment Research, excerpts of which were the ones that I showed you in the first slides. We look at the current status of smart cities in the Philippines, and from that, we developed our assessment tool so that we can easily compare where each city or municipality or local government is in terms of where they are in their smart city journey. We also have currently the Mapatanda project, as I've mentioned before. It's mapping with and for older adults and senior citizens utilizing OpenStreetMap. This is inspired by the very vibrant OpenStreetMap community in the Philippines. We have a lot of advocacy mapping groups, and we're currently, I think, the youngest one, the youngest of the bunch. So we have that support system in place, which makes this endeavor at least a bit easier. We're also doing a signature campaign to have people agree on general principles of what it is to be sustainable in terms of digital transformation, and then capacity building for leaders, especially youth leaders, on how to tackle climate change and disasters through open data literacy, and open geospatial applications. And lastly, we're looking at researching the state of open data in Philippine local governments, just to see how it is, where it is in terms of implementation, in terms of openness, and at the same time creating a catalog and inventory of all the smart city projects, so that we can tackle that problem where people don't have documentation or resources that they can check if for best practices, for pitfalls and things like that. Of course, we won't be here without our partners, which have been with us and have supported us. The municipality of Arteche in the Philippines, we are partnering with them to help them become the first smart and open source municipality in the Philippines. Department of Interior and Local Government, Region 4A, we are part of the advisory committee, and we're trying to help them as well in terms of promoting excellence in local governance in the region. The Open and Agile Smart Cities, and of course the Linux Professional Institute. These are our partners right now, and we're very much always open for partnerships, especially for those who are in the same field as us, for those who advocate and advocate for openness, advocate for free software, and advocate for open data. Thank you very much. I hope you learned a bit about what we do in Smart City. And it's been a pleasure to be here. Hopefully next year we'll meet each other in person. In the meantime, you can get in touch with us at Smart City, info at smartcity.org, smartcity.org, and on our social media pages. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, man. A really good presentation. Quite a good, some good statements there. Some golden ones. Like I really like the one about like data is too important to leave it to data scientists. Really agree on that one. And there's no questions on the shared notes, but I wanted to just go ahead and take the freedom to ask you a few. Did you find? Well, first, do you have any works with? I hope you. I guess you do. With I think I missed it. But do you have any works with government agencies? And do you see problems when you talk about like open source to these type of agencies? That's usually like a big problem.
Yeah. Not just with my work in Smart City and my personal work and my other work as well. We've had to deal with the government. Sometimes I think the main pushback is it's hard to sell openness to the government. It's hard to sell transparency, accountability, and openness sometimes to the government, and those things being like the main thing about going open source, going open data, it makes it difficult to sell it. So you have to sometimes to reframe it in a way that makes it easier for them to swallow. Although I've had the privilege and I've had the pleasure to work with local governments and government agencies that are very open to these things. For example, our partners, Arteche and the LG4A, they are very open to the idea of opening things up, using open source, using open data. So yeah, it's like a case-to-case basis. Sometimes you get lucky, but sometimes there's really quite a bit of pushback, especially when it's about ensuring accountability, transparency, and openness in governance. So you have to play with both, I guess.
Oh yeah. Glad you found some holes in the system so you can go through. The last one, I think it's very important. You talked about like some climate change and disaster related projects. Have you guys done, or do you see something that could be done into the? Because I know Philippines have a long history of problems with floods. And as climate change becomes a bigger problem, this becomes even bigger. Do you see something that can be done, or have you guys done anything in that direction?
Yeah, actually, the main reason why we wanted to focus those projects in climate change and disaster is the fact that the Philippines is right smack in the middle of this crisis. Storms, typhoons, volcanoes, you name it, we have it. But yeah, we're just starting off with this project. It's one of the newest ones that we have. But what we're looking at is helping the local governments or partners, first of all, digitize their data, because a lot of the data exists, but most of them aren't in digital ready format, which would allow us to perform the analysis easier. The second one is to standardize and curate it, to standardize and curate that data, and of course to capacitate them to utilize existing open technologies that would help them. We're very much open to suggestions as well, because this is we want to pursue, and it's something very new that we want to push, focusing on openness as a means to tackle or to meet the challenge of climate change and disasters in the Philippines.
Nice. There's another question. I think we're running out of time, but if you can answer in the chat, I think it's related. If you can provide some source on the climate and disaster risk governance projects. So maybe if you can drop in some links there.
Yep.
Also, I want to say that it's very, very nice that you guys are not only looking at the big cities, because when we talk about smart cities, everyone thinks about like Singapore, I don't know, like New York, all these San Francisco kind of cities, right? And I also appreciate that you guys are looking into the most, which are like probably the most needed communities, right? Like the small ones out there.
Yes.
And I know you in the Philippines guys have a few of them. Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Yeah, I hope to see you around, and probably hopefully the next one in person.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ben. All right, so we're gonna move to our next speaker, Ashish. Are you around? Can you please start sharing your camera and your microphone? I'll give you presentation slides right away. Oh yeah, hello.
Hey, hi, I'm here.
All right, you should have presenter rights. You should be able to share your screen or upload your.
Okay.
You sharing screen, uploading. Okay.
I'm trying to find my screen.
Okay. You're the right way.
Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Yep. Up. Should be ready now. Let me just. All right.
Okay.
All right, so I'll go ahead and start introducing you. Ashish is an engineer working at Autodesk. He's a platform lead and has been leading resiliency CI/CD test practices across Autodesk. Some of his main initiatives are Day of Chaos across teams, where different teams created chaos in staging their environment, modernizing desktop and reducing build time by half. An automated incident management system, which helps in MTTD and MTDR. He's gonna give us a talk about what are the effects of prolonged CI/CD on the human body, CI/CD for desktops. All right, all yours.
Thank you, Marco. Good evening, everyone. So I think Marco has already introduced me, and I'm going to give a brief introduction about myself a little later. let's start with this video, so that we know what I'm going to talk about.
Ashish, I think we're not able to see the video though.
Oh, sorry.
We're seeing the event J. Yeah.
Okay.
The event J. If you're sharing a video, if you have it on YouTube, maybe you want to use the sharing videos option. Is it on YouTube?
No, it's not on YouTube.
Oh, well, then it's fine. But just make sure you select the correct.
Is it not playing?
No, we're seeing the main hall. Your event J's tab. No, you have to select the correct tab. You're showing us the. I just tried resharing.
Is my screen visible now?
Let's see. Yeah, much better.
Okay, perfect. So let me start.
Please go ahead.
So basically, the intent of this video is to highlight that failures are a given, and everything will eventually fail over time. It's just that we have to make sure whatever is being built has preventions in place, has test cases in place, has all the backup in place so that it does not lead to disaster. With that, I'm going to just introduce myself a little more. So I'm Ashish Vashne. I work for Autodesk as a principal DevOps engineer, and my talk for today is effect of prolonged CD on the human body. So I'm going to give some more introduction about myself. So I come from, most of the time I have worked on the server side, but I've recently started working on the desktop, and I have seen the challenges on the desktop. So server side looks very easy, but desktop does not, it is not easy. So that's why I thought, let me just share what challenges I have run into when I started working on the desktop. So most of the time, I think what we are trying to highlight over here is that when your CI/CD is prolonged, you kind of become a criminal. And I'm sure you must have seen this scenario many times in your development, in your day-to-day work, when something gets broken and you don't even know who has broken it. Like you are ready with your code, but your code is not working because someone has already merged the code, and it has some breaking changes because of which your code is not moving. So what's the reason behind it? The reason behind it is we have people, technology, process, everything in place, but this at times work in silos. People and technology and process does not get integrated with each other nicely. So that kind of creates a long list of problems. That creates slow build process, ineffective test. So your test which you are kind of run, if they are inactive, your pipeline is of no use because it is not going to give you good results. Inefficient stages. You have multiple stages, but they are not producing conducive results, not moving quickly. You have your code and you're not moving into the pipeline. You're kind of stuck there. You're continuously developing something. Now it has become a big thing. And when you merge, it goes into the develop branch or in the master branch, and then it fails because now it has got many things. So if you're not moving quickly, it comes with a lot of baggage and long-lived feature branches. Again, if you have long-lived feature branches, you are continuously working on a feature and you're not merging that feature frequently into your trunk, then it's a problem in itself again. So how can we solve this problem? The problem can be solved by using continuous build, delivery, and deployment strategies. Should have test environments to basically replicate your production infrastructure and test it in a way so that you do not get surprises in the end, and you should have coverage end to end. Then comes your most important part is your real-time analytics, detection, alerting, which is your observability part, and then the dashboards and reporting. So this approach is it will give you a lot of confidence. Why this approach? If I have to ask myself, like my CI/CD is working and I'm still fine, but at times what we lack is the confidence to go to production. So if you are following a lot of continuous build, delivery, deployment, automation, then it will raise a lot of confidence to go to production. So to start this, what do we need? We need to solidify the first line of defense. First of all is we need to improve unit and functional test, review existing code coverage. Like whatever you have, you need to go back and review how good and bad it is. Then add missing unit and functional test into your production system. Push new functional test to production. So this is basically to re-energize your system to have more checks and balances in place so that your system has importance in it. First thing that I'm going to talk about is continuous integration. It has 4 important things in it. Frequent merge to master, as I was saying. If we are continuously developing and not merging to master, it has its own challenges. As you merge, it can come up with a lot of conflicts, a lot of breaking changes can come, and it becomes very difficult to triage those issues at times. Feature flag. If you are working on certain features which you do not feel they need to go live now, just hide them behind feature flags. That will make your life easier. Most of the time, people worry that I'm working on the feature, but it is not relevant at this point of time, so I cannot merge into my master branch, and that stops you because it will go in production and it can break some of the functionality, or it may come out because it is not yet live. So hide these features behind the feature flag before you push to production. Make your build faster. Try to reduce your build time. There are many steps in your build pipeline which are consuming a lot of time, but you don't know what are those steps. So look into it and make your build pipeline faster. When I started looking into it, I found some of the stages are running and taking a lot of time. So I started structuring it and started reducing the time. Then most important thing is test data. This is very important because if you have to replicate the production environment, then you need to have solid test data which can help test in the testing environment before you release into production environment. So when I say frequent merge, what does it entail to? Deploy changes as soon as possible. As soon as you're ready with your change, go ahead and push it to production. It will follow your entire pipeline from dev to stage, from stage to production. And avoid big bang deployments. Again, do not wait for small changes. Just go ahead and deploy them as quickly as you can. Make sure you're putting all the checks and balances in place to fail fast. What I'm trying to highlight over here is fail fast. You don't need to fail at the end of the game. If you can fail early in the game, there is nothing better than that. Because if you're failing at the end, means you have basically spoiled that entire state. That entire time is gone from your hand. Use feature flags to deploy new code in the dormant state. So here I'm going to show you about like how can you use feature flag. So feature flag can be used, if in many ways. You can use it as part of your code. You can use it in UI. There are many other places like launch darkly where you can enable or disable features. I use launch darkly to enable and disable features. You can use feature flag based on user as well, like how many percentage of user you want to show your feature. Let's suppose you want to start with 5%, 10%, 15%. You can define based on user that this user will see this feature that is currently being developed, just to get the feeling like whether this feature is going in the right direction or not. So another common scenarios is continuously deploy to production. Try not to roll back in production. This is another thing which I highly encourage, because at times what happens is when we try of thinking of rolling back in production, it gives you some kind of confidence that if my code doesn't work, I'll go and I'll roll it back. If you always have rolling forward theory in your mind, you will always make sure that your things are working very properly. And again, it's a very subjective thing. It depends in this scenario. If your code has gone bad, if it has impacted more than 50% of users, then yes, you definitely would like to consider rolling back. But if the impact is minimal, then always try to roll forward instead of rolling back. Fine-tune the user experience in production, helping some of the users test in your prod environment. So how can you do it? You can create some real simulation users and help them test in production environment. You just make them use that particular feature, run in the production environment, and get the feedback. Decouple deployment of releases and exposure of features. You don't need to, if your feature does not work, you don't need to redeploy it again. Most likely what you end up doing is restarting the servers. That is the maximum thing that you can do if you use feature flags. Enable a user to optionally select preview features. So features which you want to launch in future, you can basically select users and make them live in a preview mode so that they can test and you can also test at the same time with those users. Moving forward with continuous testing. So far we were talking about continuous integration. Now what we are looking into is continuous testing. How can we quickly test? So automate testing. The most important and most impacting part is how can you quickly automate your test. More automation brings more confidence. You should have check in place to see efficiency of the automation. It's not like you always you're trying to automate, but your automation is not highly efficient. So have efficiency, have monitoring in place to see the automation that has been built, whether it is effective or not. Enable synthetic build, which is kind of replicating your production scenario. It has all synthetic test regression in place and run it so that you're not blocking anything during your daytime. Increase test coverage to achieve faster release and do end-to-end testing. So this particular example, when I say end-to-end testing, this particular example talks about end-to-end testing. So if you see green boxes are not owned by say team A, which is my team, and my team is owning blue boxes. So now if I have to integrate I have to do testing of all the features end to end. So most likely what I'll do integration with the other features, with the other services to see the output of my application, whether this integration is working end to end or not. So how can you do it? So one of the good way of doing is shadowing live traffic. So what you can do is you have your system in place and you can replay this traffic into your testing environment, which can be your beta environment, your gamma environment. But what you can do is the idea is to replay the production traffic into your testing environment by omitting production data. So the most important thing is you cannot carry forward production data which carries user specific information. So omitting that information, replay that information in your testing environment to get the most important information out of it. You can see whether your test infrastructure is working, your features are working with the production like traffic. How can you validate it? So you have monitoring in place, you have benchmarks in place, and you can compare with your production versus test stack. And if you see in the test stack, when you have made this feature live, you could see this is the benchmark, and your error rate has gone up. So that shows that there is a problem. So now you've got a hint before pushing it to production that there is some problem with your current code. Now time to look into it before you push it to production. So basically it gives you a confidence before you push it to production. Your test stack is kind of replicating entire production like scenario in your testing environment and giving you all the information over here by replaying the production traffic. So now come the third part of it, which is continuous build. What you want to do is you want to have pipeline, but try to make short pipeline. Pipeline should be wide, but it should be short. So when I say wider and short pipeline is sometimes what happens is pipeline has 50 stages, and let's suppose if it fails at 48th stage, then you have to rerun your pipeline. So always have replay feature in place, or break your pipeline into shorter pipelines. So say you have 10 different pipelines which are independent in nature. So start with say 10 stages. If it passes, invoke another pipeline, though it is one pipeline, but it is broken into multiple smaller pipelines, and you don't have to replay from the beginning if something fails at the end. So that basically helps you identify failure and save some of your time. Create independent stages to run in parallel. So some of the things at times, what happens is you kind of create multiple stages and they run in sequential order. Identify those stages which can run in parallel. You can see that, okay, my say testing scan can run along with my functional test. So run it in parallel instead of running it sequential order. So that will reduce your pipeline time, that entire pipeline. Let's suppose if it takes 2 hours to complete the build, basically possibly what you can do is running it in parallel may save 20% of your time. So instead of finishing it in 2 hours, you may finish early in say 90 minutes. Splitting tests to run on multiple machines. So what I'm trying to say over here is, so let's suppose you have 3,000 line of code, and in order to test that 3,000 line of code, you have written 110 tests. Now you have 100 tests running. If you run them in sequential order, it may take about 50 to 60 minutes. If let's suppose if each test take about 30 to 40 seconds to run, how can you make it faster? So in order to make it faster, try to split those tests and run on different machines. Try to have infrastructure in place which supports splitting of tests running on multiple machines. In this way, you can achieve results earlier, and what you can do is basically what you can create test groups which will have different tests in place, and you can have multiple machines to run those tests. So basically what you're trying to reduce is time. So from 60 minutes it can come down to 10 to 15 minutes. So if your pipeline is taking 2 hours, so it will come down to 1 hour 10 minutes if you are able to split your test on multiple machines. Now, how can you achieve all this? So the most important thing over here is infrastructure as code. You should be able to repeat your infrastructure as in when you want it. So if you look at it, I have quite a few configurations in place, which is basically help in creating infrastructure for me. So I have a cluster in place, which is basically helping my CI to run, my infra.yaml, which kind of learns that what is the configuration is needed to create my infrastructure, how many machines, how many memory, what kind of cluster is needed. Then my test config, all the configuration which is required for testing is deployed over here. Then my original infrastructure, that so test infrastructure and infrastructure can be considered as blue-green deployment. Now, based on this infrastructure, you can scale up and scale down based on the requirement. And then finally, your service config, which basically captures all the information. like the kind of ALB that is needed, bucket where the data is stored, certificates, all that information that is needed to support the infrastructure or to scale up the infrastructure. So moving on, this is what the summary is. So if I look at the summary that we have talked so far, is it starts from source, it goes to build, then it goes to test, and then deploys. So it starts with a check-in and goes all the way to production only if we have these checks and balances in place. If we are able to build, if we are able to test, if we are able to deploy. So this continuous process is very important. So now this is the CI/CD. At the end, if you see, what I have mentioned is impact radius. So what I'm trying to control over here is my blast radius. With this approach, what I'm trying to do is get the feedback as early as I can, so that I am not failing at the end, and I'm minimizing the blast radius. There is another way to do it, releasing based on user as well as based on geography. Instead of doing worldwide release, you can release in a small location and see how much it is, how well it is behaving. If the behavior is not correct, possibly you can just roll it back or fix it in that region and then go in other regions. So this is a way to basically get a faster feedback of your production release. So all this is important only if you have good observability in place. So what you are trying to achieve over here is build time. You should continuously look into your build time and have a check, like you have a benchmark on a build time, that it should not increase by this time. If your build time is increasing by this time, it should create an alert like why this is going beyond this build, going beyond this time. Monitor common failure scenarios. If your pipeline is failing continuously, capture those scenarios and do analysis like, okay, this is why my build has failed. This is the error message that I'm getting, and try to see if these are the common scenarios which are getting, and then do analysis and see over the period of time it is getting reduced or not. If it is not reducing, then you're not doing a good job over there. Your common failure scenarios should reduce over a period of time. Monitor success versus failure build rate. If your failure build rate is always high, then again it's a sign of a bad practice. Monitor effort of manual tasks, like how much of the effort is being put into manual tasks. And then also look into bugs created out of the release. You have released, then how many bugs have been created out of that release. Code coverage. So if you look into this, so I've captured almost everything over here to see how quickly I can get all the information. Okay, this is the last time scratch. So I use Slack to basically notify any change in the code that I am making, and this takes all that information and puts it into the Slack. You can use any other tool, depends on your set of tools. In my case, I'm using Slack. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to capture all that information and pushing it in a place so that I can find it easily. Information like author information, commit information, all this information, I'm putting it in a place and highlighting it. And important thing is I'm tagging that person so that this notification is going to that person. Most of the time, people run the job and they don't even know their code has failed. So with this, it is kind of quickly picking up that person, and that person is fixing it. So this is one of the things which is like kind of I would like to highlight DevOps principle. On the left, what you see is technical practices, and the outcome which you see over here is less burnout, less deployment pain, and less rework. If you are continuously following these practices, which is highlighting on the left side. How to measure success? So again, I'm not sure how many of you are aware of DORA matrix. So one of the matrix which is quite popular is to identify success is DORA metrics, which basically monitors deployment frequency, lead time for change, change failure rate, and mean time to recover. So here is the benchmark at the bottom, if you see, and there is a link. So most likely what you can do is you can see where exactly your application is at this point of time, whether it falls in elite group, high group, medium group, or low group, based on the definition which is given there. Now, dashboard. So this dashboard, which is, so this is other than your monitoring dashboard, this dashboard basically talks about your DORA metrics. So it looks into your deployment frequency, whether it has increased or decreased, your line of code which has gone into production, lead time to deploy in dev, then from dev to production, failed deployment. So this dashboard basically gives me all the information which I want, and then I can improve from there. If my deployment frequency is going down, I can just look into it. Okay, then I need some, I have to do some work to make it better. So, and then the crux of the story is fail fast and recover quickly. This is the only thing which goes forward, is fail fast and recover quickly. If I'm able to fail fast, then I would be able to identify those failures early in the game instead of failing in the end of game. And then I can put remediation in place to recover quickly from those scenarios. What I'm trying to say over here is time. Everything is dependent on time. And if I'm able to fail fast and recover quickly, I would be able to save my time. With that, that's the end of my presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Ashish. Very informative, very interesting. I think we don't have much time for questions. I invite you though to answer the questions in the shared notes for whoever wrote questions there. And also you can jump into the discussion room to see if someone comes over and address those questions. If it's that, okay?
Yep, sure.
All right. Yeah, again, thank you very much. Very interesting. And I think we'll get started with our next presentation. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. And now I'll hand over to Mishari, which is already here. Hello, Mishari.
Hi, Michael.
All
thanks
right.
a lot, Michael. Thanks, Ashish.
Yeah, all yours.
All right. So I'm Mishari Mukbil from Bangkok, Thailand. I will be your MC for the next 3 sessions. So without further delay, introducing Frederic Debian, which will be talking about from DevOps to EdgeOps, a vision for edge computing. And the reason that this is interesting is because DevOps in an edge environment is very, very different than your standard environments. And Frederic will be telling us all about it. Over to you, Frederic. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. I would love to have this share screen button, however. So maybe
Oh,
you need
sorry.
to do something.
Apologies.
No worries.
There you go.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. And well, thank you to the organizers for the opportunity. So this today I have the pleasure to really bring you on this trip from EdgeOps from DevOps to EdgeOps, and really illustrate the vision that we've got for edge computing at the Eclipse Foundation. All right, so the agenda today is really, really simple, right? First, we'll talk a bit about DevOps, because that's the start of the journey, really. Then I will cover the specific requirements that Edge platform has, and then finally, describe in detail what EdgeOps is exactly and how we implement this in our open source edge computing platforms at the foundation. By the way, if you are interested in the vision that I'm describing in this presentation, we have a white paper coming up that will explain this in greater detail. It's a community white paper. It's not me just in my own little corner writing things. And I will put this link to the chat if you are interested. So we are this close to release it. It's not ready yet. So this is a link to our registration page to be notified once it will be available. And I will put that in the chat after the session. All right, so DevOps. It's funny, there was a DevOps session right before this one, but if we need to take a step back and really define what DevOps is about, fundamentally there are three things there. The whole point of DevOps is to deliver solutions on a short life cycle. Okay, previously, waterfall approaches and all of that, you are taking, months or even years before delivering a release. In this case, you will release every week, every day, depending on the type of application, and it's a different cadence for sure. Then the whole point of DevOps is to break the silos. So you won't necessarily merge development and operations teams, although in some organizations it happens, and then you have DevOps engineers instead of just software engineers and operation guys on the other end. But whatever implementation model you choose, really the whole point is to bring those people so that the developer cannot wash his hands, once the code is written and pushed to production. This is all about full cycle accountability for everyone involved. And then what are the typical things that you see in DevOps? Well, obviously there's the reliance on continuous integration, continuous delivery, an approach based on microservices, and right, like we were saying in previous talk, infrastructure as code. The fact that you manipulate the infrastructure using descriptors or using scripts, whatever, and all of those things together are DevOps. And all of this is good. All of this is good. The point of this talk is not to say that DevOps is not good, but the thing is, DevOps was not born at the edge. DevOps is something that was born in the cloud, and the cloud environment, as we will see, is very, very, very different than the edge environment. So what is the cloud when you think about it? The cloud is all about on-demand availability of resources. So it's an homogeneous environment where you can get 200 or 2,000 similar instances, and they all have this little code, a C2, an M4, and that kind of stuff. And you know exactly how much compute power, how much memory you're getting with that. And it operates at a large scale, right? It's that's the main draw, the fact that you have so much resources available in the cloud versus what you could get in your own data center. And all of that is centralized. Yes, there are availability regions and things like that, but ultimately, it's one big set of infrastructure which is distributed. So edge computing, what is it in contrast? And the right way to think about this is essentially what you see on the slide, which is a little quote from Mike Milinkovich, the executive director at the Eclipse Foundation. Essentially is saying all the time, you're doing edge computing if you care about the physical location for a specific device, okay? Because apart from availability zones in public cloud, you don't care what this server is. You're just deploying something on a server and people will be able to reach it, and that's it, right? That's the whole point. But in edge computing, you're trying to optimize for certain things. And this means you pretty much care where the device is located, because otherwise you won't be able to optimize for those things. So going a bit deeper, what is the edge? Well, essentially, edge computing is about bringing compute power and storage as close as possible to the source of the data, okay? Which means you have a set of edge nodes that are distributed all over the place, and you operate at a small scale. You don't have, endless resources, especially because when you deploy edge nodes, you're putting that on roofs, you're putting that on wind turbines, on oil wells in the middle of nowhere. that's really a different deployment model. And typically edge nodes will be heterogeneous because you need to optimize for power consumption and other specific constraints. And out of that means that the edge is a very, very, very different environment than the cloud. And then the typical workloads at the edge are also different than what you typically see in a run-of-the-mill IT project. So at the Eclipse Foundation, we do typically 2 surveys every year, at least in the IoT and edge domain. And one of them is the Eclipse IoT Developer Survey, which typically runs in the fall. So in the latest 2020 edition of that, we were asking questions about, hey, what type of workloads are you deploying at the edge? And no surprise, artificial intelligence was the leading one. But you see after that, everyone is tightly packed. 30%, 29, 27. People could obviously pick multiple options there. But the one fascinating thing here is the wide variety of workloads that people run at the edge. And this is really important because you have somehow to have a generic application management system that will take into consideration all of those very, very different workloads. Another fascinating thing about the edge is that even though we are talking a lot about it since the last few years, it's been around for, nearly forever, I would say, in computing terms. When the Americans, landed the first man on the moon in the 60s, the software architecture that was supporting the Apollo missions was literally edge computing. So they had 3 antennas tracking, the spaceships en route for the moon, or even the lunar module on the moon. And there were those 3 antennas, one in California, one in Spain, one in Australia, that were receiving data at 48 kilobytes per second, and then local mainframe UNIVAC 1230s were crunching that and sending that to the mainframe in Houston, which was a business level machine, not an incredibly powerful one even for the time. And that particular IBM mainframe was feeding the screens in the common room. Okay, and all of that already, this is edge computing because you brought those mainframes straight to the antennas in order to crunch the data that was received from space. And you see the same thing in more recent space flights, like the Perseverance rover on Mars. Essentially, that rover is relaying data to Earth through a satellite that is orbiting around the planet. All right, so what are the challenges that are specific to edge computing? Well, essentially, when you do edge computing, you're sitting, somewhere and anywhere between a specific set of connected devices and the cloud. Okay, and this comes, with specific challenges that you're trying to address. Why are you doing that? Well, you're trying to reduce latency. Obviously, the closest you are to the data, the lower the latency is, because going to the cloud, latency is completely unpredictable. So if you are controlling an industrial process on a factory floor, if you are controlling the descent of a spaceship, on a remote planet, if you are doing a connected car, people can die if you get it wrong. So you're trying to reduce latency in order to be able to make the right decision at the right time and then do something in the real physical world, typically. Obviously, another advantage of edge computing is that you can reduce a lot bandwidth usage. For example, if you are doing video analytics, well, it's much cheaper to do this, at least basic analytics on the camera itself, rather than sending that to the cloud. Just a simple full HD video flow. A simple full HD video flow. For 1 hour, you will transmit 2 or 3 gigabytes of data to the cloud. So if nothing is happening and you just need to do analytics when, let's say, there is violence on the street or when there's an accident on the road, then you're wasting bandwidth at a colossal scale, and you don't want to do that. So optimizing for bandwidth usage is really important. Resiliency is also an important part of the equation when you do edge computing. You bring resources closer so that there are less network ups between the device and ultimately the cloud. And finally, there is data sovereignty. Sometimes in specific industries like healthcare, you don't have the right to move the data outside of a specific hospital or outside of a specific country. And because of all of those regulations and things, sometimes it's incredibly useful to rely on the edge computing model. Now, what are the specific requirements of edge computing platforms? Well, you know, edge computing is IT, but at the same time, it's different than your run-of-the-mill IT project. For example, the lifespan. Okay, if you are building a digital building with sensors on every floor and all of that, you won't be able to open those walls for many, many years. You don't want to replace all of those sensors every 2 years. It's not cost effective. It's you know, you don't do that. So typically in edge computing, as in IoT, you need to think and maintain, you know, the whatever you will deploy for years, if not decades. A typical factory floor, for example, will be refreshed maybe after 20 years, 30 years, maybe more. And that's really important because especially in the industrial setting, every minute you're not producing is lost money. Then obviously, as we mentioned, edge computing is about heterogeneity. No player in the market will be able to give you sensors and actuators all the way to cloud services. So you have to deal with a number of suppliers there. And a complete solution requires many, many suppliers, many players. Edge computing, as I mentioned, is about constraints. You know, you need to optimize power consumption. You need to deal with limitations in compute power because of that. And then your hardware and even software will have to be resilient against vibration, dust, and many, many other things. And you would think that things like that, like vibrations, that's only a hardware problem. Oh, I will use hardened hardware that can resist those vibrations. But no, sometimes if you are taking measurements using sensors, those vibrations can introduce errors or, you know, can influence the readings, and you need to correct that in the software as well. And finally, there's the connectivity aspect. The fact that edge computing is all about connected devices in the field. Well, yes, you will have a network, but it won't be stable, okay? And it won't be reliable. You have out of the box to expect that your network will drop, and then you have to design your application and even deploy the your infrastructure according to that. The nice thing about all of those things is that open source can really help resolve every one of those. The long lifespan means that if you have the source code, even if the underlying, you know, you're not able to build the specific microcontroller you started with, you can tweak the code and just deploy on the different platform. Then for heterogeneity, it's much easier to integrate with new pieces of hardware or brand new platforms when you have the source code. The constraints is the same thing. You know, tweaking the code for the specific power consumption constraints that you have, for example, is much easier when you have the code. And finally, on the connectivity aspect, when you have the source code, it's much easier, once again, to use a wider array of network connectivity options. Why? Because you're not limited to a specific vendor or specific modulation in some cases. All right. And another thing to realize about edge computing is that, you know, the typical deployment models that you will see in the data center or even in the cloud won't necessarily or always apply at the edge. So we ask people, what are you deploying? And you see here on the slide, 36% said containers, 33% said native binaries, 30% said script files. And, you know, you need tools that will deal equally with all of those things because, well, in the case of a microcontroller, for example, it's the straight native binary. You won't be able to deploy a container there. There's not enough compute power. And in the end, keeping in mind the variety of workloads means that you cannot straight out of the box use solutions, DevOps solutions, DevOps tools that have been built for the cloud at the edge. And another important dimension for deployment strategies, something to keep in mind is that for edge computing, over-the-air updates, so transmitted through a wireless network are certainly the dominant model, but not necessarily all of them will come from the cloud. You have air-gapped environments that really will need some kind of locally managed capacity. And this fact means that once again, you cannot use necessarily the solution that you are using right now in the cloud because it won't necessarily be tailored for that specific deployment model. And so taking a step back, when you look at the edge to cloud continuum, there are the three typical data planes that you have to deal with. The data plane where your software components are being deployed, the control plane where really you control the applications or the infrastructure and do real-time monitoring. And ultimately, there's also the dimension of management. The fact that you manage the applications and infrastructure and do device configuration, and that's really important, especially as we are dealing with physical devices in the real world and sometimes in hard-to-reach places. So remote management capabilities are really critical at the edge, and the components for those three planes are really distributed all over the edge to cloud continuum. Okay, and that's something to remember. So edge is not about one specific place. Yes, there's the very, very far edge in your car and, on the top of a building or, on the factory floor. But there are all of those other edges, so to speak, as you are going through the cloud. And edge is also the cell tower or the regional data center for your network connectivity provider and etc. All right, so what is EdgeOps in the end? Well, EdgeOps is simply this, okay? You take DevOps, and DevOps, as I mentioned, it's great, but you need to tweak it for the edge. And this means taking into account the challenges I discussed, the characteristics that we talked about, and the deployment models. And so you tweak DevOps, and you do EdgeOps. And the easiest way to understand why this is necessary, why this is important is this. When you talk about edge computing, you're talking about human lives at stake. Okay, you're thinking about a plane, you're thinking about an oil and gas refinery, you're thinking about a nuclear or power plant or whatever is dangerous. I mean, you don't deploy a patch to your connected road infrastructure, your intelligent road or digital road, in the middle of the day when everyone is on the highway. Okay, and this means you need platforms that have been built from the ground up for the edge, and not only that, but obviously a set of tools for EdgeOps that will be different than what you have in pure DevOps. And so there's a whole ecosystem of things to consider then, and I'm not pretending that the Eclipse Foundation is the only place that you should be looking for such things. We are, part of a number of foundations that care about the edge space, and obviously there are a number of interest groups, and really a great deal of exciting projects in the space. And when you try to map, the most important projects on this edge to cloud continuum and on this development to operations continuum, you will see that the icons in color on this slide are coming from the Eclipse Foundation, and the grayed out ones come from other places, mostly the Linux Foundation. And what you will see is how extensive the toolkit we've got at Eclipse is. So we've got edge computing platforms, but we've got many other pieces like message routing, digital twins, MQTT broker, you name it. And that really makes our toolkit really a unique thing, in the open source community right now. So describing a bit what we do in edge computing at the Eclipse Foundation now. We've got the Edge Native Working Group, which is a code-first place. So we care about production quality and commercial grade open source cloud and edge computing platforms. And the whole point is to implement this EdgeOps vision that I just described. It's really a fundamental one. The members that we've got right now, you see them on the slide. So there's Bosch as a big industrial player, AD-Link and EdgeWorks that really contributed those two edge computing platforms that we've got. And then a number of other players, including Huawei in the mix. The two main projects we've got are Eclipse IO Fog and Eclipse Fog OS. It's written Fog 05, but it's pronounced Fog OS. And essentially, the two of them are distant takes on edge computing. So IO Fog is centralized container orchestration at the edge, and Fog OS is a completely decentralized take on edge computing, where essentially you have a unified compute fabric that spans from MCU to edge node to the cloud and manages them in a unified way. And it works using the Zeno protocol, which is a distinct open source project that we've got. So you can use just Zeno, or you can use the full-blown Fog OS platform if you decide so. And all of those three projects, okay, the three of them, they are production quality, commercial grade, completely open source. And you know, they live in our edge native community. So my call to action at the end of this talk is really, well, please follow us on social media, try out Fog. Please join the Edge Native 1K group. Please join us in solving this EdgeOps vision and making it making it a reality for the open source community and for developers throughout the world. So at this point, all is left to say is a big thank you. Thank you for attending my talk, and you can reach out to me on Twitter if you like, and please visit our website, edgenative.eclipse.org. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Frederick. So after our previous talk, I think it was by Arish, forgive me if I got the name wrong. So my question is, with edge computing, is fail fast an option, or do we go for no failures?
Yes, it's certainly an option, but then you have to build for resiliency. So if something is about, you have, as I mentioned, for example, the network, you have to assume that your network will go out at the most inconvenient time possible. So then, you know, you need obviously to design your application in a slightly different way. Maybe, for example, if you do video analytics, okay, maybe you have several layers of analytics and the device or the camera itself has basic analytics that it can run completely offline. And then you have some edge computing in a data center in the field. Okay, a small portable data center, for example, and that when there is a network, it works, and otherwise the camera does, you know, the full work on its own, and etc. etc. That's really when you think about how life or mission critical edge computing applications are. You have to deal with the fact that things will fail, and a good example of not doing this is what happened with the Boeing 737. Okay, they were counting on an angle of attack sensor in order to determine whether, you know, they had to, through the software, modify the angle of attack for the plane. And since the sensor wasn't redundant, when the sensor failed, they run into those problems, and there were two, unfortunately, incredibly sad accidents. So, you know, implementing such a thing means that you have to deal with redundant sensor and software which is able to really fail fast and find solutions when something is happening.
Okay, thank you. Well, one last question because we still have time. Favorite stack? Is there, for people just beginning out in edge computing, is there a favorite? Like, for example, Arduino, or let's say Raspberry Pi plus Linux?
Well, typically, one thing I always advise people to do is when you start working on this, you start by finding hardware that really fits the use case. And so you have to ask yourself, what kind of sensors would I plug? What kind of, but certainly Arduino, they have a large variety of hardware, and that's a good place to start. The newest Raspberry Pi microcontroller, so it's really cheap, is very, very good too, and you can program that in Python and C. But one thing I would highly recommend is whatever you're trying to run on those boards, really pick a real-time OS, okay, that will be managed in a vendor-neutral fashion by a real open source community. FreeRTOS is very, very popular, and it's great. Problem is, since it started at Amazon, it's developed behind closed doors. You get dumps on the public GitHub from time to time, and that's it. Compare that to what you have at the Linux Foundation with the Zephyr real-time OS, for example. And Zephyr is growing all the time, and it's got, you know, a vendor-neutral model where it's not, you know, Zephyr is not owned by any single contributor, but, you know, it's built by a community. It's a real community effort. And that makes all of the difference in the world. So I would recommend to have a look at it. And by the way, what we do at the Eclipse Foundation is exactly the same. We are a member-funded, vendor-neutral organization. So our edge computing platforms, they are not the property of any single organizations. They are built by their project teams, their committers, and anyone can jump in and start pushing PRs. And, you know, it's my job as a program manager to ensure that they are responsive to inputs from the community.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And we're out of time. Again, thank you very much, Frederick. And we'll hope to catch you around the summit. Bye.
Thank you. Take care.
Okay, next up, Dave McAllister. Would you care to switch on your webcam and put on your slides? Or put your slides on the screen. Maybe he can't hear me. Hi, Dave. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hopefully you can hear me as well.
Loud and clear.
Okay, I'm trying to get my slide share up.
Sure.
I no longer have a button for slide share. Where'd it go?
Apologies. I have to enable that for you right now.
Thanks.
Sorry. There we go.
There
you should have
we
a
go.
button now.
Okay. Share. And slides. And you should hopefully see the slides.
In a moment? Yes. Okay, wonderful. So we have 2 minutes, so I suppose just a quick introduction. So here we have Dave McAllister. He's a senior technical evangelist at Splunk, who will be giving a talk titled "The OSS Maturity Model, Is the Project Ready for You?" Dave provides technical evangelism for Splunk and works with DevOps and developers to realize the advantages of modern microservice architectures and orchestration in distributed systems. He covers topics such as observability, concepts associated with software architectures and practices, open source software, and on creating new technology. So thank you very much for joining us, Dave. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. 1 second, since my slides just went away. There we go. Hi, as mentioned, I am Dave McAllister. I do work for a company called Splunk, and at Splunk we like to talk about how everybody is actually a million different points of data. So I always like to share a couple of mine. One, I am married, so I do not read minds. I have a witness to that fact, so feel free to ask questions. I'll do my best to answer them. I am owned by 3 cats. I'm also used to being ignored, And I spent 10 years as a soccer rep, so I'm used to people disagreeing with me. And in fact, I'm used to half of everybody on the field disagreeing with me at every single call I ever made. But I want to talk a little bit about this larger concept. And we all know, and you wouldn't be here otherwise, that open source is exciting, it's innovative, it's really available inside of here. But you're never quite sure if it's quite ready for production use. Is it stable? Is it well supported in here? And is it in turn advancing? Some of these may actually not always be the exact thing that you need, but it's best to have a method by which you can understand what's going on inside of that. And the difference really varies from where you are inside of here. Crossing the chasm, a very famous way of approaching a business and a product maturity, is a way of looking at it. But it's really broken down into different groups. They're early adopters. They want the competitive edge. They want the cutting and leading edge here. And they don't care if there's documentation. You know, the open source phrase, read the source code is all you need here. They're willing to do the work themselves and understand that things not being smooth may actually have an interesting approach. Pragmatist, people whose job it is to keep things running all the time, want mature products that are fully functional in here. They want good documentation, and they want to understand that support is indeed going to happen. So these are sort of the different models of where we approach that. Well, maturity models have been around for a long time. In fact, the first one was probably 1993, what was called the Capability Maturity Model, which was designed as a way of determining how capable an organization was at delivering a project. From there, we adapted this, and the first really well understood one was the Capgemini OSM model from 2003. Navica 2004 is one of my starting points for here. But as you can see, there are a number of these that have evolved. And right around 2008, they sort of faded from the vernacular. What we have seen recently is that there is a tremendous upswing in understanding the open source maturity. But each of these elements had certain common features. They should state what is going on right now, as well as they should be able to describe what your desired state is. Those are not necessarily the same two places at this point in time. And they should also think about things like how functional the product is here, how well it's tested inside of here, what the risk aspects about using the product is, and then finally, the usability not to the developer or the implementer, but to the end user approach. And so what happened is that these became the structure for what we built for almost all of this. So breaking it down is very simple. There are really only three assessments that you have to make. What are the product elements? In other words, what does the product do? What are your elements? How do you weight in your importance state? And then what the overall score looks like. So product elements. Product elements can contain a lot of different things, and that include how it's packaged. Are you required to put pieces together? Do you have to constantly update different and separate pieces inside of here? Is training available? Does it integrate to other products that you're currently using here? How dependent is it on other projects? Each of these things becomes important as you're looking at the factors that make the product itself useful here. Some that tend to get overlooked, especially by people who are working from the developer or deployment side, are, once again, documentation, usability, or in turns even what the testing capabilities look like across that. It's always useful to understand how the code is designed and how the code is architected. However, this may be a less of a weighting factor depending on what your development process is going to look like. The thing that was not involved in the early ones, and is definitely a case now, is the people factor. Open source projects are driven by its community. We do increasingly see communities as driven by corporate entities, large companies, but very honestly, it's the people factors that make us understand how successful an open source project is. And so we need to look at things like what is momentum. Is it the hot project with lots of people involved into it? Or is there only 2 people supporting this project? They may be doing a great job, but still, it doesn't necessarily have a lot of momentum. You can look at this in 2015 with something like Kubernetes. When Google released it, it became a very hot project, and it's still the #1 project of support for the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. You can also look at something newer like OpenTelemetry, which is the 2nd most popular project in CNCF as well. You need to consider the support for standards. Are people making this up, or are they also involved with the rest of the community, the ecosystem around them here? Need to look at license type and conflicts. And I want to touch on this a little bit because we've recently seen a change in this one. Most of the times we think of this, that an open source license is as unto itself good enough. But we've now seen companies that are relicensing or changing the terms, most recently with Elasticsearch and Kibana for here. So you need to understand what the licensing is going to be, as well as what the licensing could be for this. Leadership, community maturity, but again, also think of it this way. If you're going to be using this project, can you hire people who understand this project? The talent pool becomes also of importance here. So now, simple, define your requirements. That's where you start. What do you want here? Figure out the resources to which you can start testing against this, and then decide the availability of those resources. And finally, simply assign a score for that. The weighting factors are the big issue here. And these are very personal to your use. What are your required factors, as well as how important are they? So here's an example, and this example is a little dated at this point in time. I want to take a moment to go through this. This was actually based on an OpenTelemetry example that I pulled together here. And you can see that the ratings go from 1 to 5. The weighting factors also go from 0 to 5. And then I have a score that's simply the multiplication of these twos. In terms of functionality, OpenTelemetry, even though it is an early days project, is the combination of 2 very mature projects, OpenTracing as well as OpenCensus. Therefore, its functionality is extremely high. So 4.1 inside of here. Testing. The project is tested heavily. Every single step is tested across here. Usability. Where it doesn't necessarily have the best rating was documentation. But in our particular case, we didn't really care as much about the documentation. So our documentation was a little bit lower inside of here. Similarly, we really did care it was packaged, but we don't, I mean, we'd care that there's packaging, but it wasn't important to us because we could put it together ourselves. And then training availability was actually the lowest, I think, of these. Yes, the training availability. And again, mid-ranked in terms of project. And so what you can see is that the score came out to about 63. When we start looking at the people aspect, which is the new addition to open source maturity models, we're looking at things like leadership and culture around here. And here, the rating is extremely high. These are some of the best and brightest. These are people that have been committed to projects for a long period of time and are actively engaged in this. The model, the model by which this is driven through the foundation leads to very substantial leadership capabilities. The maturity of the community, again, because we are merging 2 existing communities, was high. And on down here, where we did find the shortcomings were things like end-user support. Interestingly enough, because of the nature of this particular open source project, end-user support was not one of the higher things. We wanted it to be there, but again, it wasn't necessarily as important as it would have been in other situations. Right here. Down at the bottom, right below, above the score, is one called corporate commitment. And this is also a change from an older style of open source in terms of maturity. what we do find today is that successful projects tend to have companies that are committed to backing it, the same way that we've had individuals commit to backing this. Again, with open telemetry, when we look at this, we've got, easily 100 active companies on any given quarter contributing functionality fixes, pushing things into open telemetry. And the corporate commitment is not just that they're doing this, but that they are providing people whose job it is to make this a better project. And so corporate commitment becomes sort of a dual-edged sword here. We want open source to be able to stand on its own right. That's why the combination of a foundation becomes important. But we also want the ability to understand that there is substantial backing behind this project, and it's not simply going to fade into the background. Two-edged sword here, but it's something that's very important when you look at maturity, is how much do companies depend on this, and how much do companies in turn give back to the project. So there are some catches inside of here. Open source maturity models really do try to simplify reality. They're trying to model something that is dynamic and ever-changing. But when it's really complex, that's not necessarily a bad thing. It can be useful to get a snapshot in time that we can understand. It's almost, in many ways, it's almost like trying to get a services map of a complex microservices environment. We're doing the same type of approach when we're doing this maturity model for an open source project. We need to be able to see what the flow through the project looks like. There can be lots of moving pieces, but this simplification is really useful. Your job is to make sure that you don't oversimplify to where you've got two moving blocks inside of here. Maturity models also assume that there's only one path that's going to go through here, and that path will lead us to an end state, a perfect end state here. However, when we start looking at this, making an assumption that there's one path may allow us over time to understand how this is developed, how the path itself has developed going through here. So with open source, because we are able to see everything that's gone on, we can take a look at what its open source state looks like for that. And then this end state, this perfect state that maturity models presume that they're going to, we're never going to get to a perfect state. And in fact, a perfect state will change over time. What Kubernetes 1.0 is not anything like what Kubernetes is today. Same basic direction, but the implementation, the actual model that we would have built inside of here has changed rather drastically here. So there's no perfect solution here, but it's very indicative of what the current trends are, and will help us understand the direction for the trend in the future. So as a quick sum up here, so open source maturity models can give you a framework for this comparison here. One of the things that we do make use of is we use it for our own projects. Our own open source releases go through a similar maturity model, so we can understand what our maturity of an outbound environment looks like as well. Let me warn you, however, that these are only as useful to you as you can make use of them. There's no perfect silver bullet. There is no perfect one model inside of here. And so the tool itself, the ability to make use of the bullet points in that spreadsheet, are only as useful when you're using them appropriately for your case. Again, reflect back. You set the weighting requirements here. You are going to be setting or receiving somehow the current status, the score for each of those pieces here. Consider that the maturity models will help you understand what's going on with that project, but it is not going to give you a complete and successful guarantee that the project actually meets those requirements. So I'd like to thank you for that, and let me take this back over and see if there's any questions.
Thank you very much, Dave. That was very interesting. If you have any questions, you can add it to the share notes. While those come in, I have a few myself from myself. This sounds like something that should belong in a wiki. Is there a wiki that contains a collection of maturity models that people have evolved and worked on over the years?
There is. I'd have to go look it up here. We are actually working with one of the universities here in California, where we are actively updating a maturity model to this decade, shall we say, since the last published one was back in, I think, in 2008. This was, interestingly enough, this was something I just discovered this week when I got a call from the professor who's leading that effort, wanting to combine forces between the work that I've been doing around community modeling for open source and his project that he's going on at the university. So within the next couple of weeks, you're probably going to see an even better news site talking about the history aspects, as well as giving out a more interactive form on how to make use of open source maturity.
Okay, and is it such a serious effort that it requires a university? I was sort of under the impression that we could also, it's customized, so one should be tempted to roll one's own, but if it's done by a university, that sounds daunting.
It definitely can, and that's kind of why they've asked me to take a look at this as well. Having open source roots for longer than it's been called open source. I started with Linux 0.9.3 way back when for this. They want to make sure that it's useful for people who actually have to do real work, DevOps guys, if you will. You know, if the maturity model, and by the way, one of those on the list, I can't remember which one off the top of my head, the maturity model descriptor is 63 pages long. Nobody makes use of it. So you're correct for here. What we really want to do is come out with sort of a single form with no more than about 15 entries max, of which any of the entries you can choose to strike. So make it as flexible as possible for this. And then single line descriptors, sort of the, for more information, click here to get a descriptor of what should be put into that. So we are trying to make this as actual real world practical rather than purely academic.
Okay, and when will it be released? Any estimates?
That's the other side of the academic coin that can always get into the issue. The version that I'm putting together right now is going to be pushed out within about the next week or so. I'm going to be pushing out a deeper blog as well as an interactive page. You'll be able to download, you know, a sheet of some sort to do this. The other one is probably going to be a little bit farther out because it is a class project. So I suspect it's going to be by the end of their current academic quarter, I think they're on. So that's where we'll be pushing that one.
Okay, wonderful. Well, it's very exciting. The more tools available that allows organizations to be more comfortable with open source the better it is for the community. So we are looking forward to it. Sorry, do you have Twitter? Are you on Twitter? How do we follow you?
Yes, so Twitter is DW McAllister, DWMCALLISTER. LinkedIn is Dave Mack.
Okay.
And you can always reach me at davemack@linux.com.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you very much. I suppose it's a few minutes to our next speaker, so I suppose we'll take a 5 minutes break. Again, thank you very much, Dave. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Hi, everyone. Our next speaker is having some technical difficulties. We will try to sort it out and be back with you as soon as we can. Sorry for any inconvenience. like our next speakers will not be able to come online. So I suppose we will be taking a break for about another 30 minutes. Thank you very much. Sorry, just an idea. If anyone would like to join the discussion room, now is a good opportunity to do so. It's been empty for a while. I think that it's a good opportunity to meet and greet one another. This is a virtual conference after all. Might be nice to do that. Or as Home folks said, we can also chat here. But I do want to try the discussion room. So if anyone would like to join me there, please do so. And I promise you'll be back in time before the next session. Thank you.
do's and don'ts, that the order of things are being disrupted, that the gatekeepers are leaving their posts. The future called and said it's hiring. But it's not just a job, it's a call to be part of something bigger than yourself. Rather than top-down control, it's open collaboration. Rather than power for the few, it's spread amongst many. Across date lines, continents, gender and race, there's opportunity for all, no matter who you are or your place. In garages, schoolrooms, small towns and cities, around campfires, in deserts, startups and universities, companies, meetups, governments and ghettos, people are connected and changing our reality. There are robots to program, spacecraft to design, intelligence to create, smarter than humankind. There's the Internet of Things and quantum computing, and stacks of big data that might even solve human suffering. And although nobody's certain how the future will unfold, why not help write it and have a say in how it's told?
Software development. Now, a new community is improving the world of test and measurement, and you're invited to join. We're OpenTap, a growing community of test developers dedicated to effortless automation. Whatever you're testing, components, devices, or entire systems, you have the same goals as thousands of test engineers worldwide. You need to automate test and measurement for economies of scale and fast time to market. Maybe you've been frustrated by your choices to date. Proprietary commercial products can box you in. The homegrown approach can consume precious in-house resources. Now you have a new choice. Join the OpenTap community, a place for developers to inspire and empower each other. Bring your perspectives, ideas, examples, and code. As your community does the same, you can leverage and contribute project plugins, integrations, and solutions, developing the ideal answer to your own needs. Why reinvent when you can reuse? The core of OpenTap is an open-source test sequencer with a scalable architecture, proven in hundreds of products and applications. With it, community members like you can achieve simplicity, scalability, and speed. Develop new automation solutions easily. Use the operating and development environments you already love. Get started fast with enabling examples and a community of helpful peers. Solve today's problems while preparing for tomorrow's challenges. Create adaptable plugins that extend your functionality with a modern, modular software architecture. Above all, accelerate development, execution, and optimization of your test automation software. OpenTap enables you to bring products to market faster in demanding technologies such as 5G, automotive, and beyond. You are welcome to tap into our community. Learn more.
Because we've been this way from the start and still connect. Because innovation needs collaboration. Because a revolutionary approach to software can transcend enterprise IT. Red Hat, our code is open.
Hello, Augustine. Hello, can you hear me? Augustine Korea. I can see that you can unmute yourself. Is there any problem you are facing? I think it's time for your session. Who are you? Identity on the web. The motto seems to be interesting. Hello, sorry, we cannot hear you. Sorry, I cannot hear you. I don't know about others. And also your camera is off, I think. Okay. I have given you the presenter, right? So if you want to upload, you can also upload your slides. Maybe you can change your browser from to Chrome 2, if possible. Okay, we can see your slides now. And it seems like you are facing some problems with the permissions of mic and video. But no problem, I'm sure you'll cope up with it very soon. Okay, no problem, no problem. So till then, I'll give a short introduction about Agustin Koya. So he's a Chief Technical Officer at Hackerspace Mumbai. He's the organizer of the largest open source software community in Bombay and its longest running tech startup, over 8 years. Hashtag MumTechUp in Bombay. Docker Mumbai community leader and Docker community leader of the year Asia in 2018. Kubernetes Mumbai, Ashcorp Mumbai and DCOS Mumbai Meetup Organizer. Meteor Mumbai Captain, Microsoft MVP 2018 to 2020, and Auth0 Ambassador. So yeah, we, Mr. Augustine, have so many good tags on his shirts. So it was a nice introduction about you, and we hope we can have you in no time on a panel for your awesome talk on identity on the web, on the internet. Because it's the digital era, and the identity on the internet is so important for you. Because if I don't know you on in person, but I can find you on the internet. So yes, so no problem. You can take your time to test up your setup and come on the panel. You can also use the support room if you want to test it up for some time.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Great.
Oh, that's good. Finally, we get things ready. Okay,
Yeah.
folks. Let me see if we can get the mute on. Maybe the camera is still an issue, so I don't know about the permission out there. So let me start up and not take up much of your time.
Okay, no
Can you see the
problem.
first slide, folks?
Yes, the slide is still on who are you?
Hello.
Is it the correct slide?
Who are you? Identity on the web. The introduction
Yeah.
slide. Is that
Yeah.
visible for everybody out there?
Yes, I guess, yeah, it's visible to all.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. I can't hear you all, but I can see the chat. So, okay, that's a good way to get power. Okay.
Yeah, all the best.
One thing works, nothing learned. Let's begin. Cool. So, who I am is that's what is seen up there. Community leader, Microsoft MVP, but mostly relevant for this talk is an R0 ambassador. Right now, let me take you on a whirlwind tour of what we are. Right, if you look at it, the internet, in a nutshell, is some users need an access to a resource. But the problem is there are some bad guys who also want access to that resource, right? And hence, we have to make sure our resource is under some secure access itself. Now, if you look at it, we as an observer, right, we have a few entities that we exist as. Like in any access management, there's some individual units, right, that we are under the system of observation. Take for myself right now, right? If you look at it, if a traffic constable stops me in Bombay, my only identity is the driving license. But suppose if things are not better now, right, and I was able to fly in the US, right? So the Custom and Border Patrol, for him, my identity would be my passport, right? Even though both these belong to me, but I have different identities, and the context of that identity changes, right? With the context change, the identity changes. So that's the basic of I. Everybody being up to next. The whole access management is actually very influenced by real life and world history, right? Think about up to like 1940s to 50s, our access to any restricted area or place or resource like a paper or whatever was through a password. And when we started building programs, right, on our systems, we said, okay, let's follow that up and let's use that same thing in our computers too, right? So that's what we did. We went with a password, and what it worked, right? It had a simple schema, and folks were easy. And there was just one program, right? There were not a whole lot of computers, and definitely not a whole lot of programs that were running it. But then in the yeah, so the more passwords came about, I mean, more programs came out, there were more passwords. Now the thing with these was these programs were like the Wild Wild West, right? Each program, each software had their own access management. So that would mean they had their own usernames, that they had their own passwords, and this would be a lot of problems, right? This is like confused because suppose the username itself was not like standardized as well, so they could change it, bring it about. Secondly, if I were to restrict or get access, suppose if a person left, so I had to go to each of the computers on which this program is and had to personally remove this user, right? So this led us something to what was already there in the what do you say, in the real world, right? At that point in the 60s, 70s, there was one system that was really proliferating much more than passwords and passwords, and that was telephone. And the way we have rectified that was through something called as a type, right? The yellow pages, which hopefully folks of certain vintage would know that's how things are. So we built a centralized place where user and access management could be solved. Okay, so the next part was what we're looking at it is, hey, now instead of having password at the local or at individual apps level, now brought it back to a network level. This also heralded a new crop of profession, right? What we call as the identity administrator coming through. There were no need to make any changes to a code, right? Now the network itself was taking care of your authentication, who you were and what you were. Now, next came up with this, but there was still one issue that was still there. Let me bring up the next slide. Hello. Slide 7. Okay, cool. So even then we had a directory that was like a centralized place. We still had to log in into each of the programs we were. So there was still kind of, password fatigue out here, right? You have to still enter a password each of the program, because take this over 70s, early 70s and all that. There were quite a few programs now. A worker in a somewhat modern enterprise would have to enter in this. So what we do? We first came out with, okay, something called a web access management, which actually you'll see a debut of something known as a security token coming through. So a session cookie that was valid domain wide, right? And there was a third thing that was up there. This is called Kerberos. Kerberos is of a Greek goddess or god, sorry, that had like three-headed dog, and which is quite pertinent because it actually consists of three entities, which you see here. And the top one is the most important one, the authentication server, because that acronym keeps making keeps copying up later on too, okay, as in our future as it comes to. The important thing here is note that now we don't have to do an LDAP bind for each time a password or credential are passed on, right? The only thing the program says is, hey, do I have a cookie on my session or on my laptop or on my workstation or whatever? And yes, if it has, okay, then the application is good to access this resource. Then, there's a little bit of, late 70s and early 80s. What we see is a huge conglomerate, right? You have these big suppliers, big retailers, and they used to like place a whole lot of orders, right? You have to interact with them because there's a whole ecosystem, and you can't use make orders on the phone or this, because it was in a profession and there were a lot of errors coming, and these errors are very costly, right? If you say, okay, you have ordered 10,000 units, but the other guy has 20,000 units, there's a whole lot of money now at stake. That is a problem. So what they did was, okay, let me give you access to my system, but here's the problem: who do you give access to? The first thing they tried to do was something called a shadow account. Now, shadow account was such that the user in the company 1 had a source was getting created in the company 2. Okay. Now, I don't know what you, but this will open a whole lot of issues, right? Suppose this now the guy, maybe most probably companies usually we use resellers, right? Now they have to take control of the users, not only of their own, but even of company 1. So think about that. If this person, user 1, left the company, and then inform this guy, this account will still be there. That account will still be in the directory of the second person doing it and working through. Now I want to take you through a bit what happens here. Okay, there's two things that happen. So what the big guys sat down and said, okay, let's solve this issue, right? Like Sun, IBM, all the top honchos said, okay, let's solve this issue because, hey, these big companies are actually the customers, right? They're very heavy. So they came up with a standard. And the standard name was SAML. Okay, SAML called the Secure Assertion Markup Language. So what happens in this? If you look at it, if a user in this company was to access some resource out here, he would send a request, right? Now, SAML would be a protocol of middleware that would intercept this request and see, hey, okay, this user is not authenticated. So what it goes back and sends. Most probably it's a query, querying or a redirect to the domain controller, or the one that will provide the authentication out there. Okay. So once it is authenticated here, and this authentication happens just as if it was his own company, right? There's nothing, it's transparent to this user. There is something that's called a security token that is generated. Now this, if you see, is where the first time we had, okay, a security token coming into picture in the IAM code. And this security token was sent across to the company 2. Now the SAML out here would find out, okay, because now we followed something called as a public cryptography out here. In the previous still public private, right? There was still symmetric cryptography. There was the same key that was encrypting both. Out here we say asymmetric kind of cryptography happening. There's a public and a private key. So it decrypts this. Okay, it decrypts the circuit token, and if it can decrypt, it knows this. Okay, this is some form of valid that one is trust. The important thing here, this whole transaction is closed by something called a trust. While in the English language and our internal personal relationship may have something, in terms of access management, it says that if you can trust a resource, it means you are accepting whatever the ID provider or the authority tells about the user, and you're accepting that. Okay. So if this token comes and there's a trust, and I trust this directly to tell this user with me, and if he's authentic in the last minute, I'll accept that he was authentic in the last 5 minutes. So whatever this or the authority says, I'm going to accept that. Okay, that happens. The network is there. So SAML in a way is like a trading language, right? It tells, okay, this is trading of identity. Okay, so this is what happens out here. But then we come to, this is all okay. If you look at it, what's happening out here, this is all in the corporate world. But even the consumer world, up in 2000, we started having transaction happening online. So what it was, you find a website out here, making a call to a server, we're using his credentials, and he gets a security token, right? If you notice, the security token made a debut in the web access, Cerberus, all that stuff, which was taken for SAML. And guess what? We have followed that same pattern on the online world. Okay. So the next time, slide move on it. Okay. So here you see, the only reason we can send a cookie and a test is because both the browser as well as server belong to the same domain. I'm using example.com. But guess what? In 2007, there was like an explosion of cloud and mobile, right? So now, if you have and look, your APIs would make a call to them, right? And now you couldn't send cookies because, hey, these are now cross-domain, right? Now, what is cross-origin, sorry? So cross-origin is basically, origin is three things actually. Your domain name, that also includes subdomain. So if you have a change in like in a sub like API, this will be different from your domain, right? Or in protocol or in port number. So if there's any change in these, it means the domains are the origin are the same, and cookies won't be able to transfer it. And that was obviously the case for mobile, right? They were all around the internet, and they were on the mobile platforms, like the Android or the Apple. Next. So the initial years were like very naive and innocent, right? So suppose if you was an attendee and event this event, right, and event so and you wanted to use your own Gmail login. Suppose if event have that facility of, okay, I'm going to go with your login there. You don't need to create any new username password on my system. You can use the existing username password like Gmail, etc. This is just an example, right? Even they doesn't have that. So if you're doing, the way it used to go was, hey, dude, please send me your Gmail username and password. Guess what? I would send him my Gmail username and password, which even Jay would have sent that to the Gmail out there. And even Jay then could have done anything what you want with my Gmail, or whatever I could do with my Gmail account, even Jay would do that. I hope you can see a whole lot of issues and problems that will come with it, right? So how did we solve this, right? So two bunch again sat together and created something like this OAuth2. Okay. So this is what we call the beginning of delegated authorization framework. The first part, you see a redirect now. I'm in a browser. I send, okay, I wanted it. The event it sends me a redirect to the Gmail. But now we have a new thing out here. This is called the authorization server. If you notice, this has the same acronym that was there in Kerber, right? That was an authentication server. This was an authorization server. Okay, so the authorization server comes and, okay, is sent. But before this, there was some ceremony that was already done. Okay, if anything out here, event here, LinkedIn, whatever, they had to first register the app here. So they would have been given something called as the client ID and more importantly, a client secret. Okay, so let me retrace my step back. The initial, hey, I want to log in using my existing Gmail account. So what happens? Okay, event says, okay, there's a redirect. The redirect takes me to authorized server. Now, an authorized server is just a set of endpoints. Okay, one of the endpoint is the authorizing endpoint. That's where we do that's where they allow the human interaction, right? That's where you as a user will enter your credentials. Okay, once it does that and it's successfully validated, it sends something called an auth code, authorization code. Okay, now this is an opaque string that the browser anything doesn't have to do anything, even the app doesn't. This authorization code is then sent to the authorization server, and then if it's successfully validated, it sends an access token to the application requesting it. Now, this application token is used by the app to call its API. If you look at, if we have really outsourced our credential management to the Gmail itself, right? I mean, now I don't send any credentials of mine to any other app directly. They have to go, it goes through the authorization and have. So here, no credentials sent. So whatever problem we had the previous one, that was called actually an anti-pattern, right? That was password sharing. So this is happening. Okay. Folks still around here, right? Okay. So once we have this done, right? The one issue with viewers was the issues with all those servers. I could only do it authorization. Okay. I still then could make 100% sure that who you are, right? If you look at it from that perspective. And the reason is that because the framework, the OR0 is just made for that. If you look at it, can I call the APIs? Who am I is not the question that has been asked in any of them. So, but some folks piggybacked on that, right? I mean, you said, okay, let me get a pronoun signing in, and let me go through that. So the what we find out was that you could have something called as a confused pretty kind of issue. That if someone had intercepted a security token and taken it, they could still spoof you up, right? The client would think it is me, but hey, no, it's not. Because any of the other workflow you did based on that would be totally gone wrong. So once again, a few folks got together and they came out with a standard. This is called the OpenID Connect. And the OpenID Connect actually piggybacks on OR20, right? So infrastructure all day, we had it auth server. But now instead of just sending one token, that is the access token, we send also an ID token. Now this ID token actually has a genesis in SAML, right? If you look at it, what we said in SAML was, hey, I'm going to send you across a security token out here. Now, if you look at it, I never used to provision right before. Let me take it back to that slide. Yeah, okay. I've never provisioned you as a user, right? This is just in time. So when you make a request, I should go here. Now, once they're there, that token that was coming through, right? This ISIN token has something called a claim. Now, what is claims? Claims is a set of attributes that are given to a user in that token, and which the receiving accepts for the truth. So this is just in time. Okay, this user is there, and we're looking. Okay, how can we get through that? Okay, so everything is validated at that point itself. There is no thing. The request comes. With the actor, you have okay. This is the user, and that's all kept there. There's no provisioning of the user. So this is one link of that. We had federation happening out here. Now the second question that you can ask me, if I had all this, why do I needed OR2 in this scenario, like a mobile? Because remember, SAML came around in 2005 or something like that, early 2000s. Whatever these specifications were given out, they didn't take account for mobile, right? They didn't know because none of them were even happening. So these were basically for corporates who had like huge servers, and what they had was XML processors that were really processing a heavy XML documents and also relied on some huge cryptographic libraries. These were unfortunately not present in the mobile when it started out, right, at that point. And so that's the reason we had to see a way to rely on some other new set of things happening. That was OAuth 2.0. Okay. Now, after OAuth 2.0 had come through, we had an issue. Okay, how do we do that? And then we had to open IDC Connect. If you look at the third point out here, what you want to wrap it up in here is what is the really difference between? So you use your identity to authenticate with you, but you also do an identity to get obviously with some proof. But do you have access to the resources? That's what you mean by authorization out here. Okay. So if you look at it, this is in a nutshell of what is the IAMS, right? Identity and Access Management. We get to you, okay, do you have who you are and do you have the access or privilege to for these resources? And that's where the authorization part comes to it. Now, if you look at it, this is the industry style of protocolization where we had OAuth 1, but that had a lot of issues, so I'm not going to speak about it. The whole industry is now set up on OAuth 2.0. Wherever you're using any of this, like even on Facebook, Twitter, or whatever you're using your login with this, they're all based on this kind of workflows happening because that's the standard. Now, with the OIDC, we built on the top of the same framework that was OAuth 2.0. We added just another endpoint like the discovery endpoint that was there. And now instead of one token, that is the access token, we have sent the ID token. Now, the difference between an ID token and access token is the ID token is just used by the client, right? The client application. While the access token is used by the client to talk to an API. Okay? Or to an API or any other resource you want. Usually it's an API. Hello. So this is what you will experience most of the time. Right? If you look at it, these are the roles in OAuth 2.0. The resource owner, that will be you, right? You own that Gmail account. There's an authorized server that Gmail, or in this example, will be having it. That will give you, I'm just using an example, event that will allow you to access the API, this Gmail API, that is the resource server. Hello, everybody can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Oh, okay, thanks, Pulkit. Apple can't get any audio back, so I can only speak and you can hear, but I can't hear it back. So this brings us to a short because it's 4:30. I think is my time out here for this session. Any questions? Please just put it on chat. I'll be here to.
I think we might have to skip the live Q&A. We've gone well over.
I can't hear you, Ronan. I can only see your icon coming up, and I can see my icon coming up with the microphone I speak, but I can't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, Ronan. You're speaking a lot. I mean, at least I can see your icon popping up, but I really can't hear you.
Yeah, that's fine. So, Toby, can you turn on your camera and
okay,
mic?
Thanks.
Okay, you can hear me okay? You're muted, but let's just verify that you can speak. Or unmute.
If I unmute myself, it gets better, doesn't it?
It does materially improve the quality of your output. Yes.
Right. Good evening, everyone. I'm really stoked to be here.
Let me briefly do your intro. Sorry, we've had a unexpected. We sort of had planned a change of moderator, but our previous moderator had to leave mid-session, and I hadn't realized that had happened, so I didn't take over as soon as I was supposed to. So we're a little bit late, but we'll get this underway. Toby is the principal at Unlock Open, a boutique consulting firm that helps large organizations build strong open source cultures and leverage it to recruit, retain, and foster top software engineering talent. I think we need more of this in the world. Clients including Google, Microsoft, Intel, Mozilla, many other good things. Previously a member of Facebook's open source and web standards team and Facebook's advisory committee representative at W3C, and known for having co-maintained the prototype JavaScript framework and various standards.
That dates me, doesn't it?
Well, you know, a few of us have been around for a while. However, I first became aware at last year's State of the Source, when you were speaking about the hierarchy of constituencies and its potential application of open source, which I thought was a very thought-provoking model, and it's
thank you.
shaped some of my thinking actually for this morning's session, none of which we got to. I don't know if you saw it, but I had 3-4 incredible speakers and got through one of my 30 items, which, you know. So anyhow,
such is life.
Such is life. So the deal is, although we've flipped a bit, you have 25 minutes. That includes Q&A.
Yes, I know.
Fabulous. We have started a few minutes late. I will take that into account. But Toby, please take it away.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Let me share my deck with you all. See if I can do that easily enough. There we go. Just checking that you can actually see the slides. Wonderful. You can. Okay. Are any of you familiar? I suppose a lot of you are familiar with this logo. It's actually the logo of the Heartbleed bug. And what is the Heartbleed bug? It is a it was a critical vulnerability of the OpenSSL library that got discovered in 2014, and of course. That was really an important issue because OpenSSL is essentially responsible for securing network communications in Unix systems. And so essentially that library was in roughly 2/3 of internet servers. And so of course it had a really huge impact on the industry, which costed roughly $500 million dollars, right? And had lots of concrete damaging issues to actually people. For example, there's apparently 4.5 million user patient records whose confidentiality was compromised because of that bug. And so what was interesting, of course, is the OpenSSL library is an open source project. And so the Heartbleed bug was sort of this pivotal moment in the tech industry where everyone realized suddenly that open source was actually ubiquitous, right? 2/3 of active websites were relying on the OpenSSL library to secure the communications, that it was critical. It was in key parts of the stack, and that it was highly underfunded, right? The OpenSSL library only had one full-time maintainer and was running on the $2,000 a year budget. So this led the industry to a moment of was stunned essentially by what had happened. And then that's when sort of like we started really hearing about all of these issues that plagued open source around maintainer burnout, and that really put to the forefront the question of the sustainability of open source and open source projects, and that led to a slew of different responses by the industry. And so the first part of this talk, we're going to look at sort of the different ways the industry reacted to this. So the first response was the creation by the Linux Foundation of the Core Infrastructure Initiative. And this was a multi-million-dollar fund administered by the Linux Foundation and a steering committee of industry experts whose goal was really to harden the security of key open source projects. That were critical to the infrastructure of essentially the internet and the web. And so that focus really helped prevent new Heartbleed, was the real key focus, but it didn't really cater to the broader open source industry as a whole to make sure that the whole of it was more sustainable. And so as a response, people started experimenting with different solutions. So for example, here is a picture of Evan Yu, the creator of Vue.js, who used the Patreon platform to sort of create a revenue stream to be able to work on Vue.js full time. And this was a success story for him, right? He was able to quickly get to roughly $17,000 per month, which would essentially enabled him to create a big enough revenue stream to be able to work on it full time. Of course, that was sort of a one-off wonder, right? Not many people in the industry have been able to reproduce that kind of income. Another interesting solution that came up was Gitcoin. So Gitcoin is actually a GitHub issue market that is based on, that is blockchain based, relying on ethers, and which is essentially enabling people to pay in bounties for open GitHub issues on open source projects. And there's a whole ecosystem around Gitcoin, including first an ad network called CodeFund, which we'll talk about in a minute, and a Patreon-like solution called Grants. And so CodeFund, the idea was essentially, can we actually add advertisement that is contextual to open source projects? So for example, if your open source project is built in JavaScript, maybe there's a bunch of companies that are actually trying to hire a JavaScript engineers who would be willing to fund that, to, well, at least to pay for an advertisement. And so this was making roughly $10,000 in monthly revenue, but unfortunately closed, right? And it's sort of replaced by a different company called Ethical Ads, whose origin story was also trying to fund sustainable open source, and who has been growing essentially its advertising model, and has served roughly 1 billion ads since 2016. We've then also seen the venture capital community start to be really more interested in open source. There's a dedicated fund called OSS Capital that focuses only on open source projects. So there's activity in that space too, really to fund essentially companies that are trying to leverage an open source project. Another interesting angle that we've seen more of recently is crypto-based solutions to fund open source. Of course, with the NFT craze that we're seeing right now, that sort of like has created even more thinking in this space. Frankly, I'm yet to see a solution that seems to address the space convincingly and understands the IP of open source well enough to be actually able to suggest something concrete in that space. But there's things happening there too. Of course, one of the key projects in that space is Open Collective. So essentially, Open Collective provides nonprofit status to open source projects through an organization, 501c6 that it created, and essentially funnels sponsorships to the different projects. Its biggest success story is Webpack, which has been making over $500,000 now yearly in funds. But it really has somewhat of a long tail problem. For example, in 2017, 25% of all of its funds went to Webpack itself, right? And so to address this, it has created Back Your Stack, which is essentially a project that goes through your the software that you use, looks at all of the dependencies, and then makes suggestions as to how to fund dependencies of your dependencies in order to make sure that your whole stack is actually funded, and that the open source supply chains on which you rely is actually solidly funded. Tidelift works on the same assumption. It's sort of essentially Red Hat business model for the long tail. The way it works is by actually paying maintainers to do the work and then setting subscription services to companies that want to make sure that their stack is safe from a legal and health, community health and sustainability perspective. And of course, this whole picture wouldn't be complete if we didn't quickly mention in passing GitHub sponsors, which is essentially GitHub's, inspired by Open Collective, GitHub's solution that's inspired by Open Collective, baked into the platform and sort of creating the same kind of solution as Open Collective is. We don't really have a lot of data to see how successful it is right now, but it surely has been helping. Okay, I'm rushing a bit through these slides because we don't have a lot of time left. Warning ahead. There are limitations to addressing open source sustainability through funding alone, and there are essentially key ones. The first one is, does this actually scale when you compare it to how big the open source market has become? Is money really what's missing? If we do, or if we would be able to actually only fund the open source that way, through essentially charity funding, would that be a desirable outcome? And then lastly, what is the real value of open source? And aren't we limiting ourselves by looking at it just from the perspective of the source code? So let's get started. This is a $100 bill. If you stack 100 of those, you get $10,000, which is roughly equivalent to the monthly revenue of CodeFund, the now defunct advertising platform I mentioned before. If you stack 100 of those together, you will get roughly $1 million, which is roughly the amount of money that was collected by Open Collective in a year in 2018. I think it's more now, but it's also broadened. And it's the same amount that Tidelift has committed to pay the maintainers of open source. Now, I want to look at how that exactly compares to how much money is being spent in essentially software development worldwide. So looking at the worldwide developer census of 2018 from the IDC, we see that there's roughly 20 million developers, about which 12 million are full-time and about a little over 6 million are part-time. So if we do rough back of the envelope math on this, and assume $65,000 yearly cost for full-time developers and $35,000 for part-time developers, we see that the industry is spending as a whole roughly $1 trillion in software development wages worldwide, right? And so let's have a look at how exactly bigger than the $1 million was sort of like spending in open source $1 trillion is, right? So if you stack 100 of those $1 million on a wooden pallet, you get $100 million. Combine 10 of those and you get $1 billion, right? Now, if you want $10 billion, you're getting a square of 10 by 10 pallets. And to get to $1 trillion, you have to stack 100 of those, right? So, if you go back to looking at the $1 million that you have down there compared to the, which is sort of like, the size of what the industry is spending and is trying to fund open source through charity-based funding, probably $10 to $15 million at this point. And you compare that to how much the industry is spending on developers, you can see like a huge discrepancy, right? But now the real question here is that even what's missing? And if you look at, for example, the number of developers working on the Linux kernel, you'll see quite clearly that, for example, for Linux, roughly 92% of developers working on Linux are actually fully employed just to do that. So this is going to change from project to project, but it's a good question to ponder. Like, is money actually solving the problem that we're trying to solve? And then the third question, which I think is a really important one, is it actually a desirable outcome if we have on one side open source developers that are sort of charity funded, not really well paid, working on critical infrastructure of the whole technology and the internet that we have today, and on the other side, sort of corporate developers that are essentially running glue code between open source and off-the-shelf software, and that are well paid, but whose job is not really super interesting. And I'd like to read a quote from DHH, the creator of Ruby on Rails, about the perils of mixing open source and money. It's an old quote, but I think it's really interesting. So he writes, "Part of the reason much of open source is so good and often so superior to closed source commercial projects is the natural boundary of constraints. If you're not being paid or otherwise compensated directly for your work, you're less likely to needlessly embellish it. You're solving the problems for you and your mates, likely in the simplest way you could, so you can get back to whatever you originally intended to do before starting to shave the yak. So this is essentially saying something, I think, which is really important about the open source, which has part of the value and the quality of open source comes from the fact that it is people coming together to solve a particular problem in a constrained way, and that the value that's created by creating open source that way makes for better software than if it is essentially sort of like vendor driven and it's in the way it's built. Okay. Lastly, and that ties in well into the last point, what I want to look at is what the real value of open source is. Because I think this is critical, and this is something that really we tend to miss from this conversation in general. So when we kind of look at open source in general, we'll look at corporations on one side and sort of like open source on the other was like the pool of commons where the open source software is, and all of these open source developers around the pool of software. And was this idea that essentially the value comes from the pool of commons of software and goes into how corporations use open source. Of course, when there's a problem, so sort of like the facto solutions that we have is just to throw money at the problem. So we throw money to the open source developers and see what happens, was the hope that they're going to essentially create more and better software, and that corporations are going to be able to get more value out of it, right? However, what's really happening in open source is a lot of the value comes from the interactions, the networking, the leveling up as engineers that comes from these conversation and the work that happens on the open source side, right? And in reality, a lot of the value actually flies back to the companies that are employing these open source developers, rather than back to the corporations through just the use of open source. And so I think we have to stop looking at corporations as outside entities and instead consider that they are actually themselves full of developers, right? And that those developers can essentially cross that boundary and contribute to the pool of commons, and as a result, create all of these extremely positive interactions with the broader community, learn from it, and bring that value back to their own company. And so essentially, I'm here to say that although charity-like funding for open source is a net plus, it is alone not, it is by itself not the only solution, right? And the real way forward is to normalize engineers contributing to open source as part of their day job. And how to do that is to make sure that organizations actually understand the return on investment of contributing to open source. And we actually have 5 minutes for questions.
I am very impressed.
By the timing, yes, me too. Thank you so much.
You've in fact made time up. So did you happen to see this morning's panel? It would have been a bit early for you, I imagine.
It was, yes, I apologize, I have not.
No, not at all. I think I'm very impressed that we had Andre up at what would have been something like 6 or 7 in the morning his time to participate in the panel. It strikes me that the themes now keep coming up. We had yet another rush on sort of ethical licensing, which I think was I will say, in fact, I said at the source, I think it's a terrible idea, not because it's not a problem worth solving, but because it's a terrible mechanism. That was sort of last year's focus of discussion. This year, however, again and again and again, the idea is coming up that it shouldn't just be about the licensing in the first place. We need to look at the broader problem. We need to look at the broader context. We need to look at the broader sort of social and commercial relations. And those are all levers for whatever it is we think is valuable about open source, whether it's making it sustainable, whether it's shaping it, the ethics of its use, whatever it is. Yes, we need to get a bit beyond looking where we've been looking for 3 or 4 decades, which is the license slapped on the code. And so I think
I'm highly convinced of that, right?
It's and you've made the argument just now pretty robustly. The numbers are, I had never thought of it that way. That the developers alone, quite apart from many other costs, are earning $1 trillion a year, and efforts to sort of fund open source have managed 1/1,000,000th of that figure at their best. Like, huh. So this makes Bruce's idea of his sort of post-open source model, he hasn't yet got a strong name for, whereby corporations who wish to play get to use the pool for 1% of their revenues per annum, which sort of sounds like an insultingly small amount of money. But what you've just proposed is 10,000 times what we're currently achieving. So it's a... This is just helpful to get context. I like your diagram to get...
Thank you.
You've got a thing the size of a house brick versus something the size of a skyscraper. That's the...
Yes.
The 6 orders of magnitude that we're talking about here. So I
think that's critically important. I also think that what's important is not to have a separation between open source developers and the industry, the rest of the industry.
Yes.
I think that is a huge mistake.
No, I think and indeed, empirically, it's a mistake. It's an error anyway. We saw this 2 years ago at FOSSASIA with a guy whose business is auditing corporate source code for open source exposure for license compliance. So his business is looking at all of the internal source code for a large number of F500 companies. And by his numbers, this was either 2 years ago or 3 years ago, by source line of code, corporate software was more open than closed.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So we are far beyond the point where they're...
No,
they're
absolutely. Yeah.
No,
if you look at the Black Duck, the Black Duck report, that's what you see, right? Roughly, you have open source code in between 95 and 100% of all code bases that they audit on a yearly basis, and it is usually more than half of the code base. It goes up to like 70% in some, and that doesn't even usually account for like vendor software, which is just
the guy who spoke. We might be talking about the same guy. The guy who spoke at FOSSASIA was talking about auditing just corporate internal software, not So we do have a question from the from the floor. Let's address that before we run out of time.
Absolutely.
Hopefully the question is still being typed. Let me start at the second sentence.
Is that at the bottom of the shared notes?
It's at the top. You're neglecting the fact completely how corporations direct the development in a very bad way. Yes, okay. You mentioned developers and companies contribute to the pool of commons, but I think it's rather the pool of features that are needed by corporations. Sure, but Google and Red Hat, we know that. They'll implement functionalities that are helpful for their... Oh, I see. Yes, the Google and Red Hat, Google and Facebook maybe, will implement functionalities in a way that features are included that undermine privacy in open source projects. But concretely for Red Hat, okay, they implement OpenShift in a way that's mostly used for Red Hat only. That's Padaman. So yeah, is the sort of turning into a question? Are we concerned? Are you concerned? I guess it's your session about the fact that, and it's not that we get to change it, but just in terms of the reality that faces us, that corporations will of course support and permit developers to contribute to open source, but to a large extent will only do so in ways that happen to suit their particular interests, and that might be a problem.
That is a really
like surveillance capitalism driving the feature selection in open source software.
I can't answer that question even in like 5 minutes. This requests a whole other talk.
Padaman, you've asked the right question.
Sorry, what?
I was addressing Padaman, the person who wrote the question.
I think it's an important question. We are at an inflection point today where, as a community, we are starting to get a sense of how impactful software and open source are in the world, and are asking questions about it. And I think this is extremely important. It's extremely important that our industry really starts questioning how we do things. If you compare this to other industries, we don't really have notions of there's very few ethics isn't really taught in university. When you're doing a college degree, we don't really have a lot of the typical things that you find in other industries, where there are ethics boards, and you can literally, so there's lots of like really complex questions in that space.
I had to go and study how to do ethics as part of my work as a data protection officer. It's like, I've heard the word, but formally, how do you think about it? How do you reason about it? How do you make decisions? And it's not taught. It's something
it's not taught. And the other aspect, which is also so interesting, is this is an industry where a lot of people have been able to get to work in extremely high positions without having to go through formal university training. And I think that's actually a really good thing. And so the question is, how where would someone learn about these issues if you can go through the industry without going through college, for example? So like, this is a really, really interesting problem. And sure, the impact of corporations on open source is really important, but I think it is far less of a concern really than the impact of large corporations on every human beings on the world. Right?
Yes.
So this is what bothers me most, and I think this is probably where we have to think about this problem more than in how open source is built. I think we have to think about the impact of open source on the world.
Strongly agree. That's I think a great note to wrap. Thank you very much, Toby. This has been
thank you so much.
Thought-provoking, and we look forward to your next thoughts. have a good day.
Happy to continue this conversation in the discussion group where that I'm going to join.
Yeah. So if there are others, I won't. I've just been roped in to be MC for the next hour, so I won't. But if others would like to talk further to Toby about this, then please drop into the discussion video room. If you open that left sidebar, it's one labeled discussion. It's a smaller Jitsi chat, but it's like Zoom. It's just a video meeting. So. Right. Toby, I'd encourage you, hang out for a couple of minutes, see if anyone...
I will do that. And yeah, maybe talk to some of you. And if not, thank you so much for the invitation and for the conversation around this issue. Thank you so much. Have a nice one. Bye-bye.
Helen, I hope you're in the room. Please turn on your microphone and your camera. Oh dear. She was in the room. Helen Jamison, are you around?
Hold, please. I will try and get her. This is Gloria. Hold on 1 minute,
Thank
please.
You. Thanks.
All right.
Everybody, stand by. Well, assuming she succeeds in returning, Helen is a theatre maker, writer and digital artist from New Zealand, and co-founder of Upstage, the venue for online performance, which is the topic of the talk. Her artistic practice is focused on cyber performance, live online performance, for the last 2 decades. There's some forward thinking. And Upstage is an integral part of this work. Through Upstage, she's learned about how open source software development has become involved in open source networks and communities, believes in open and collaborative working processes in both art and software, and encourages artists working with digital tools to be actively involved in the design and development of their tools, which I'd say is a pretty concise description of part of the open source ethos. However,
Hi there. I am Helen's developer. I can speak for a while until she makes it here. My name is Gloria, and I'm going to talk a bit about the just the technology behind it. Upstage has existed for a long time now, I think at least 15 years. And as soon as Helen gets here, she can go over the history with you and you know, all the finer details. But the tech stack right now, this is probably the 4th iteration, is built on basically it's Python using an MQTT message queue behind the scenes. It's a publish subscribe protocol.
Well, you're welcome to turn on your camera if you'd like to.
Oh, sure. I don't have.
No obligation, particularly if you weren't planning to be in. This is like you're the front, sitting at the front of the conference room.
Yeah, sure, no problem. I mean, it's fine. I have some construction behind me, so just ignore the ladders.
No
but
problem.
yeah, so the stack right now for this iteration, which is version 4, is it's mostly a Python stack on the back end using MQTT and Flask, which is a really thin GraphQL and web client. We're getting really good performance with it in terms of response times because the MQTT protocol is basically keeps sockets open. What that allows is immediate transfer of data for a publish subscribe type of thing. So when there's a live stage and there's a performance happening and someone draws on the stage or pulls in a new character or something, that information is published to everyone who's subscribed essentially, and it arrives in milliseconds. So it's really fast. MQTT is used in the IoT environments for live updates to machinery and in farming and all kinds of environments where machines need to communicate with a server or with each other live. So we're using it in something similar for live events on a virtual stage, and it's working quite well. So that is like I guess the good chunk of of this new implementation to make sure that works well. The previous implementation was in Flash, so you can see, you know, Flash is no longer in existence, and
one has to start somewhere.
Exactly, and you know, and that variant wasn't bad either. I mean, it was a great version of the tool. So you know, we're working hard to get this working. We're doing quite well. We're in testing phase right now. Funding for this iteration came from a government organization in Germany, which was great. Helen can tell you the details of that. She applies for grants everywhere and is pretty successful at getting them, even during a pandemic, which is amazing. So I hope Helen can make it because she can tell you these amazing stories about how she applies for these grants. But
she has just reappeared. I assume she's now
there you
going
go.
to the
Oh, okay. So she's
entry process. So a minute or two, probably.
All
But
right, let's see.
give it another couple of minutes. She's got to get through the entry process. But
She's coming. Yeah, she just sent me a note. She's coming. All right.
Yep.
So yeah, so Helen will give you the details about the history and the grants, and that's fascinating. Actually, I think that's more fascinating than the software. But the software development is rolling along. It's really impressive. We have a front end developer who's actually in Vietnam, and he's quite good. He actually implemented ways to do live drawing on the screen and save it as something and manipulate it. He also, you know, enabled us to do a lot of things using this tool called anime.js, which allows you to do animations on this virtual stage of anything you pull in or anything you draw. You can control the opacity, you can control a lot of variants and make things your own. So it's great, actually. And Helen's here. She can tell you the non-geeky stuff, the history and the grants and all of the fun stuff. So Helen, take it away.
welcome. Just a time note for you. We've got about 20 minutes remaining for presentation and Q&A combined.
Thank you.
Okay, that should be fine. Can you hear me all right?
Beautifully, yes, yes.
Okay, sorry I was late. I had this down as being in 1 hour from now, so I was just calmly getting ready to prepare. I don't know if Gloria already said, but I'm jumping in because Vicky is not able to be here for this presentation. She's had a death in the family, so unfortunately she can't be here. So hence a little bit of disorganization on my part, sorry. And I was actually waiting in the support room to test my slides, so I hope that they are going to work. Do I just share my screen, or how do I get to the ones that the slides that I've uploaded?
Each room is independent, unfortunately. You can either, if you're happy to upload, we would encourage it.
I did that. I did it, but I can upload it again now.
I'll just do it again. Unfortunately,
yeah.
We have built many fine features in integrating big blue button into Eventier, but a shared upload space is not one of them. So sadly, it's session by session.
Okay, I'm just uploading it now. And I guess while we wait for that, I could also play the video immediately. Should I do that?
Yes, you know it's got to be a URL, right? You hit the plus button and you...
No, I was waiting in the support room to find out how to do that.
No, so if you just do a screen share, it won't work because it's only taking about 1 or 2 shots a second, which means we'll see a high-speed slideshow. We won't see a video. Okay, well, the video is not actually anywhere online that I'm able to show. So that's all right. I'll find a way to do it later and post a link somewhere. But luckily we have some slides, so I would talk to the slides. So today we're going to talk about mobilizing Upstage, and what Upstage is the first question for those of you who don't know anything about it. I'll just say briefly what it is. It's an online venue for live performance, which has been around for a really long time. We first released it in 2004 after building it in 2003, and this was for a long time a very niche thing that we were doing. It's only been in the last year that suddenly everybody thought, online performance, we want to do that too. And so the timing of this project has been quite good. Would have been better a year earlier, but there we are. So we use Upstage to create live, artistic, theatrical performances and events. Some people call it cyberformance, digital storytelling, online theatre, digital performance. There are so many names for it, but it's all about having a live, artistic, theatrical event with people via the internet. This is the screenshot for the video that I was going to show you with this nice shot of Vicky. In this video, we show some pictures from the website to explain a bit about what it is, so you can go to upstage.org.nz and have a look at that. And she's also talking about the project Mobilise, Demobilise, which is a bigger project than Upstage, under which we are rebuilding the platform completely, which is what Gloria is going to talk to you about in a minute. We called it Mobilise, Demobilise because we came up with this theme in 2019, before the pandemic, strangely prescient. But there you go, we managed to get some funding from Creative Europe for this project, which encompasses an artistic research project into this idea of mobilise, demobilise, which relates to everything from technology, mobile technology, through to migration, through to issues of immobility, and also how mobilise, demobilise is also about military and protest activities. We talk about demobilising in an army and this kind of thing. So we're still refining all of these ideas for the creative side of the project. And for the technical side of the project, which is what we'll talk about more today, mobilising Upstage is about getting it to work on mobile phones. When we built Upstage in 2003, the way to do everything was with Flash. So for 10 years, we've been trying to find some funding to rebuild Upstage without Flash, and now we have it. And that is what Gloria and the team are doing. So we have funding from Creative Europe, which is really wonderful. We've partnered in this project with a really, really good organisation called the Centre for the Cultivation of Technology. And this is a German-based organisation that acts as an infrastructure for small open source projects that don't have their own infrastructure to be able to apply for big funding. So this grant from Creative Europe, we never could have done this without the Centre for the Cultivation of Technology. The form filling and the budgeting and the administrative side of it are just way beyond us. So if I can really recommend them, they're really nice, friendly people who are really interested in supporting open source projects, and they do all the things like tax and all of these kind of things that
that we artists and developers don't necessarily know how to do. We're also partnering with 2 arts organisations in Europe. Tata Interact is a Swedish theatre company who work a lot with the refugee and migrant community in Malmö. And Schaumbad Freies Atelierhaus Graz is an artist collective in Graz in Austria who work across a lot of different disciplines, and I've worked with them on a number of projects, including with Upstage over quite a long period of time. So that's the official partners in the project, and the team is all over the world. So Vicky is in New Zealand. I'm from New Zealand, but I'm in Germany. We've got Schaumbad and Interact. Then we have some really great interface designers, Elisa, who is in France, Riyad, who's from Lebanon, but he's in the Netherlands. Then we've got our development team with Paul in Canada. He's also a New Zealander. Gloria, who you just saw before, who's in the US. And Fat, who's in Vietnam and who's working right now on the... Yeah?
Sorry to interrupt. Are you expecting us to be seeing slides at the moment?
Yeah, are you not?
Oh dear.
I'm clicking through them.
For some reason we're not.
Okay. So did you see the first one?
We've not seen any of them. Sorry about this.
None of them?
None of them. Let me take presenter right back and let's see if I can work out what's going on.
Yeah, I'm able to see them. That's odd.
Oh, in that case, maybe I've done something silly.
Can anyone in the audience see them?
We're getting no response from the audience. No matter. All I can suggest is just reselect the slide deck. So you hit plus.
Plus.
Upload a presentation, and then in the list, don't upload a new one. Just scroll down to your thing.
Yeah.
Over at the right, there's 3 little things. One of which is a circle. Click in the circle to make it tick, and then hit confirm up the top.
Okay, it had the tick in it.
Okay, just hit confirm. So, Gloria, you're saying you are seeing the slides?
Yes.
Okay, in that case, please ignore me. I've obviously done something silly to my computer. I can't work out what. Helen, please continue. I'm sorry.
All right. I hope everyone else who's listening can see them. Maybe somebody could say in the chat if they can see them. What you should be seeing now is a map with names of the team all over the world. Maybe nobody's listening.
Impossible. You're screaming into the void. That's funny.
Nobody's answering to say that they're seeing it. So
well, let's just keep going. It's fine.
Yeah, I will do. So that was the map, and now I'm showing a screenshot from GitHub. We've got upstage.org/mobilize is where you find it on GitHub, and I'm going to put the link at the end, which you may or may not see. And if you go and have a look at it now, you'll see that it's a hive of activity at the moment. The developers are working like crazy because we have just started testing, usability testing with the first release, which will be released at the beginning of April. So we've got a small pool of testers who are testing at the moment. And then I've just got another screenshot from GitHub there that's showing you the icons of our contributors, as well as the languages, which is bringing me into introducing Gloria, who already introduced herself, to hand over to her to tell you a bit about the technologies and languages and ways of magic that the developers are making this fantastic platform. Gloria.
Okay, hi. I did talk a little bit about the stack before. So just to review, it's mostly a Python stack using the MQTT protocol. On the front end, we didn't talk about that. The front end uses Vue.js, which is a fairly new, really robust JavaScript library. I should say tool set. It's really, there's a lot there, and it even has its own IDE. It's very impressive. We're using that in combination with Anime.js and HTML5 to do animations on the screen. And for the most part, it's working out really well. We are designing it so that the front end basically takes instructions like a video game to move, manipulate things, and executes the instructions rather than transferring large blobs of data, which are images and so forth. So that's working out quite well. And when we approached this, we were thinking more like, how do modern video games work? Right? They have these control panels that you pull down and you can manipulate things, and admin would have certain panels that a regular person wouldn't. And you know, you're able to, like there's this melding of these two concepts in the past where you're making a stage and where you're presenting. We've kind of melded those together where you can you can change things live. And you know, other features such as storage and playback. That's complex because there's timing issues of all kinds. Streaming is a pretty complex thing that works on the front end. We're working on detecting universal stream types on the back end and being able to stream them without the end user. So we do have some challenges in this, and that makes it fun. So we consider that fun. We're weird that way, but it's an excellent project. And I think live presentation projects like this have an element of diversity in software and need that a lot of other projects don't have. This isn't your standard web project. This is a combination of different protocols and, you know, ways of detecting things and different types of communication. And it's just, it's great in terms of the experience you can have as a software developer doing something like this. So it's exciting, and yeah, we're working on it. And I think, you know, I would say like in a few months, we're going to have something incredibly robust, and it's going to be fun. That's it.
I realized what we missed because of not having the video is just a really sort of simple explanation of what we can do in Upstage, because you haven't seen the pictures. It's basically, our idea is that we have a blank canvas where everybody sees this and hears the same thing at the same time, that is accessible via a browser. So for the audience, they just follow a link and everything is there in the browser, and the audience can chat in a chat window. The players or artists who are making the performance have tools that the audience don't see, which allow them to display and manipulate in real time pretty much any kind of digital media. So at the moment, we've got avatars, props, backdrops, text, drawing. So you can draw in real time, you can write in real time, you can upload your own images and animations, audio, you can upload pre-recorded audio file. And what is just going to come soon is the streaming, where you can have live audio-visual streams or pre-recorded video. So if you think any kind of media that you could have on the internet, on social media, or on your website, or anything like that, you can have that in Upstage. You can manipulate it in real time, move it around the screen, make it bigger and smaller, fade it in and out, make it speak with a computerized text-to-speech voice, or put in your own live audio or pre-recorded audio. So you have all of these kind of things to play with. Hongfuk is just telling me I can use the external video option, but unfortunately the video is not online anywhere, because Vicky just emailed it to me yesterday, and it's 300 megabyte video.
Do you want to try presenting a stage? Like do a screen share?
A screen share? Yeah. I can do that. Okay. Yeah.
Why not?
You won't do the screen share. It'll be a sort of, we'll get a sense of it anyway.
Yeah, okay. I got a permission denied when I clicked on the screen share button.
Oh,
it says
hang on.
Permission denied.
Oh dear. All right, hang on. I am taking presenter, and now I am making you a presenter. So the screen share button have now reappeared. It should now work.
Error, permission to access screen wasn't granted.
Oh, good. Oh, to access. No, you're having. That's at your end.
It's at my end.
Yeah. At some point, your browser has asked you, and you've said no, and it's remembered that answer.
Okay.
We don't have a quick solution to that problem. Sorry.
Okay. Gloria.
Restart your browser.
Okay, Gloria, are you able to do a screen share?
Let me try. I will give it a try.
And if you go into the live stage, the one that's called live, that's the one that's got the most media on it for demonstration. But I guess any of them will give us something. Very sorry about that. I don't know. I think I might have done that by mistake when I was trying to show the slides. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so can you see this?
Yes, we can. I can.
Awesome.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
I've rejoined while you were speaking, and now I can see it. So it was definitely
excellent.
my problem.
Okay.
Great.
I'm gonna just fumble through this because So we
can
have
you make your script go like into full screen with the browser?
Sure. Yep, I can do that. There you go. So we have the avatars you can drag in essentially that you can upload. You can manipulate their opacity, which is pretty cool. The size. And all of this looks simple, but there's a lot of programming and animation behind the scenes to make this happen. Let's see. There's props. There's a few props we can pull down to show you. They can be animated as well. Audio. So we have the noise of typing, there's applause, there's whatever audio you want to play. So we do have streams. I'm not sure, right, so you have to specify the stream essentially.
Yeah, there's a demo video on the live stage if you go into the one that's called live.
Got it. Let's go back.
Yeah. Because with the video, it's quite cool as well. We've got the, actually, I think you have to go onto the very first FOIA page to get to the live one.
Got it.
You can put the video in a frame. So, for example, you can have a round video or a video in any shape that you want. The examples that are on there on this live stage are a V and a oh yeah, there's Julian. I put him there earlier.
That used to be
the underlying currency of the internet.
Yeah. So if you go on the streams there, you can put there's a demo of the it's just a preloaded video.
Got it. Oh, I see.
I think
so,
no, you should get rid of that one and just go on streams. Manage, yeah.
Got it. Oh, I see.
Then,
right.
Yeah. So if you drag that guy onto the stage,
yeah,
then it will play and we'll hear it.
This is pretty cool because you can manipulate the video live, the opacity, the size. This is pretty neat.
And if you get the context menu, you can get the frame. You can make it be round or dog shape or whatever shape you want your video to be.
Oh, that's cool. He got this working. That is so cool.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if he got this working. That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the shape of it. Yeah. So then now we'll play.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, so basically the audience don't see any of these tools, but they do see the chat on the side there, and they can do things like change their nickname. Oh, they can also show them the little hearts and clapping and things that the audience can put on. That's kind of cool. These icons down at the bottom of the chat there, when the audience click on those, then under the chat window, yeah, these ones. So if the audience want to clap or laugh, they can add their responses here onto the stage, which is quite a nice, because often when you're performing in Cyberformance, if the audience is very quiet, as they are today for our presentation, you do sometimes feel like you're performing into the void, and then at the end there's no thunderous applause and standing ovations. You're just kind of left on your own in your living room or wherever you're playing from. So yeah, that gives you a little bit of an idea of what we're going to be able to do. And of course, what you're seeing now with this media is just sample media that we've just put there from other performances or from anything to have some things to play with. So normally for a performance, you would have your own style, your own visual style of what you want to do, and you would have things coordinated. And the audience don't see any of these context menus that are showing up. They just see what the result of your manipulation with the media.
And for the audience, this is purely browser.
Yes. Yes,
yes.
and
this is much like what we're using right now. In fact, so in fact, what we should be asking you for is to do some sort of performance next time round.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. I mean, we're officially launching the new version in September with the mobilise, demobilise performances. So in the middle of September, we haven't got the precise dates yet, but we'll be promoting those performances, and people will be able to come and see them. We have got some sneak preview works in progress happening around the end of June. And so if people want to find out about that, they'll all be on the Upstage website and the Mobilise Demobilise website. I'll put the links for those into the chat so that people can go and see. There's Mobilise Demobilise. I'll just get Upstage. So also I was going
to say we're close to time, so I thought I'd refer to the question that's been asked. But sorry, finish your thoughts, please.
I was just going to say one of the things that is super cool about this project is that we have artists and developers working really closely together. We use Slack, and we have a lot of great discussion between the artists who want to work with this tool and the developers who are making it. And I find this is really, as an artist, it really influences and enriches my artistic work. And like Gloria was saying before, it's a really fun project for the developers to work on because they're learning about what we want to do with the tool, which isn't necessarily what they always expect. So it's a really good exchange there between the artists and the technologists working on the project.
That's great stuff. It's two different groups of people making things that in quite different sort of spaces of discourse and different sets of tools that are clearly connected. So I think it's great. The question that's been asked is perhaps a little provocative. So this is more respond if you'd like to, perhaps, rather than answer it directly. This is from Andy. You mentioned banning the use of sexualized language or imagery on your cyberformat website. Is there an issue in your area of presentation in Upstage? The Anglosphere obsession with that seems a bit weird when you consider that probably even St. Peter and the Vatican would not meet clean slate sexual standards in a cultural space.
I'm not quite sure where you saw that and in what context it was. But for the last 17, 18 years of Upstage, when we've had a lot of public performances, we've had 6 online festivals and 1 conference where we were also showing performances, and a lot of performances by a lot of different people around the world, and we have never actually actively censored anything. We've had a lot of work done by school children, and we've always made sure in the festivals that the school children's work is not programmed close to anything that might potentially have adult content in it. And we've never had a problem. We've always managed to work things through and never had anything that was hateful. We would never allow that kind of thing. But you know, we've had some quite provocative work that you know, has just been fine. And you know, we're interested in the artistic content of things and doing a lot of political work, so it does sometimes come into that area. Once we've got the new platform out there, it's open source and it will be available for people to create their own Upstage server. So we will have our Upstage server, which we will make also available to artists to use, but other people could set up their own server and they would then be responsible for the content that they were putting on their server. So I don't know, there might be some people that would want to have a you know, looking at bondage and discipline or whatever and through cyberperformance, and that would be their choice. Yeah.
The person asking the question has now posted the page. It's actually part of your D&I position, and it's in the examples of unacceptable behaviour. So certainly yes.
Okay.
Although not stated that way, it's clearly the more narrow. If you're doing a thing that's clearly demeaning or hateful, then it's inappropriate. And I think that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
unless you particularly want to address that, I'd like to wrap because we've gone a little bit, teeny bit over. I know you had issues up front, so I'm happy to. Up to you.
Okay. No, I would just, but in conclusions, ask people to please feel free to contact us. I'll put my email address also in the chat there. We're really interested in anybody who wants to get involved with the development. It's on GitHub. Gloria's really open. Paul and Fat are also really open. And anybody who's interested about anything, you can contact us. And we look forward to telling you more about it as the development carries on.
That's great. Thank you very much, Helen, and thank you for putting up with our not quite smooth technical experience this time around, but we look forward to seeing your tool in use next year, perhaps.
Great. Thanks very much for having us here, and thanks also, Gloria, for doing the techie parts and co-presenting.
No, thank you. This was fun.
Have a great day, guys. In the meantime, Daniel, would you please turn on your microphone and camera?
Yes, and hello.
Hello, hello. Give me a moment to do some jiggery pokery.
Yes.
Just to do the usual. Oh dear, that's not what I had in mind. While I'm doing this, presentation-wise, do you have slides, video, anything of that kind?
Yeah, I have slides, so if you give me access here, I can upload them.
Okay, let me just want to make sure the right thing happens in between. No, we've had odd situations where the previous speaker stuff from an hour ago popped up, which created unwanted confusion. Hopefully you now have the right buttons.
Yep.
You're aware of the problems with video? Are you presenting any video?
No, I'm not present, just slides.
Perfect, perfect. Then slides or screen share as you prefer. So Daniel has provided a suspiciously concise bio for this talk. He is a software engineer at Hostile Education. I will allow him to elaborate or not as he wishes. Daniel is going to talk to us about repurposing gadgets. Take it away, Daniel.
Yes, hang on a second, it's uploading now. You know how confusing it is because the view is changing for you.
Yeah, it's got all the right features, but it's a little bit not quite. We need UX people, really. That's I think how I describe it. Incidentally, just on timing, we have the next session at 1:30, so ideally we want to wrap both your presentation and Q&A by 25 past, which means there's about 21 minutes remaining. We can go a bit over, but it's hopefully not a lot.
All right, here we go. Hope you can also see my slides now.
Yes, we can see your slides. Take it away.
Excellent. Thank you. Right. So, yeah, I'm Daniel, as I was already introduced. Thank you, Roland. And I tinker with lots of things. Very often that's some sort of gadgets. And today I will be focusing on some of them quite a bit, but I will provide you with some ideas that you can actually expand and apply to lots of different things that you might find all around you. So first, a little agenda here. I will give you a small introduction into the ideas. First, who I am, I will introduce myself. And then later on, I will show you some tools that you can use and utilities. And then we'll get into some tinkering. So yeah, this is me. I have been at FOSSASIA Summit quite a few times now. Twice in Singapore, actually, when it was still possible for me to get there. Unfortunately, not last and this year, but yeah, I'm always happy to come back again. My main focus in my current day job is on applications. So yeah, as Rowan just said, we could use some more UX here or some improvements maybe in Big Blue Button. Maybe that's something I can do at some point. But anyway, I also have lots of different other backgrounds, like in the security part of, the story of applications, let's say, but also at large. So I'm also concerned about infrastructure and everything related to that. I also work a bit on operating systems, which we will come into later on here. And I contribute to many different open source projects. That's operating system distributions. So sometimes I write some packages, sometimes I hack on kernels a bit, or even on firmware. So that's the slightly lower layers here. And well, coincidentally, then I also happen to do some reverse engineering, not by choice, but because I have to. And yeah, we will also get to that later. So let's talk about gadgets first. The term gadget is a very broad term, and I do not really want to come up with a proper definition here right now. So I will just pick some things that I looked into, and we will start with something that is called wireless storages. And the idea behind wireless storages is actually very simple. Everyone knows what a USB stick is, right? You can just take it, plug it into your computer, put a file on it, plug it into another computer, and copy over the file. This is just taking it to the next level, sort of. So they added a wireless radio to it through Wi-Fi, and then just enable you to also transfer files through a wireless channel. So that means that even if you do not have an actual USB port on the device, if you have wireless, you can still access those files. So that way you can share files from your own computer through wireless means if you do not want to mess with, your operating system's way to set up a wireless access point, for example. So yeah, that's basically the old ideas. That's how those devices are sold. But there are people who looked into them and thought, well, maybe I can use it also for other purposes. And one of these ideas was to, well, retain the idea of having a wireless access point. That's very neat. But why would I just, connect, for example, my phone to it to access files? Why not just something else, like, let's say, my local network gadgets? For example, many people are playing around with the ESP8266, or nowadays also ESP32 boards. They have wireless radios, so they could just as well connect to one of these. And I'm actually doing that right here in my flat. So I have some devices hanging around here. Behind me, for example, there is some light bulbs, which are actually just connected to a relay, which essentially has an ESP8266 in it. And I bought one of these wireless storages already years ago. It's a very tiny one. It's just this size. So you can see, it just fits in my hand. And so I just took it the way it was, and I flashed new software on it. I just had to find a way to access that. And now it's running an upstream version of OpenWRT, the famous project for wireless routers. But it's also running an MQTT broker, and that's something that you can use as a communication method between devices. And of course, you have heard about the SUSE AI project here at FOSSASIA. So if you're running SUSE SI on your local network, then you could tell SUSE to turn on your light, but it's actually talking to one of these devices here and then sending out a message to the actual device. And that way, you can interconnect all of your devices. So the next thing I looked into is, let's say, the bigger version of this. That's the so-called network video recorders. They have a counterpart. So the actual idea is if you have security cameras, then they can take care of capturing videos for you. So they will just provide you, with a slot. So you can just put a hard drive in this case here. And, then it would just record the video stream that is coming from your cameras. That's a very simple thing. But these devices, they very often also have more connectors. So this one here, for example, it has HDMI, VGA, it has a few USB connectors. And since it's meant for networking, it also has an Ethernet port. So you see there is a wire, you see the wire up there. That's just an Ethernet cable. And you can also see that I plugged in a little USB drive there. And we will come back to that thing later because it's a very important feature here. Now, those devices, they're usually based on just little ARM processors, just like what you have also in your phone mostly, or also in some other devices nowadays. And so they run a little operating system based on Linux. And the main thing running there is just the application, which is providing you with like a screen where you can just see all of your security cameras. It's usually multiple ones on one screen. And then the recording tool that is just running in the background and, just capturing your video streams. So, but that means if you have all of these connectors and you have this platform which is powerful enough for video processing, you can also use it just as a regular video player on your network, right? So if you have heard about the idea of the home theater PC, that's essentially the same thing. It's just a bit more stripped down, but it's well suited for that purpose. And just as well, if you manage to, let's say, take a Chrome browser and strip it down to be able to run on this environment, then you could also just use it as a very tiny computer for just browsing the web. And so here, let's look at the counterpart, the IP cameras. So IP as an internet protocol, the idea is really just that you have cameras which are not just providing you with analog connection, but actually with a wireless radio. Some of these even have Ethernet connectors, so you can also just plug in an Ethernet cable. But essentially, they're just like cameras, so they have a camera sensor. That's usually just a tiny rectangular thing. It is very fancy. It has rainbow colors, so if you take one apart, it is very, very easy to spot if you just look at it. Then in addition, you have some motors. So usually those cameras, they can turn around and they can tilt, so they can look at all the angles around you. Sometimes they can be attached to walls, but these are advertised to actually sit somewhere in your apartment. You can just put one on a shelf. It looks decorative. It's also supposed to capture somebody who happens to not belong in your apartment, like burglars, for example. But you could also watch your pets or relatives, maybe. That might at some point be a bit creepy, especially when it's streaming to the web. So yeah, be sure not to put one of these things to the open internet, where essentially everybody can now look into your house just from somewhere remotely. Anyway, so yeah, that's the basic idea. Now, there is a community which has actually looked very much at these cameras, and because they usually come equipped with some pre-built software and firmware that's running on them, and very much out of your control, they made an open version of that. So that's the Open IPC project. I haven't written that here on the slide, unfortunately, but if you look for it, openipc.org is their website. And now let's start actually taking those things apart, and let's see what equipment we will need. So the first thing, obviously, you will need some hardware, right? So you will need, if you want to look at the network stuff, you will need network cables and maybe a switch or two. So if you connect many, many different devices and play around a lot, then maybe you might need some more. Usually something as simple as a 4 or 5 port switch that you can just get off the shelf will do, which are just widely and easily available. If you want to look at the wireless functionality, a wireless access point can be used. And again, that's also widely available. So usually you can get a cheap wireless router around, I would say, 15 euros here in Europe. That's maybe $20 US. Or in Singapore, it's a similar price, like I don't know, like 2 or 3 meals maybe. Then you will need a programmer. That's very, very handy to read out the firmware. So on these devices, you find a very small chip, which just holds a few megabytes of storage. It's usually around 8 or sometimes 16 megabytes. You can see in this picture that we have on the slide here, there is quite some rainbow colored wires in the middle, and there is a little clip attached to that. And at the end, that's what's lying there, that black thing. That's actually the part of the camera which is the actual camera. So there is a little flash chip on there, which the programmer is attached to. Another neat thing to have is a USB serial converter. So that's to connect to the actual software that is running on the device, which you see at the bottom. So there is this red little board, And from that, you can see there are two cables coming out to the right. And there are these so-called debug probes. That's the next thing that is very neat to have. This green thing here, that's just a simple debug probe that you can use and attach to some chip. So yeah, that's also a very easy way to get access. If you don't have that, but you have soldering equipment and all the skills, then go for it. That's actually the most robust way to make a connection to these devices, right? So that's not something that could easily fall off, which could happen with one of these clips here. And eventually, because we need to take things apart, you will need screwdrivers. So usually you have them at home anyway. Sometimes you might need a bit more special ones. For example, I had to use a longer screwdriver for one of the video cameras that I have here, just because the hole was very, very deep. So yeah, but usually just regular screwdrivers will do at some point. And the slide is loading. There we go. So here's a software tool, and that's called uroot. And what uroot is basically a manifold toolkit that comes with lots of tiny tools. If you know the BusyBox project, which is also used for wireless routers, for example, which is essentially a collection of very tiny command line tools like the ls command that you might know from Unix-like systems, which just lists the files in a directory. That's essentially what we have here. Lots of these utilities. Also, just utilities for outputting files, for example. So if you want to look at something that is actually on your camera at that moment, that's one tool that you can use if the camera doesn't offer the program up front. Then, of course, it's an open source project. You can check it out on u-root.org. It's kept very, very simple, written in the Go programming language, and it's easily portable. And that is a very, very essential feature now also for what I'm talking about here. So the first thing I did at some point was, because I wanted to have something that you can show around, I added graphics to support to uroot. And the way I did that was I was just writing data to a file, and that file is actually a so-called frame buffer. So on a Linux operating system, but you will also find this on BSDs, for example, you can find a file which is called FB, or sometimes FB0, FB1, if they are enumerated and you have multiple ones. That's a frame buffer device. So in your /dev file system, you can just write to that file, but you need to know the format you have to write in now. So what I did was I just wrote a very tiny program for uroot, which would just write in the right format to that file. That worked on my x86 machine. So here you see running a QEMU emulator, which is just like a virtual machine essentially. And this is now showing you the graphics output. And yeah, I will come back to that later. The next utility, which is very, very neat if you do not want to have your target device that you're tinkering around with in your local actual network, you can also just run a DHCP server and SFTP server on your own laptop. So you can pick your Ethernet port just for doing that, and then you can connect a switch to it, which I was mostly doing here for devices which have an Ethernet port. And that way, they will just get their IP addresses, I can reach them, talk to them, look at the network services running on them, and sometimes even connect to them if they already offer something like Telnet, for example. So yeah, that's something easy to run. I put the link here so you can just follow it. And yeah, you can just build and run it. It's also written in Go, just like uroot. Now let's see about tinkering around. So yeah, a first picture here. As you see, I've just taken a small screwdriver here. I have this tool that you see here in the middle, which is essentially just a piece of metal which you can use to break free some spots that's sometimes necessary. Sometimes you can just do things just with your bare hands and fingers. You just need to look at your device a bit. And what you see here is actually an IP camera. So if we look a bit from left to right, then, well, what you see here in the upper left, that's a tiny printed circuit board, which only has a USB connector from which you supply power from outside. That's the usual way. Then there is a tiny module actually on the PCB itself again, and that's a wireless module. You can even get them standalone, and they're also just as tiny as this one here, just this size. You can get them from, for example, AliExpress. So I ordered a few of those, and I have them here. Now we'll see what I can do with them now. Then in the bottom left, that's just actually the next part of the case there. That would be attached to the other part that you see on top of it. And that holds the first motor, and that's for rotating the camera. Now let's move a little to the right. At the top, you see a SPI flash programmer, just as in one of the previous pictures, with a clip attached to it. And below, that's the actual case of the camera. So that's where the camera module is placed. But you see there is also a tiny thing attached to it, and that's a speaker. So if you see these tiny round things, usually they just have two wires. One is for ground, and one is just used for something called PWM. That's how you output sound, essentially. Now a bit further to the right again, as I just said, that's the actual camera head. So yeah, if you would turn that around at the bottom now, which is just right on the table, that's the actual lens of the camera. And yeah, the rest of the part in the case here is a printed circuit board, which essentially has a SoC, a system on chip, which is you can compare it to a CPU. That is, I guess, the term that most people know. So that's the actual processor that is running the software. And then you have all the connectors for, the motors that you see here, for the speaker, and of course the power supply. And let's look at NVRs at the same time. You can just open them up, but that's actually the regular use case. So they are meant to place a hard disk in them, just like what you see here in the picture. It's just a regular Western Digital hard disk that you can, get from any store. But yeah, I looked a bit around on those boards, and I was looking for the various ports that you have here on the printed circuit boards. And it turns out that, besides the actual use case, there are some extra pins there, which, I didn't really have a clue about. So if you look at the one on the left-hand side, for example, you see there is this wide row of connectors going down. And you can see the same thing in the other NVR on the right, but there's a cable attached to it. And it turns out it's actually basically the very same board, just with minor modifications. It's just that the case on the right is just a bit more equipped. So there are some more buttons. So if you were looking from what is now the top here, you would see a panel with buttons like OK, up and down, left and right. I guess like play, pause. I don't really recall it right now. But it's what you also know from a video recorder. So since this is a video capturing device, that actually makes sense, right? And usually they also come with a manual. So yeah, that's the getting started thing. But I actually don't really mind too much about that. I just, want to see what else I can do with those devices. And so here's one thing I did. We have the PS Lab project here in the FOSSASIA community, which I also happen to contribute to a bit. And it features a logic analyzer. So I could attach it to the actual PCB here that I just took it out of the case. I only connected the power supply, and I wanted to see for one of those connectors what's actually happening there. I could use my multimeter to check the voltage. I could see it's just regular 3 volts, not any sort of uncommon for those boards. So usually they are in low voltage ranges, like 0 volts, 1.8, 3, 5. those are the voltage levels that you would find on most of the pins. Another pin was ground, and then there were 2 more. And I was suspecting that this was a serial port. But at some point, I actually discovered it's not a serial port. It's actually a USB port. And that is meant to hold exactly one of these wireless modules here. So I will try connecting one of these at some point. I haven't yet gotten around to doing that, but that's what you can use it for. Now, if you are a bit confused, wait, 3 volts on USB, usually that's 5. There are actually devices which do get these 3 volts supplied, and that's true for exactly the module I just showed you here. And that's also what you find within the cameras. Now let's go one step further, because I discovered that actually there is a serial port. It's just not really visible to you. So here on the left-hand side, you can see at the top there are 3 pins. And those pins are actually the serial port. I soldered those pins, but I didn't get any signal on them. And the reason was very, very simple. It's probably not visible very well here, but if you look just below the 3 pins, there are some solder joints where there's nothing on them. So what I did was I got a book, so it's basically on each of those pages you have lots of tiny resistors. And I just picked the right resistors I needed for this board. And I could figure that out from the other board I have, because that one actually does have those resistors. So, I knew what resistance I needed. I soldered them. It looks a bit crappy because my soldering skills are not that great. But yeah, it essentially worked. And now you see also the cables attached there on the right-hand side. It's actually the same board. It's just upside down. I'm sorry about that. But anyway, that's how I could get access and, talk directly to the board. And now let's see what we can do. So we can use uroot, as I said, for a little environment where you could run commands. So I did that on one of the wireless storage devices that you saw earlier in the pictures. That's very neat, so we can look around in the system. And for the network video recorders, well, that is what I have on the USB stick that you saw just attached to the network video recorder in one of the first pictures. I just put uroot on it. I put this picture on it, and now it can show the picture. And, if you just play around a bit more, you can do the very same thing and continue and do even more with it. I'm sorry, this talk was a bit short timed. So first of all, thank you very, very much for listening. If you have any questions, just feel free to ping me. So you will find me in some of the FOSSASIA channels, for example, in Gitter, where we do the PSNAP development. But you can also find me on Twitter. Or if you just Google my name, Daniel Maslovsky, you will just find me anywhere on the web.
Thank you, Daniel. That was fascinating. I have many questions, but I think we're out of time. Marco is in the room. Marco, are you ready to start? In case, I'm going to ask my question. You've taken apart a range of different devices and sort of worked out how to talk to them. How frequently are you finding that you can't do so? That you pull apart some sort of consumer electronics and can't hook up SPI, can't hook up serial, can't hook up USB, and therefore have to sort of give up?
I would say that's a matter of stubbornness. You can you can say that I'm successful in about 95% the time now. Sometimes it just takes a bit longer, and that might stretch it to a 99%. So, and sometimes I even get a bit further than I originally intended. So, I even hit the 110%, if you will. So usually you can just do anything. You will just, need a lot of experience and play around with those devices a lot. So yeah, but there are devices which are a bit more locked down. And usually a good way to get started is to just, search for things that people already got their hands on. And I promise you that's millions of things.
Right, right. Yeah, okay. And yes, I've seen there's an awful lot of chat about how to repurpose common devices. Well, thank you very much. And the example of how to solder resistors to get access to a serial port is one I'll remember, because it's like, aha, sneaky device manufacturers. I think Marco's about ready to go. So let's wrap there and look forward to seeing you in Singapore next year, we hope.
Thank you. I hope so too, and thank you for having me. Bye.
That's right. All the best.
All right. Hello, everybody. We're going to run the short session on hubs. And I have a bunch of hubs lined up. I don't know how many of them will show up today. Hopefully, we can have all of them. One of the first ones is we're going to visit Hackerspace Singapore. I think Valentine is here. Hopefully, he can show up now. Valentine, are you in the room?
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear us?
Oh, yeah.
Can you see us?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
How do I
All
make
right.
this bigger?
I think,
wait.
yeah, we can see you perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, hello.
It's very small. Wait, can you see what we're
It's fine.
seeing? It's really small.
Yeah.
Like it's
good.
really small. I can't really see myself. I don't really know what's going on. Okay, hi.
All right.
I can't even see what we're on. Yeah.
Hello, guys.
Is there a way to like make my screen bigger?
There's a full screen button on your
there
screen.
we go. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Found it. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So this is Hackerspace Singapore. Can you introduce us the space a bit, Valentine?
Yeah, so we've been around since 2009, and this is our second location. It's been a while, so we've been around for like 11 years. This is Adnan. This is our new proposed hardware
Hello, Adnan.
area, which still under we're like doing a bit of revamp and cleanup right now. And,
Nice, very nice.
Yeah, I'm just walking around the space and showing everyone what's around. So we're I don't know if everyone knows what a hackerspace is. So we're actually a space for people to just hang out, like people who like to, mostly like self-learn and all that. And well, we're not just like for software or for hardware. We're also for like biohackers or life hackers or people like that. But you have to be people that like to, learn stuff yourself. So this is our hardware room. We have a laser cutter, which some of our members took their time to set up. We have 3D printers. Workbench. More 3D printers. And we also have like a small cooking area.
Nice.
Yep. So lots of tables. Whatever they want, I guess, like take out their laptop, plug it into a monitor and do whatever they want. Yeah. So, if you're in Singapore, right now there's still the virus thing. So if you want to come down, drop us an email or Facebook message or something. I mean, we have a whole bunch of contact methods. You can even go to our IRC channel. It's Hackerspace on Freenode, Hackerspace SG on Freenode. And yeah, and if we're kind of bleeding money right now, so if you would like to donate, please join us as a member because we would really appreciate more donations. Yeah, Marco, anything else you would like me to show you?
Yeah. So can you explain a bit, like, so if people, if someone wants to sign up or if they, how does it work? Like they can visit and what are the memberships? What do they get? How do they access the space?
Yeah, so I think the ideal way is to just drop by first, because we like to know like who the people are and make sure that you're not some business type which is just there to like, hi, I'm looking for a technical co-founder, that kind. Yeah. So I mean, it's fine even if you're a business type. If you want to join, it's fine as long as you pay your subscription, I guess. I think we mostly want people to visit the space first, but if you're overseas and you would like to give us money, I will not say no to that. So the membership page is at hackerspace.sg/membership, in case anyone's interested. Yeah.
So with them, with different memberships, the people get different. How does it work for people to understand? Does the and then
our base
does the
tier
space have a?
is
Yeah. Go ahead.
our base tier is 128 a month, and it gives you like, I mean, we are reworking it right now, so it gives you maybe like 1 day a week in membership, and if you are here more often, we would actually like you to pay more, because we don't really want people to. I mean, we need more members. If we have more members, we can lower the price to a more sustainable level. But right now we're, we
So
need to make sure that we can stay alive.
What's the access level to the space? Like, is people allowed to come? What time? There's a time. There's a schedule.
Yeah. If you're a member, it's 24/7. You can come anytime you want. And if you're not, you can just make an appointment and hang out.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. And then in terms of like facilities, do you guys have like hardware for people apart from the basic CAD and the 3D printer? There's like tables there, I guess, right? Like projectors. Like people do talks there. You can do some event. Members members do events there?
Yep. So our space is actually quite reconfigurable. We have like a bunch of tables which can be moved to a side, and we have a bunch. Oops. Yeah, we have lots of chairs, so we can sit usually about 40 people. Although right now, there's the virus, so events are temporarily on pause until everyone gets the vaccine, and we get to, we're just carrying along, and hopefully we'll still be around when everything's back to normal.
Great. And can you show us the back room again, like the one that Agnan is? Want to see what he's doing over there? Yeah. See what's going on in the space.
Yeah. So we're in progress, and this.
That's a 3D printer, right?
The 3D printers here for.
What's he doing? What are you doing, Agnan?
These 3D printers we don't really use that much for anymore. And we intend for this to be like a bunch of workbenches and move all the hardware stuff here. Still in progress.
All right. Okay, great. Yeah, thank you very much for showing us around. And I guess I'll drop the link to the space here so people can have a look. And yeah,
okay.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we hope everyone by and hang out sometime. See you, everyone.
Yeah. See ya. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. So that was Singapore Hackerspace.
Yay.
Very nice. All right. I guess we should have. Do we have Agustin Correa? Do we have him here? Hello. Maybe not. How about Felix from Linsun Labs? Felix, are you here? No, Felix didn't join. And I think Kiwi is still joining. So, all right. I think we might have someone from the side of the system that we set up for the video. Do we have? I think. Let me check.
Yeah, I can mention about that.
Oh yeah, All right, Daniel is here. Hi, Daniel.
Yeah. All right, hi guys, Daniel here. So I'm, let's see, managing networks and infrastructure for FOSSASIA. I handle the on-site and also cloud infrastructure. So we have 3 rooms in the Lifelong Learning Institute in Singapore. FOSSASIA was there the last few years, and also, of course, there this year as well. Perhaps easiest if I mention, post some links for the pictures into the chat. Oh, actually, I can. Can you make it? If you can make me give me rights to present, I can just I think upload the picture.
Yeah, I was going to show some pictures too. Yeah, so just to make everyone aware, because I think not everyone is aware, FOSSASIA is also running at LLI. It's not only online. There's up to what we can do during the pandemic. There's a second hub. There's the online hub that everyone is here, and there's a second hub in LLI. And Daniel and Ambrose and Roland also has been helping with the setup there. There's been a lot of workshops running there from the Mr. Gee students and the people from SUTD. When you see on the schedule the location, you can see that some of them are workshops running at Lifelong Learning Institute, and Daniel has been helping with the whole setup.
Yeah, and actually the infra and then networks on site as well, so that we can allow access out from that secure network. I've uploaded the picture there of the team room, and then it doesn't. Let's see, not showing. Ah, yes. So that's the team room. There's another room as well we have, which is the Sky Dome, which is for broadcast. So just trying to upload that. Okay, I'll just put the pictures, the links into the chat, because this is not so speedy.
I have a few pictures. I think I can show them. Let me check.
I'll just upload the Sky Dome quickly.
I have a permission.
Yep, uploading as well. Anyway, and so we also have an EC2 instance in AWS, which handles the this talk here, and then we have a separate system as well, which is transcoding from this live streaming over to a channel on YouTube. And then there's some other systems involved. I think Ambrose, who couldn't attend, he's maybe listening. He is managing let's see, also storing the videos for later then upload after they'll be edited and cut. So it's a bit of an effort. Also, there are workshops in a third room as well. That third room, so that needs a Wi-Fi network and Ethernet network as well, like for more bandwidth, and that's there. I think I'll just drop in these links in the chat. Anyway, yeah, so hope to see you guys also in the future as well. Let me know any questions.
Let's see if I can share now. Oh, we got Kiwi now. Hello, Kiwi. Just let me show the. Ooh. So these are the pictures of the LLI hub. So we got Ambrose and Daniel there with the setup. Three of them with Roland. This is some of the live streaming. Let me make it a bit bigger. Some of the workshops, more workshops, and Ambrose with all the setup over there.
Nice.
I think that's it.
All right. And also there's like microphones there as well, and like all the kind of AV kits, and then on-site hardware, routers and things. In fact, kind of like this kind of router. We have some access points here. We have some other like high-end access points So pretty equipped. All right, thanks guys.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel.
Okay.
Thanks for stopping by. All right, so we have now Kiwi from Lions Forge. Kiwi, can you? I think you're muted. Can you start sharing? Oh, you're gonna show us. Oh, wait, let me change.
Right.
This.
You hear me, right?
Yeah. Perfect.
Okay, good. Sorry, I think I may be a bit late. So sorry, I'm just having some family dinner before.
No worries.
So any case, so what I have prepared is that so you can see so the machine with the craft laser. There are two sets. So what I'm going to show today is just show the features of the machine, and then there's also another set I placed beside. Is actually open up. Just to show the folks what's inside the craft laser, and just so that whoever is interested, they kind of talk to me in terms of what the process and how we kept it open source, so to speak. So without dragging too much time, I will just go ahead and right. For those who are new to craft laser, basically it is a 40-watt CO2 laser cutter. For those who doesn't know what laser cutter can really do, so I just kind of give a quick intro. So craft laser basically is what we call the 40-watt CO2 laser cutter. The kind of laser that came out is in the infrared range, meaning that it can be easily be used to cut organic material such as acrylic, wood, and the kind of projects that you can do, as I already showcased, from your own sound system all the way to your own decor or your replicable typing for your robotics or whatnot. I think those are quite easy. So craft laser, laser cutter has been around for 40 years about. So what makes craft laser so special is that we are almost the only portable system in the market. So if you can see closer, there are wheels, right? And handles. Right, so the machine weighs only about I don't know, 50 pounds for those who live who are using the and also about 3 kg. So and we are full metal construction, so it's one of the safest laser cutter in the market. So most of our customers are using this at home and also for school. So this machine can just place in the classroom quite easily. The machine can also be stored in a vertical position, which I'm going to show you a bit. I'm not too sure whether you guys can see. Here. So you can see the machine being stored in a vertical position. That you can just roll it around like a luggage. So we actually check in the machine before COVID-19 kind of like restrict the travel. So we went over to like Vietnam, Thailand, Germany, Philippines. We just check in the machine and then do our laser cutting at the destination. So it's a very rugged and portable system. So, but more importantly, it's not so much a features, but more so why we want to keep the machine open, and then obviously using this forum to see whether we can get folks to be interested in the project and then help us increase the capability of the machine through open source. So without dragging too much time, I just will go right into the machine and see what's happening inside. I apologize because and for the software folks. For the hardware wise, you can see that so some of the components here are basically we use extensively using
I think you have to stand in front of the camera a bit, because otherwise we can't hear you properly. Yeah,
Oh,
like that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
that way. Perfect. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So the entire machine is designed using OpenCAD or FreeCAD software to design, and I mean, for mechanically speaking, it's hard for me to open source it. I mean, I can put the in the open, but how it's used to manufacture. But importantly, we're just going to put in the firmware and the code. All these are nothing new. All open source really used off the shelf board that's open source. Firmware wise, it's all like Merlin, one of the know about it. So basically, we just recycle what's market and just put it in. And they are obvious. So the intent really for ground laser is to provide a hardware platform that is acceptable to the market, and then more like provide a vessel for creativity, for open source folks to participate in the features of machine, firmware, electronics, or hardware you want to name it, or in the software. Software-wise, we're using Inkscape LEDs to work with the machine. So we didn't really do much on the Inkscape. Definitely, there's a lot of improvement and potential that we can add on to Inkscape to help to make a lot better. So very broadly, what are the
Kiwi, try to stand in front, because otherwise we can't hear you. Closer.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So I'm going to go through about just 3 items. I'm not going to bore you guys to death. That makes this project unique and different from what's in the market. So let's just put the camera here. All right. So the first and foremost, for laser, we pride ourselves to make the kind of the safest laser cutter in the market. Because we are the only company or the only design that factor in fire protection circuit in the laser cutter. So none of the other laser cutter for the past 20 to 40 years have ever integrated that into the machine. Just to show you why I say that. Okay, so you can see that the
Kiwi, we need to see your face, otherwise we can't.
Oh, sorry. All right, sorry.
Yeah, there you go.
So the balls a bit. Okay, so the you can see down there the series of bimetallic in series.
No, we can't hear you.
Okay, so you can see that.
And then show us the whatever, and you can point.
Oh, okay, sure. Then I'll just talk first. Okay, so I'm going to show you later. You're going to see a series of the electrical circuit that provide the fire protection. So I'm going to put the camera close so they can see what it is. Okay, what you just see is basically so in the electrical wiring, we actually put in series 4 bimetallic thermostats to kind of right over the laser cutting area. So if there's a fire or the temperature just rise above 65 degrees Celsius, the entire machine will be shut down. So that provides some sort of fire protection. For those who are familiar with the fire triangle, so you need air, fuel, and heat for the fires to sustain. So if you take out any one of them, the fire in a way will just die. So in our case, if the electric circuit is triggered to shut down, what's going to happen is the air will be shut off by through this valve, which I'm going to show you. So what I just kind of activate is basically the air valve. So that's about the only air intake source that the machine has, because our machine is actually fully encased. So so when the power is cut off, naturally there'll be an air flap to kind of like shut the air inlet and outlet out, so there'll be no air in the system. Then obviously when the power is off, the heat source, which is the laser, will be cut off. So in so with that very simple electrical circuit, we are able to kind of like take out both the air and the heat source. So as a result, the fire will just die by itself within like 5 minutes, based on our tests. So that's one aspect of the safety factor. Then obviously we the kind of safety interlock interface that we use, we try to adopt industry standards. So we try to use in the industry standards, the safety architecture equipment, which I'm going to show you. So the kind of equipment that we actually adopt to components that we put inside are fairly conservative. So they are all reputable components that we integrate into this. Other than that, I think the full metal and construction, which is basically mechanical, help make the machine one of the safest in the market. Very simple. I would say it's very complicated, but what this means just that we have a very simple machine in a way that running.
To stay in the front. Yeah.
So we have a very orthodox design. So if you look at all the disc cutter in the market, they are all what you call the top loading designs. Ours is the only tray loading design. Very loading. Laser cutter in the market. So this design in a way allows us to keep the machines very compact, and you're able to put the machine, let's just say, underneath the table, or you can, in fact, some of the client actually so it becomes a very home friendly or apartment friendly design. So long story short, what we are trying to say here is that the quad laser have the potential to enter into the home market. So we're going to have a lot of adopters that adopt this machine in their house, whether for hobby, whether it's for their potential business model from home. So with that, we just want to encourage any of the open source community who are interested to partake in the project to help to increase more features, especially on the Inkscape software aspect in the user interface. Then we probably can make open source hardware project more popular and compete ourselves against a typical corporate company that is established in the market right now. All right, that's about all I have.
Thank you very much, Kiwi. So we're running out of time already. So I need to show the little robot that we made with Laser Cat from Kiwi, Lion's Forge. All right, thank you very much. Bye-bye, Kiwi. All right, I think our next talk is Areb Jamal. Are you in the room? Please start sharing your mic and your video. Areb, I can't find Areb in the... Fred, are you in the room? Oh, it's in workshop room. Okay. So I guess we all go to the workshop room, and here we can present. All right. I'll see you guys there. I think we're finished today for today here. All right. See you all there.
Okay, thank you everyone for joining this session. It was really exciting to see and get a bit an impression of what's going on in Singapore, and to get a bit out, as many people are locked in. So we're continuing today's activities in the workshop room. There's a Jitsi channel where you can join us, and yeah, please connect with the developers there. We have a workshop on Python, Flask, and JavaScript. It's a workshop how to set up the Open Event project, the Eventia project that's also run here on the eventia.com website. So it would be fantastic if you could join us in this workshop. The link is posted here in the chat, or you can just head through the side panel to the tab Workshops. And I would say thank you very much, like again, for all contributions here today, to all the speakers, to all the volunteers, to everyone who made today possible. It's been a fantastic day. Like, we learned so much, so many different topics, and we appreciate everyone's contribution to make this event possible. So see you tomorrow, or see you now in the workshop if you want to come over, and have a good day, have a good evening, have a good time, and stay well and healthy wherever you are. Thank you very much, and goodbye. See you tomorrow.
You are currently the only person in this conference.